What a way to go. What we don't know isn't worth a dime, and we nail them all. I know you're the worrying kind. Is there any way, or do you like not being found? In time the light will fade. Don't you know I worry about you all the time? Anytime you wanna leave tonight, the morning comes and goes, but I'll always be your What a way to go. This incarnation is really wide. The air is getting warm. I know you're the worrying kind. And is there any way, or do you like not being found? In time the light will fade. Don't you know I worry about you all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. Don't you know I worry about you? the bungalow, she felt so young. The night she was much younger than the other. Feeling like a prisoner there in the light. She stood, she knew they couldn't miss her. And then they took her, arrested her, walked over life flight. You wrote to me, 'cause she wanted me. She kept quiet, they kept beating her. They felt sad for her, but an order is an order. She was a prisoner there in the light. She stood, but she knew they couldn't break her. And by the shore, the bombs were falling with the snow. You wrote to me, 'cause she wanted me. You wrote to me.
Hello and welcome to the semifinal Saturday. I'm going to be your host, Agro, and I'm joined right now on the desk by my good friend Toli and, of course, my other good friend Vedium, the SOAR ADC. How you doing, guys?
I'm good, thanks.
Good.
Pretty good. I'm excited for these best-of-5 semifinals.
It's going to be a really strong day. We've had a lot of great action so far here at SMITE Masters, but this is where it just starts getting even better. You want to talk about things getting better for you, the viewers at home? We got a great promo for you. The Hocus Pocus chest, that is 25% off, so make sure you grab that Cat Aphrodite skin, and of course the Scarlet Coven Isis is one of the classic longtime mid skins.
That's going to give everyone a reason to play some Isis mid, right, for Andy?
You suck.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The one of the most iconic voice packs in the game for that Scarlet Coven Isis. Make sure you grab that right there. Let's take a quick look at the brackets to see exactly how we got to the semifinal Saturday. You got a lot of great matches yesterday and on Thursday as well. Couple ones to highlight. SOAR obviously did not get where they wanted to. I'm sorry.
NA
Vedium.
sucks.
Yeah, NA had a lot of struggles yesterday in particular. Obey take down the defending world champs. Ataraxia and crew finally shake the demons and beat Adapting and Energy for the first time in many years here at LAN. LG fall to Rival. And Eager Toli, they had some struggles up against the Brazilian Black Dragons.
I mean, you say that, but I think necessarily they were holding back a few of their key component strategies that they really want to execute here today in the semis.
So you're saying Afro Jungle was just part of one of those throwaway strategies?
I mean, did you listen to the interview of DJ Pernicus? He picked it because she was hot, like, let's be real. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with him, but at the same time, I don't necessarily think it's competitively viable.
That's the coaching there for Eager, definitely, what are we picking here? Well, Afro's pretty hot, so we could just pick that. If it works, it works. They got that W. The first set of the day, that's going to be Obey versus Team Rival. Obey has been the dominant team basically all spring split long, only dropping one game during the online phase. But Rival are these up-and-comers, the winners of the gauntlet, this team that continues to try and prove themselves. Let's take a look and see how they got here.
Deathwalker trying again, take out 1-on-3. Still winds up positive. 1-on-3 winds up with a kill. Vote gets Mr. Stefan. The Vote gets Mike the Magic Carp. Vote gets Death Panther. He's rolling trips.
Frenzy's popped, but no engagement whatsoever. Wolfie uses the final judgment and erases Jermaine. Team Rival continuing their climb up the EU ladder. Look at these guys. A lot of personality on this team, but I think that even more than their personality, you have to just respect the way they've been playing the game. Vedium, these guys really came out of nowhere and have been really, really strong in LAN.
Yeah, their drafts especially are really unique. They really like the Khepri Circuit, and I think nobody has really found a way to deal with that. It's really, you never see that in NA. Like, the drafts are so different, and these guys just managed to do amazing things with these unique picks.
They definitely have. I mean, even the Apwash solo, Toli, you never know what Deathwalker's going to play, or even when he's playing regular Warriors, what he's going to build.
Absolutely. The confidence alone from this whole team, and specifically from Ice Baby, after they beat Energy in the Gauntlet, that's when things started really rolling for this squad. Beating out Luminosity yesterday, now taking on Obey Alliance. If they beat out Energy, if they beat out Luminosity, who knows what's going to happen to Obey here?
I got to throw back to a little anecdote. Last season when they're playing under Cyclone GG, I remember interviewing Ice Baby, and they were in the group with Energy, and he said, I'm the best jungler in my group. And that confidence has been there forever. And this is another guy who has a lot of confidence. Vote in that duo lane. Always known to play aggressive, likes to play these team fight gods as well as of late. But this is the first guy that ever soloed Ataraxia in competitive play. And now Ataraxia get a chance for a rematch. What really stands out for you, Vedium, though, about Vote?
Really just his aggression, as you said before. He likes, so from what I've seen, he really likes the Rama and Scotty. I know when we played Rival at the Gauntlet LAN, Vote really had a great showing on Rama, and it seemed like he was very confident in it. Like, he trusts his team enough, so to the point where he can play as aggressive as he wants, and his team will just back him up no matter what.
Well, on the other side, Ataraxia, the hunter for Obey. There's a guy who's been around the block, had been there, the runner-up Season 1 Worlds under Titan. Then he goes to the Worlds last year, gets another second-place finish. And the relief on his face whenever they beat Energy yesterday, he said he feels like he just won Worlds, but without the money. That was the big thing. But it was just such a weight off of his shoulders. This is a guy that just has been around and done it all, basically.
He's very confident as well ever since being able to beat out Energy. We saw him yesterday on the desk, just being able to shake away the demons, like you mentioned, changing his style from Season 3 to Season 4, being a little bit more passive and calculated to making more of these kind of risky plays. But his dual lane partner, you can't forget this new dual lane partner, Millsy.
I was about to say, that's been the guy that's basically made this transition worthwhile for Obey. Emilzy, the new addition to this lane. Such a veteran presence. A young kid, though, has barely been around, but very, very young. He was telling me that he's like 9 years younger than Pretty Prime. That's an interesting team dynamic, but this guy is really, really impressive. Thinks about the game at a high level. Let's hear what he has to say about what he thinks about the game.
My name is Emilzy and I play for the Obey Alliance. My competitive background started back being a coach, initially subbing in a game or in a tournament for Worth Gaming, where we actually won that tournament. Then I proceeded as a coach, where we finished second in the SPL start-off kickoff LAN, if kickoff LAN that's what it was called. Then I played for London Conspiracy, not too good results, and then I played for Cringe Crew, which was basically just a revamped London Conspiracy, and then now I got picked up by Obey. Do have a tendency to not brag about it, but tell the other pros why I think they're doing this and that wrong, which might give them an advantage because they would have kept doing the same thing, like with the Oracle or with Gauntlet of Thebes or whatever. And maybe if I just shut up, like it would have taken them longer to recognize that they were doing things wrong. But it's okay. Like, you get some shit for it now and then, but it's worth it. We're just kind of preparing for Energy, at least in the first round, and then I think we're gonna take it from there. Of course, we'll watch games from the different teams, all the other teams that we could facing realistically. We have some good background though with Rival, with Dignitas, with Energy as well. So we have a pretty good feeling about what they're gonna do. It's the NA teams are gonna be a bit tricky, but we need to get through the quarterfinal before we start worrying about a possible LG or a possible Eager in the final. I think even if we lose the quarterfinal, I'll say yeah, I'm proud of what we did. If we lose it though, we need to manage to look back at it and say, what did we do wrong? As I said, our goal is to win the World Championship. Of course we want to win here as well, but if what it takes to win Worlds in the long run is that we lose some lands, that we learn it the hard way now rather than losing at Worlds, then I think that's better. Because if we lose now, that's gonna kind of give us a kick of motivation, like, okay, we're not that superior as we maybe thought we were.
Vedium, this is a guy that does a lot of theory crafting, thinks about the game at a high level. How valuable is that to a team to have someone who's always trying new things and trying to give you guys an edge?
It's really valuable, but you always have to make sure that you practice those things in scrims before bringing them out in tournament, unless you're as confident as Emilzy. He seems like he always wants to be, or always thinks he is the smartest guy in the room, and I really hope that doesn't end up being a bad thing and leading him to being cocky.
For being such a young player to also have a coaching experience, you could just tell that he is a huge asset for Obey Alliance. And going into this set against Team Rival in Game 1, I'm not going to be surprised to see some really off-the-wall picks from this team.
And you know you got Hazer there as well for Obey. Hughes taking a little shot there from the guys on Rival. They always seem to have some message ready for the boys, for the casters, for the other teams, for whatever. Always like to have their fun, and that's exactly why one of the things that stands out to me overall about them is, I already talked about their personality, but this is a group of guys that stayed together, and not many bottom end teams like they were last season don't make roster changes coming into a new season. They did not, and they just seem to really have formed a family-like bond that is so crucial in these team environments.
Yeah, staying together is definitely a key element of being a good team, but you always have to remember, if something's wrong, if you think you really need to change rosters, it's usually a good idea, but fortunately these guys just love each other so much that they're confident in each other.
Whenever you can have a second family away from home, such as Team Rival has, why wouldn't you stick it out? Despite their performance in Season 3, their lackluster performance was less than adequate, but they didn't really care because of just how much fun they have playing the game of SMITE together, playing games outside of SMITE together, and it's been working out, transitioning into Season 4, beating out Energy in the Gauntlet, and now being here, beating out Luminosity, taking on Obey.
You know what's even more fun than playing SMITE with your friends? Playing SMITE with your friends and winning. against former world champions and basically all across the board. Some early bans here, Chunga and Fafnir, the standard EU bans. Robin has been the pick of the land so far, basically in the jungle only. What makes this god just kind of come out of nowhere, Vedium?
Really, if I had to guess, I'm an ADC. It really falls under the mid-jungle trio support. But Ravana's early game really seems to be his strongest point, able to fight really early with your 1 and that doing a lot of damage and slowing, plus your root. He just seems like a very good early game pick.
Khepri, the first selection here for Team Rival. You mentioned it. This is one god that Kallis loves to play, but you could say the same thing about Osiris for Maniac on the side of Obey. This is a guy, Toli, that has had quite the resurgence in his re-debut here in Season 4 for Obey.
Absolutely. We saw yesterday how he was getting manhandled against the Osiris up against Dimmy whenever Maniac picked the Hercules, but this time around, not allowing Team Rival to ban it away in the secondary phase, wanting to make sure that that solo jungle is going to be very aggressive early on and apply some more pressure onto Deathwalker around that blue buff.
Karnanos, the selection for Ataraxia. Ataraxia, a guy that likes to try the new things, always willing to try new builds, new gods, that sort of stuff. What are your feelings on the Celtic Hunter, Vedium?
I love Karnanos. His root is by far his strongest point. It's up every 10 seconds, I think, and being able to spam that on the other ADC or looking in the jungle for picks, it's very, very valuable having a CC on that low of a cooldown that does that much damage.
Susano and Thoth, the two selections, the jungle and mid, locked in here for Rival. Ice Ice Baby has been dominant on Susano, going back to the Gauntlet here this weekend as well. Early, strong 3v3 here for Rival, Toli.
Yeah, absolutely. The damage coming from Ice Ice Baby and Wolfie on the top is going to be just so much damage, especially whenever you're going to have the Khepri to be able to bail out Ice Ice Baby. An aggressive jungler paired up with such a defensive support, Team Rival are certainly covering their options here.
Definitely different styles of drafting thus far. Rival has gone and selected their 3v3 core entirely, leaving their side lanes until after the second ban phase. Obey, they've prioritized their side lanes, giving Maniac and Ataraxia their early picks, and now they're going to go with the support for Emilzy Terra, the selection. This is a pick that you guys on SOAR like quite a bit, Vedium. What does Terra bring to the table for this team?
Terra's ult is her most valuable point. Being able to get an insane movement speed buff and then the heal off her ult, and then on top of that you get cooldown reduction when you use your abilities. It's a very loaded ability.
Does a lot.
It's very, 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 very valuable. And if you get ganked, it's almost like a get out of jail free card.
It is a long cooldown though, so Emilzy does have to worry about using that at the right time. Bologna, the first ban here for Obey. And I'm not, Totally, you're the numbers guy. I don't know if I checked this, but I'm pretty sure that Deathwalker is undefeated at LAN with Bologna. Smart ban here from Obey. Kabrakan also taking a shot at the solo laner. Nox was banned away by Team Rival, looking specifically at Pretty Prime, but it's going to be Hun Bats. I was figuring it was going to be the Vulcan here, Toli. Why do we see the Hun Bats ban?
The Hun Bats just creates too much disruption. If we're seeing Ice Ice Baby dive the backline and then a Hun Bats just cuts out any sort of support onto the Susano, how is Team Rival going to really try to secure the kill? Toth can maybe fire that final judgment from a distance, but other than that, it's going to be very difficult. So eliminating that option for Team Rival is going to allow the rest of their teammates to be able to follow up off of their jungler.
Well, also, the Hun Bats provides a lot of area control, as well as being able to peel maybe if Ice Ice Baby dives the back. I think Obey's comp really needs some area control. Terra provides the root, Fern knows maybe his ult, but being able to have a strong area CC is very, very valuable.
Well, Vulcan can kind of fill that role. The meatball, not a giant area, but can hit multiple people, and with how well Pretty Prime plays this mage, no complaints, I think, if you're an Obey fan watching Pretty Prime lock in that Vulcan. Basically changed the game up against Energy yesterday and allowed Obey to secure their first victory over Adapting and the boys in quite some time.
And surprisingly that they banned the Nox instead of the Vulcan. It was the Vulcan that provided, I feel, a little bit more utility and damage that what Obey really truly wanted to get on the table against Energy. The Nox was kind of that one-trick pony. If he didn't get that first blood off the bat at level 1, the game probably would have went even more south for Obey.
Erlong Shen and Hu Yi round out the draft for Rival. Fenrir, the selection for Captain Twig. A little bit more aggression in the jungle. Taking a quick look at these comps, guys. Who do you favor?
I favor Obey. I think the Fenrir is going to have a great matchup versus the Khepri, Susanoo, and Thoth, and even all of them actually on Rival. He can pick up any of them in his ult because they don't have natural CC immunity.
Great point.
Maniac, Osiris, Obey.
Obey. They got our analysts think Obey, but it's going to be the casters who bring you the action. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Aggro and the desk. Team Rival up against Obey Alliance, an all-EU matchup, Hindu.
All EU final, or maybe all EU final, but guaranteed another European team to the final. But once again, it's David versus Goliath. I said this yesterday. Rival came from the Gauntlet. They were 6th seed in Europe. Now they're facing off against the number 1 seed out of Europe. They split Obey. We'll see how this goes.
Like you said yesterday, it's like they're continuing their Gauntlet run.
Exactly.
You know, they went through Luminosity. Now they've got Obey Alliance, number 1 seed from Europe. And an interesting thing about Rival, they've never played a best of 5.
No, they've not. So this will be the first time for them to actually have to deal with this. You could have won 3 times out of 5, obviously. And that means we could be in for fireworks. We could even see a best of 5 if everything goes well. But they are against Obey.
Yep.
They made it to finals last year. They beat Energy. They're in form.
Yeah, Obey seeming to put all the pieces together for themselves, you know, all the missing pieces they didn't have last year. You know, everyone's starting to kind of really get used to each other on this roster. You know, the addition of Emilzy, I think especially, is just so huge for this team.
I think both of them, because I think Maniac brought them something for land stages as well that they'd not had before, which was, we call it the pop-off guy, but it is the guy that gets them riled up, gets them excited, and can actually cause problems for the enemy team because they've not had to experience that sort of thing before.
Looking at both the solo owners, both starting off with the Death Toll here, I think a smart selection, especially for this Erlung and these cleave attacks.
Yeah, the cleave attacks are going to be very, very useful for him to just continue to sustain up, plus get some extra damage out into those minions early. The question is where everybody starts this game. Now, as you can see with Obey, they've got 3 potentially towards the mid lane here. Just look at where Maniac's positioned with that ward down near the right and Harpies. I'm wondering what they're going to do next, whether it's going to be pressure onto the mid lane or they're looking for those right and Harpies. I think it's the right and Harpies they're after here.
Look at Deathwalker so far back, expecting an invade out of Obey Alliance, but Maniac just going straight to the, looks like to the solo side. I think both teams are expecting the other to invade.
Yeah, and you can see exactly what Rival's doing here in the duo lane. They're going to pressure early on. They recognize that against a Terra and Kernanos, they're going to have wave clear advantage early on. So pressure the wave, and that forces Obey to go and start at their red buff.
Same time, a lot of mid pressure coming out of Obey, Captain Twig and Pretty Prime. Twig's Fenrir actually was... I think Obey themselves attributed a lot of their 3rd game win over Energy in the World Grand Finals to that Fenrir play.
Definitely, and we'll see if he can actually get off to the same sort of tear he did last time, because he picked up a couple of kills early and just continued that. This contest of the purple is very interesting, and Millsy's walls is just going to slow them down, but it sets up the ricochet bounce. Nice little play out of Vote.
Carlos did get poked out there a little bit, but as he said, Vote just adapting, recognizing the situation, got off his ability to its best capability, some nice ricochets, and this duo lane is going to be very, very interesting. Ataraxia up against Vote.
Well, you'd actually saw some interesting things on the solo side as well. Then the blue buff invade coming out from Obey. They steal away the blue, get back to lane at the same time. Rival don't actually really find anything to take away, and that's why there's a level lead right now on the side of Obey in the jungler and solo positions.
And that's really who runs a lot of what Rival like to do, is their solo and their jungler, Deathwalker and Ice Ice Baby.
Well, going back to what you were saying about the duo lane, yeah, this should be fireworks here. We'll see how it works out between Vote and Ataraxia as this game goes on. Their stat lines are relatively different, as you can see, but Ataraxia on the Kernanos here, going to be in a bit of trouble.
He's going to take some damage here. Vote actually going in very, very aggressively. No mark available. Emilzy trying to body block here, but Vote happy just to poke out this Kernanos early.
Yeah, right-hand side as well.
Oh,
the Ricochet again coming through. We've seen a couple of those this weekend off the towers that have connected Ho Yi as well. Did get a buff recently. We'll see how that goes on. But Prime just pulled in by Ice Ice, and here comes Deathwalker.
Deathwalker in that Mink form, but he doesn't, not even necessary. Wolfie picks him up early. Captain Twig forced to run away as well. These early solo rotations pre-level 5 have been so huge for teams this weekend.
Definitely, and Deathwalker's really utilizing that as well. He's up against an Osiris, and in the laning phase, Osiris is going to have his way with things right now, especially because of the buffs that have recently come through to him as well. This is why we see him back in competitive play. But Deathwalker realizing that he can't necessarily box the Osiris, so what he can do is out-rotate the Osiris because he's got that transformations.
Yeah, Mink form or Turtle form. We saw the Oracle Harpies for the way of Obey Alliance, which has actually been very important for teams this weekend, as well as establishing vision over that Gold Fury early. And we've seen from European teams a tendency to take that objective very early on.
Yeah, we'll see if this actually happens, though, because over in Europe, most teams do keep an eye on that objective a little bit more than the North American cousins, just because they both recognize that that is a EU strategy right now. Look for early Gold Furies, look for middle map control, and try and get a lead just by continuing to farm a little bit better than your opposition.
Speaking of farm, Captain Twig 1 level advantage over Ice Ice Baby. As I say that, Ice Ice makes up the deficit. Everyone level 5 now except for the duo lane of the Obey Alliance.
Bit of a patient game between the two because both of these can sit back and wait for their opposition to go aggressive. It's definitely going to be Ice Ice Baby or Captain Twig, I feel, that are going to be the real initiators for these fights as time goes on. The difference is, though, that in mid lane, Wolfie did get that first blood, which is very important for a Tarth. It gets that extra 400 gold, which means he's going to have penetration boots online probably a little bit quicker than that of Prime.
We saw both of these picks yesterday, and Toth and Vulcan both more late game picks than early. Actually, we see Prime throwing out the ultimate there. Wolfie looking to get a stun. Doesn't find anyone, but a burn ultimate there from Obey.
Different story left-hand side, though. The sun's come down from both, but he's completely out of mana now, which means Callus is alone, isolated, and the hunt is on.
Hunt is on, but there's the Kepri revive. Double stun from Emilzy. This could spell trouble for Rival. Good stun from both. The double tap onto Ataraxia. The basics are coming through, but Callus has already fallen.
Yeah, Vote just didn't have mana to be able to get involved in the fight. Once that meditation did come into play, it was a little bit too late there for Vote to make something happen and turn that fight around. So Callus getting picked up in this dual lane, very important for Obey to get their Hunter ahead if possible.
Vote definitely can carry the squad. Both of these teams seem to leave their hunters alone a little bit on the solo island, get themselves some farm, and then come in late game and absolutely destroy in team fights. Deathwalker taking some damage here from Maniac.
It's a trap, though, because here comes Rival wrapping around the back, pulled in his Maniac. But Maniac's not panicking yet. He only panicked when Wolfie dashed there and used the ultimate at the last minute, making sure that stun did not connect from the evade and punish.
And that's not even that big of a deal for Obey. You know, Maniac would be happy to burn that ultimate. He's going to be getting a blue buff soon, so his cooldowns will be coming back up, and his mana regen as well.
And it works out okay because Deathwalker had just used his ultimate, so the solo laners both ults on cooldown right now. They both have to be very wary of rotations, though, coming out from the junglers or even the mid laners now, knowing that those ultimates are on cooldown. Both these warriors are susceptible to ganks in the early game if they don't have their ultimate available.
So before when we saw Prime throw out that ultimate, we also saw Twig had used his ultimate as well. Ice Ice Baby had been forced to burn his beads. There's still a minute on cooldown for that relic for the jungler of Team Rivals, so look for Obey Alliance to perhaps pick on that Susano and put it behind early.
Well, it's more of a power play situation for Obey now because it means that Captain Twig can start looking for aggression, looking to make plays, knowing that Ice Ice Baby's going to take his time a little bit before going in these engagements now, knowing he's not got the beads available to escape any form of CC.
Oh, another bit of the power play they have is that Wolfie has got that speed buff. So the speed buff of Obey Alliance was invaded, but on the left-hand side, we can see Rival still keeping their buffs. They've got their purple and their reds just spawned as well. So they're going to put themselves up a little bit in farming, but importantly, the buffs will be up too. Wild Hunt comes out. Nothing doing there for Ataraxia.
Good response from Vote to immediately just jump away straight away. Surprised Ataraxia went for that play. I think he had a feeling that he might be able to catch him before he could get the leap off. Too little too late, though, coming out from Ataraxia. That ultimate now on cooldown means Vote has a power play in that duo lane, but I don't think he's going to find an opportunity to go in.
It looks like Team Rival have the advantage at the moment in terms of ultimates as well, but we can see Obey have got their ultimates pretty much all back on cooldown now. The buffs are still in their favor as well, so I think, Rival's got a decent opportunity here, but really their combination setting up for that Thoth ultimate at this stage in the game is not really going to be one-shotting anyone or even, killing them at half health. So they need to still be wary of that and not overcommit to a single target.
Definitely. And one thing about Rival's comp, if they just allow Thoth to continue farming in this mid lane, his power will just continue to increase. Mid lane builds are quite interesting, though. No Doom Orb out of Wolfie this game. More than likely going for that Spear of Desolation with the start he's gone here, whereas Pretty Prime has gone for that Doom Orb. Keep an eye on those stacks as we watch Maniac in trouble again.
Here comes the Typhoon. It just barely knocks up the Osiris, but no follow-up there. Here comes Captain Twig, wrap around the back, jumping a good taunt from Deathwalker, knocks him up and just runs away. Terra's Bessing burnt as well for Obey.
Love that play out of Deathwalker there. Recognize that in comes Captain Twig, straight into the taunt, straight into the knock-up. No chance for Twig to actually do anything there other than, well, I guess I've got to walk away. It didn't cost Twig much, but it did cost Obey some. With Emilzy using that ultimate means that extra mobility for the squad not available across the map.
It's just a beautiful play to see. Just such great reaction time there from Deathwalker. Back to this Doom Orb from Pretty Prime. Do you think that's just in response to him getting first blooded and knowing he's going to be a little bit behind Wolfie and trying to get some power online early?
That can help sometimes, but if you get focused at the start of a game, you don't necessarily want to go Doom Orb because that means you're probably not going to get the full stacks. And the speed buff invade, though, didn't pay off. Captain Twig gets it, and Ice Ice is in trouble. His beads are back up, though.
His beads are back up, so he should be able to walk away from this one. Deathwalker, Wolfie, and Kalasa around as well. So Ice Ice should be fine. He's very mobile, Susano as well. Unless Twig had gone in and stunned him, I don't think there was really much doing there for Obey. Emilzy, pretty deep here, roots 3 targets. Prime knocks up Ice Ice Baby, who's starting to take some poke, but Emilzy's in a little bit of trouble. Kalas doesn't land the root.
Oh, and neither does Wolfie with that big final judgment coming through. Didn't happen. Twig, though, was looking to try and make a play on the mid laner after those ults have gone down, but instead, with Wolfie being so far forward, he can go in anyway.
Oh, it doesn't commit though. I mean, his team wasn't far enough forward. Prime did have an ultimate up and available. The Ragnarok might have got something there, but I think Wolfie still has his beads, so I think Twig was more looking to just bait out the relic use than anything.
Definitely. Usually with how this one started as well, this is both the EU teams feeling each other out right now. They know each other well enough. They've played in the regular season. They see each other in the Pro League every single time, playing against other European opposition. So they will have a fair amount of respect for each other. At least Obey will for Rival, even though Rival aren't considered a top team. They are underdogs coming to this Rival, but they still have a very good shot.
Looking at support builds now, we can see that Kalas has gone for the Traveler Shoes, Vanguard, and now it looks like he's going towards Gauntlet of Thieves. I would doubt very heavily that's a Shield of Regrowth, but Emilzy has gone for these cooldown modes, so we actually noticed Terra's doing that a lot this land.
It gives them a little bit more for the cooldowns to be available for them. One thing that's terrible is like if you don't have the dash available for yourself, there's not much you can really do in the engagement. You can't proc the damage and the root of your Monolith. At the same time, you don't really have that much of an escape. You just got to sit there and take the damage. And also having those cooldowns available means that you're knock-up immune more often. Not a big thing in this game, but there is two gods that do have knock-ups on the side of Rival, Ho Yi and the Erlang Shan.
Even to some extent the Susanoo with his Typhoon ultimate.
Technically, yeah, thinking about that one. I was thinking like even further away with the Ho Yi leap, and I'm like, well, it's technically a knock-up, but it's not going to affect him too much in the grand scheme. We'll see how it goes on, though. As at the moment, I like Rival's strategy. They're just trying to rotate them around the map. They look for an early pick, and they found it for the first blood, giving that to Wolfie. But the main focus is get this Toph to late game. And then you've got two Tophs on the map, because Khepri will consistently keep him alive with those ultimates.
As soon as he gets that Spirit of Desolation online, I feel like that's going to be the huge power spike for Wolfie and for Team Rival. He's halfway there already.
Gold Fury from Obey, though. I like this call from them, because what I was about to say is when the Spirit of Desolation comes online for Rival, that's when they'll look for their first Gold Fury, but Obey have a full stack Doom up here.
Prime.
And there's not a whole lot Callus can do against that.
A Vulcan ultimate used just to secure it, and really great call there from Obey Alliance. They saw kind of the rotations heading to the right side from Wolfie. They've got a nice strategic sentry ward heading towards the Rival speed buff there, and good play for them, just recognizing this is what's going on in the map, and that's something European teams have done so well this land, is playing the map.
Definitely, and when you actually look at what the composition was before that Gold Fury goes down, just look at that graph and you'll see that it was even, if ever so slightly, in favor of Team Rival during that last Gold Fury play. But that was Obey realizing when they needed to back at the right time to get the items online to go for it a little bit quicker than that of Rival.
Portal Demon has spawned, as has the Fire Giant, and so the Portal Demon's now going to be drawing some teams' attention towards the right-hand side of the map, so both teams have to be wary of that one. But it just adds another element of snowball that if Obey Alliance can secure it, it'll be big, but Rival...
But look how important this is for Obey, because they've rotated Ataraxia all the way over here as well, but right on the side, Deathwalker could be in a bit of trouble.
Here comes the Typhoon from Ice Baby to save the life of his solo laner. Terra's Blessing out as well, Deathwalker and still in a little bit of trouble. Maniac just chunking down Ice Baby as well. Prime's here with the meatball, but no damage coming out. Root from Kalas, but... a whole lot of nothing for Obey.
Meanwhile, keep an eye on what's happened with Ataraxia here. He rotated from the duo lane, came towards mid to help pressure the Portal Demon and look to secure that for his team. Vote MBK, meanwhile, took a whole wave of farm in the duo lane, pushed that into the tower, which means Ataraxia loses a wave there. But also got a whole wave in the mid lane as well, which denies Prime a little bit. Vote is getting a small lead here. If he can continue this, it's at least made sure he's even in this lane against that kill that Ataraxia got.
They've both got Transcendence online, Vote with a lot more stacks at this point than Ataraxia, so he's going to be swinging a little bit harder. That Ricochet, gets one or two bounces on that. It could spell a lot of trouble for Obey.
Interesting to see they're both heading towards Fatalis next as well as their next choice of item here, making sure they've got extra mobility to deal with the assassins that are going to be chasing them down, and those warriors as well on the front lines.
But attack speed boots picked up for Vote. Is that just simply because Ho Yi suffers from lesser attack speed than most other hunters, or?
Sometimes, to be fair, there's no real trade-off overall between Ninja Tabby versus Warrior Tabby. They're both valuable items. If anything, the funny story is efficiency-wise, I'd say Ninja Tabby a little bit more efficient across the board for the stats that they actually give you. You don't feel the immediately power burst impact that you do from Warrior Tabby, but it's still very, very strong in the build.
It actually gives him a little bit of extra power than the normal 20, I believe it's provided, because it gives you mana, and working with that Transcendence, I know it's only like...
It's a good way of looking at it, yeah.
It's a little bit of power extra, but it just makes it so much more efficient in this build. Purple buff dropped there by Rival. They're going to go ahead and secure their red buff. We've seen a couple of invades come out from both of these teams, but no real commitment to the invade. It's just, can we do this? If we can do it, we will. If not, we'll just back out.
Sure, it's just a small advantage for Obey with that Gold Fury going down, but both teams are still playing the map relatively well. They're both pretty much equal in terms of levels. There's a little bit of a difference between the junglers now. Ice is a little bit further behind, and I actually put some of that down to that beads being burnt earlier on.
Portal Demon started there by Obey, but once again, not heavy committing to that objective, just looking to bait in perhaps Rival to a tricky situation. Maniacs rotated over, Deathwalker still stuck in lane to clear the minions.
So there was a reason that both teams just stood and looked at each other there, because both Hunters were missing on the map at the same time. And with Rival's Hunter being in base and Obey's Hunter being in the base, they didn't have eyes on each other. So it could have potentially been a 5v4, so both teams respected that and went, okay, let's just find out where the Hunters are first. Once we see them on the map, that's when we can look to commit.
A very early Brawler's Beat Stick here for Captain Twig rather than a Jotun's Wrath. A good bit of a flat pen online. Icesight's actually getting dove on here. Ragnarok ultimate use, but Icesight's very, very low. He should be able to get away from that one, but once again, there's the Relic burned.
And the problem is, though, is that Iceight doesn't really have much jungle to farm here at the back. He would be able to sustain with the Bombers. This has opened up a window for Obey to get aggressive onto Deathwalker on the right-hand side, as Iceight is still trying to defend his speed and it's forcing Rival to help him out.
Kalas plucks in Captain Twig there, who's taking a bit of damage. He burns his Aegis as well. Icesight's still low. Here's the Typhoon, knocks him up. Actually, Captain Twig looked like he jumped over that one. No, but close. The final judgment from Wolfie is not good. Kalas, did he burn beads? No, it was a Stone of Gaia.
Really good work from Obey there, just to realize the situation. What you actually saw Twig do is he Aegis'd early. He wasn't necessarily worried about getting all in, potentially, but he was trying to buy time for the rest of Obey to collapse onto this as a unit. They had the power play because Ice Ice was low on health anyway, so Ice Ice couldn't really get too involved and had to be relatively safe. Obey get the speed, and now they look at the Portal Demon with this advantage they've got as well.
I love that wild hunt there as Portal Demon is secured by Obey. It caught Vote out, so he could, even if he ran towards the Portal Demon, he couldn't do anything because he was a pig.
Pigs are useless.
I mean, except for Bacon. Bacon's good.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the taste. It's not them actually being good. However, it goes Twig again with the Brutalize, chasing Callus down. Meatball hits onto Ice Ice, but Twig took a lot more than he would like to. Luckily enough, though, final judgment from Wolfie is just off the mark.
I thought the Snipe was going to come out there. Kalas actually stunned by Emilzy. He could be in some trouble here as Maniac slowing him down. Root off the mark. But Obey Alliance not committing too heavy to that one. It just seems like these little advantages Obey are getting are starting to pile up more and more.
And here's the thing that you hit saying over and over again here, Husey, is commitment, because neither team really are committing for the all-in at all. They're both being very respectful of the fact that both these teams will have tricks in their pocket for when things go wrong in these team fights. You've got to deal with the Kepri revive for one. You could see a potential ultimate come out of any of them, like Vote MBK could just throw out those suns, and that could change the team fight immediately.
Wolfie throwing out some shots there, but Prime and Ataraxia wrapping around the back, but good disengagement there from Team Rival, and a good stun from Wolfie as well. Double bounce from Vote will poke out Prime, and that'll keep Obey Alliance away from the team of Rival right now, but it means the Gold Fury can get started up.
And it also means they've got a Terror, so the sustain is coming into
play
here. Gold Fury is going down quick. Suns drop down. Obey get another Gold Fury as Twig goes in looking for the Ragnarok. Didn't find anything, so he plays Ring around the roses and disengages.
I think that was more of a distraction than any actually looking for a fight there. Jumping in, forcing Rivals comes to be like, Fenrir jumping in, ultimate. Then he's able to just walk away with the CC immunity.
So I'm looking back at Callus's build now. You mentioned you expect him to go for Thebes here. More than likely not Shield of Regrowth. He's gone for Stone of Gaia. Now the reason he's gone for this is a decent amount of health, first of all, which is one thing supports love. But because of the passive, it actually stops Ragnarok. So there's no reason to see Callus have to go into anything like the Magi's Blessing here, or potentially anything else, or even beads. He can just walk away because Stone of Gaia will proc it and give him 1 second of CC immunity.
It gives him a lot of regen in terms of HP 5 as well, and that's very important for support. Maniac again avoids the route from Kalas here, and Rival, Deathwalker seems to be getting very poked out in this lane. He's not really influenced the rest of the map. He's been stuck on this right-hand side.
He has, and I'm wondering how much Deathwalker was planning on playing this pick, or it was taken from the fact that they saw Variety picking it up yesterday. It was the first Erlang shed in the solo lane we've seen in a while. But it does have a lot of potential. There was a reason Erlang Shen was so strong. Obviously, the cripple on the pin was very useful, but he still has a knock-up in his kit on that turtle, and the Mink form gives him that Fatalis effect as well to be able to stick to a target a little bit better, which does create problems for the back line of Obey.
I am questioning a little bit the sprint pickup from Deathwalker, though. What's that really trying to be in response to?
It's more to force an engagement, or actually to force a disengage as well. It's actually not a terrible pickup. On top of the fact that you can upgrade that into improved sprint, which gives the whole team a Fatalis effect. That's pretty good for the likes of Susano and Erlang Shen.
Look at Twig wrapping around here as Rivals committing to this tier 1 tower. The Stone of Gaia has been procced, so the Ragnarok will work on that bug, but he's chasing after Wolfie instead. The Brutalize is good. Aegis forced out from Wolfie. Somehow still alive after that Ragnarok. Here comes the downtown shot from Prime, but it's just off the mark.
Back goes Vote MBK as well, but small win for Rival with taking the tier 1 tower. Quite a bit of investment out of Captain Twig there, but it has given some pressure to Obey back in this mid lane now. Only 3 members of Rival here to defend it, and Twig is thinking about going aggressive again. The Ricochet hits the Monolith, and now the tier 1 could fall in mid.
Kalas dashing away. Captain Twig still hanging around the side. Wolfie's going to be coming back into this mid lane now. So we're finally seeing a 5-on-5 grouping here from both of these squads. But Obey Alliance, they take the mid tower and just sound the disengage straight away. Don't want to overcommit, especially at this stage in the game when it's so close.
Yeah, no, so that was just Obey answering back to what Rival got in the mid lane. So the mid lane path now opens up for both these two teams. Wall coverage has to be a little bit more important to make sure there's no one flanking around the back. And especially because once that tier 1 went down for Obey, there was nothing else for them to take. Gold Fury's down, Portal Demon's down. Might as well just fall back. There's no worth trying to push on for a tier 2 and take a fight when you're in enemy territory.
Very penetration-heavy build coming out from Wolfie here. We can see he's gone into Tier 2 speed. He's already got Spirit Desolation and Boots Online, as well as the passive coming out from Thoth. So some of these frontliners like Maniac and Captain Twig are going to be feeling the effect of that Hieroglyphic Assault very soon.
Yeah, but look across the way. Pretty Prime's also picked up that Spirit Desolation now, so that's a huge power spike for Pretty Prime in the mid lane. He is one of the best Vulcan players. Him and Wolfie are probably the top 2 over in Europe, and I expect to potentially see that every single game coming out, either banned away or picked from one of these two squads. The power spike that's available now for Prime, though, is a go signal for Obey to look for a little bit more aggression potentially, and it's the Portal Demon that may be the first thing they'll look at.
They did get it previously after forcing Rival away very nicely, and we can see that reflected in their 3,000 gold lead at the moment, as well as the 2 gold furies they've got. Rival have actually done a good job of sticking in this one and making it as close as they have, despite losing all these neutral objectives.
Yeah, Ice on the front line once again, taking a bit of damage, but he's going to be okay. I like where Kalas has been positioning so far. He's far enough back that he can make sure he gets his teammate out and doesn't get picked himself. I say that, but he might be in trouble here.
Stone of Gaia procced. Maniac looking to poke out this bug once again. Kalas actually going to pluck him in there. There's the Terrace Blessing coming out. Good taunt from Deathwalker. The Suns are raining down as well, but Twig straight to the backline. Vulcan ultimate comes out. The bug is in trouble, and Ataraxia picks up Kalas.
Yeah, Kalas is already dead. The fight still rages as Twig goes, and Ataraxia with a double kill. Ice will take out Prime, though. Big target down as Deathwalker surrounded by 4. Turtles get him out of danger, though. 2 for 1 exchange in favor of Obey.
Just great target selection there, and Captain Twig poking out the Kepri early, making sure he can't be in a position to get a revive. We saw this from Energy against the Direwolves. They picked on Richard Castle early, made sure the bug couldn't do anything, couldn't revive his teammates, couldn't even revive himself, and that is a huge part of the team fight gone.
Good work from Ice trying to go in there, but I think he may die to Maniac. Maniac's giving up the chase on that. I'm really surprised, actually. Maniac could have actually killed Ice there.
Look at Vote.
Instead, he's going to have to go back and help defend the back lines of Obey, who are trying to get out.
Vote and Deathwalker chasing down Emilzy here. Mystical Mail just proccing damage after damage here onto the support of Obey Alliance. But now Maniac's rejoined the fight, and it's a support and a solo on an ADC and a solo laner. Ataraxia not that far behind either, so Rival needs to be very careful.
Yeah, Emilzy's still going to give chase, though, looking for the walls. Hits 2. Maniac coming around the corner as well. But under a tier 1 tower, it's a little bit too difficult. Meanwhile, Obey are now back on the offensive again, though, thanks to the use of the portal that they got. They steal away the speed and rotate to right, and I don't think Rival know about it.
Kalas once again getting collapsed on. Captain Twig picks up the bug, looks to chomp him in his mouth. Here comes the ultimate from Prime, and Kalas again taking a lot of damage. Finally gets to use his revive just on himself, but Vote's in a little bit of trouble. So is Wolfie. Dead. Final Judgment comes out, but not before Ataraxia picks up the kill.
Ataraxia just went all the way in and didn't care. Twig may fall down to the tower shot that comes through, but the Monolith may keep him alive for a second. Deathwalker kills that as Emilzy forces back 2. Deathwalker's left alone, surrounded. Is the turtle available? It doesn't matter because Kernanos will clean it up.
All 5 of Obey's kills have been onto this Kernanos being played by Ataraxia. Tremendous game, tremendous rotations by him thus far. Now they're going to be able to get this tier 2 tower in the right-hand side lane, and this is looking grim for Rival.
Best Kernanos performance I've seen so far coming out here from Ataraxia on the side of Obey. One difference I will say, though, is I think Kalas's build here, going for that Stone of Gaia, as I said, they've messed up on the fact the knockups were on his team I was mentioning earlier on. But one thing I will mention is that this health build isn't great against Chins. And the problem is Ataraxia has recognized that the health's gone there. He's picked up the Chins already. These Chins being online, that means like Kalas is basically paper to Ataraxia.
He's got the Fatalis online as well, so he could just stick in these fights, stick to whatever target he wants. Even the Transcendence gives his ability so much more damage as well. That Bramble Blast and the ability to clear wave, and even just if you hit a target with it, it roots them in place. But as well as that, as long as they're in the radius, they take so much damage from that initial hit.
Take into account as well, with the shifting seasons that he's got available to him, he can slow the enemy team down as well as speed himself up at the same time if he wants to, or take the damage output or extra lifesteal, which is one thing lifesteal-wise that Vote is not going to have compared to that of Kernanos.
Emilzy charging forward there, trying to find a route. Not going to get it. Ooh, nice little ricochet there from Vote. Only onto 2 tanky targets though. Gold Fury has been started up by Obey. Wolfie trying to get something here with the final judgment. Can he find the shot? He gets a couple of targets, but they're all very tanky. Down come the Suns. Twig in the back line once again, forcing the Aegis out of Wolfie, forcing the back line of Rival away. Here comes the shot from Prime from downtown. It hits Deathwalker. No kills just yet, but Ice Baby, he's in trouble.
This team fight from Obey was amazing. They peeled and picked the right targets. Twig focused both Wolfie and Vote to make sure that they were so focused on surviving, they couldn't put damage out. Ice Baby on the front lines, though, gets so far away from Callus that Callus can't keep him alive, and that's the only ultimate that Team Rival have left. Obey, take a Gold Fury.
That's their third Gold Fury of the game. 6 kills to 3 reads the scoreline. All 6 kills is still on Ataraxia.
Yeah, the one thing about this game so far with the way Obey's been playing it, it's just been a war of attrition coming out from them. Small wins every single time that keep going in their favor, and the lead just continues to extend. Look at it's just been a slide all the way down. And those little jumps in the Gold Fury graph you can see there, it's just one of those major objectives, the Portal Demon or the Gold Fury every single time.
11,000 experience, about 10,000 gold in the lead are the Obey Alliance. Team Rival struggling to find air to breathe, really, in this one. Obey shutting them down across the map. Earlier, we saw Rival be pretty aggressive into Obey's jungle, but Obey, perfect responses from them, completely shutting down that aggression, and I think, very importantly, really shutting down Wolfie in this mid lane.
Well, the problem is now is that Rival have to defend this Fire Giant, because that's where Obey will be turning their attention to now, with Tier 1 and Tier 2 towers down being in the mid lane and the right-hand lane as well. The Fire Giant is very difficult for them to defend, but if they give this up, the game is done. There's no real way back into it with the amount of gold lead that Obey has right now, that Obey can make a mistake with a Fire Giant and not get punished enough for Rival to really get back into this.
Ice Baby pushing very aggressively into Obey's jungle on the top left side, just farming up backups, just trying to get himself back into this game. Only level 15 compared to Captain Twig's level 17, and even Ataraxia, who's hit level 20, going to be absolutely devastating. This jungle can't really pick on the backline of Obey at the moment.
No, it's not something they can actually do, and that's one that's going to be a problem going forward with how this one's looking for them, is because they can't seem to group up together and actually find a way to defend themselves. The backline is having to look after themselves because Deathwalker's going in every single time, as is Ice Baby. And Callus is kind of the in-between, trying to decide he's got to stay in range of the frontliners who are going deep, but he's also trying to protect the back, and it's very tricky for them, for these two backlines to survive when you've got someone like Captain Twig who keeps diving on them.
Emilzy nearly soloing Ice Baby there as Terra, keeping him stuck in between the minions, so Ice needs to run away from this Terra. This is something you don't see.
Well, I heard Emilzy saying earlier on he thinks Terra's really strong right now. Terra and Fafnir seem to be the two gods right now in the Guardian role that are considered the top two Guardians here, but the Portal Demon's going to go down, and Callus on the front line is trying to force Twig to pick him up, but Twig doesn't care about him. He turns his attention to Wolfie.
Here comes Twig in with the Ragnarok. Down comes the shots from Prime. Nothing really doing here at the moment for Team Rival, but Obey, they're running this fight. Prime finds Kalas. No Kepper Revive even used yet, and it looks like Vote's in some trouble, forced to burn those beads. Maniac just running away, because in the middle of his team are the remaining members of Rival. Not anymore, though, as Deathwalker falls down.
Just notice every team fight that's happening, it's either Maniac or Twig going for Wolfie and Vote every time. And Wolfie and Vote can't do anything apart from run away from both of those two targets. The rest of Obey, though, the other 3 to 4 members are always trying to kill the front line, and it just leaves them isolated once Vote and Wolfie disengage.
Fire Giant taken there by the Obey Alliance. They're going to go ahead and back now, and then this could be the final push, or it could be the beginning of the end for Team Rival. They do have 2 towers up on the left-hand side, but their right-hand side and middle Phoenix are exposed.
They're not completely out of this game, though, because they do have Toph and Ho-Yi on defense, which aren't the worst 2 gods in the world to have for a Phoenix defense. I'm not sure whether they should defend the Tier 1 left, though. If I'm Obey, I'm probably going to Tier 1 left, Tier 2 left. Maybe the Gold Fury's up by then, or we could look towards that Phoenix as well.
Ice Baby still so aggressive in that top left-hand side jungle. Might get caught out by Ataraxia here. Typhoon forced out from him, but the beads are good from Ataraxia.
Still
charging forward. Ice, can he get away? A lot of mobility for the Susano. Votes in the area as well. The Wild Hunt comes out from Ataraxia. Solo kill, and Prime picks up Ice Baby.
And that's Ice being too far forward, trying to make plays, and then the rest of Rival trying to come into reinforcements and support, and maybe find a win in the jungle that'll make it a 4v5 in their favor and slow down this Fire Giant push.
I love this strategy right now from Obey. Maniac keeping 2 busy over on the right-hand side. The rest of his team's on his way, but Ataraxia is in the left, pushing that lane up. They recognize they need to take down those towers before they can win.
And also with Vote and Ice being dead, that's freedom for Ataraxia to just go left-hand side here, while the rest of Obey can group up as a team and force out some ultimates and try and pressure the right-hand Phoenix at the same time.
Great revive there from Kalas. I thought Deathwalker was dead for sure. I forgot that Kalas hadn't burned his ultimate in the last fight. Prime, nice damage there onto Wolfie. Right-hand side Phoenix is definitely the target right now from Obey. Let's take a listen in as they try to push in the base.
He's low.
Take the wave, come right.
Susanoo's here. He's gonna try and pull you.
I have no actors, by the way, guys. I've got Aegis in 25, but outside of that, I've got nothing, so I'm gonna play it kind of chill. I've got no ult.
Yeah,
Aegis.
I'm chilling. Try and push this.
This might be a slow push.
Beat! Susanoo beat! Susanoo beat!
Oh, really?
Yeah.
30 minutes, I guess.
Are you fine in mid?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, nice damage, thank you.
Yeah, this is down good.
Right,
Group go mid.
I'm safe
Group to
wing,
mid.
safe
We're
wing,
safe weighing, I've got no actors.
Okay, relics. I need relics on everyone. I have mid. Joe?
I'm gonna heal up this with my life steal. Don't
You
clear
have
it.
med? You have med? What about you, Frank? You have
I got everything up there.
I've got
Okay.
Aegis no beads, Aegis no beads.
I think
I'm
we
coming.
kill this
I'll
back,
look for beat.
guys.
We can kill it really quick.
I'm gonna, okay, here we go.
Also-
I'm gonna ult Kepri, kill him, okay? You can't ult.
Okay.
No, fuck, I
got
got Sonnet. No
Okay,
problem. I got top over, I'm fine.
Get Phoenix,
Phoenix, focus Phoenix,
Go,
get
okay.
Phoenix.
Ölang.
Phoenix is down, nice job.
Just back gold.
We can
Where-
go gold and then back them.
I'm going
Yeah,
speed.
yeah. We're gonna have to wait for ages though, I think. Because we kind of want. Oh, nice.
GG.
GG boys, nice and clean.
We were like 1-1 in kills for ages.
Surrender vote comes through from Rival there. I agree with the surrender. There was no way back in after those 3 Phoenixes going down. But just listen to those comms, Husey.
Yeah.
So cool, calm, collected from the #1 seed out of Europe. Obey are looking great again today.
And we just heard there in the comms, them saying, Kepri, he doesn't have his ult, I can kill him, I can ultimate kill him, and then that was what it was all based around. They said that they don't have like a primary shot call, they all just kind of contribute things to one another. And when someone steps up like that, it's great to see the team respect that, listen, and follow the orders.
And you heard, like we've spoken to Obey a couple of times, Milsey talking about the fact that their team is a squad. Whoever's in the lead will take control. And you heard that to Axie for the first time there. You don't hear him that often. But he was like, listen, I'm doing this. I am fed as hell right now on Kernanos. I'm going to make sure this happens. And listen to me, we'll be fine.
Yeah, he got all the kills for pretty much the first 75% of that game. Started to share around the love a little bit towards the end. Prime got some nice Vulcan ults, some nice meatballs there as well. But overall, a nice team effort there from the Obey Alliance. Let's take a listen in with the analysts.
Thank you very much, guys. Hughes, you stole the words right out of my mouth. Team effort from Obey Alliance. And even though it was Ataraxia with the majority of the kills, as he mentioned, everyone just seemed to do their job perfectly that game.
Absolutely. Ataraxia got most of the kills, like Husey mentioned, in the beginning to the middle of the game, and then Pretty Prime started cleaning that up in his late game. Vulcan having 100% kill participation on this Kronos. You were talking about it during picks and bans, just how impactful it is. Do you think that Team Rival is going to allow that to go through yet again, or do they pick it for themselves?
I don't know. I really like the Huyi versus Kernanos matchup, I'd say. Assuming they're even, it should go the way of Huyi, but I don't know if I'd let him have it again. I think you just throw away Bandit or first pick it. Like it was too strong.
He did a lot in those team fights for sure. And Ataraxia is known for playing these laning phases pretty passively. So if he has that losing lane matchup, you just wait, and then come in and clean up these team fights very, very well. As we mentioned, team effort from Obey. The damage, all very close. Maniac, Pretty Prime, and Ataraxia all within 1,000 damage of each other. Really, all within 200 damage of each other. That tells you that the target selection was good, but that everyone was doing their jobs, Stoli.
The player damage was certainly there for Obey Alliance, but the game was relatively even, at least still in the kill department for between these two teams, up until that one team fight around the Portal Demon.
That's right, the Portal Demon right before the 20-minute mark. That was the big one that really turned it all in Obey's favor. The one thing I want to point out for this fight, it's Maniac setting up the beginning of this engagement, getting that abduct out from Kalos, and immediately Emilzy pops the ultimate. But look at how Obey split Rival, Twig by the speed buff, while Maniac and Ataraxia are diving on the left-hand side.
And the important thing was Ice Ice Baby coming from those mid harpies. He didn't get the right angle or the flank that he really wanted to at that right time. It took too long to get in position for him, and as a result, Obey Alliance got off all their damage unhindered by the Rival jungler.
Now, you may not have been able to see it in that particular team fight from that angle, but we've got a couple replays here of Ataraxia, and the thing that was standing out to me when I was rewatching these, Vedium, is that he was just able to free cast in these team fights so easily. No one was on him. Everyone was focusing on Pretty Prime.
Yeah, mainly I saw in that one, though, I'd say it was really about Obey's teamwork. I think Obey dove very deep to get the carries on Rival, but they didn't dive too deep. They were able to come back and help Pretty Prime I don't remember if he died or not, but they definitely coordinated that very well. They came back, and when the call was made from Pretty Prime, they came to peel.
And that's the deal, is that sometimes you're going to die in those scenarios as a mid laner, as a hunter, but it's about getting off your damage when you can. And as long as they were split up, Pretty Prime and Ataraxia were on completely different sides of that team fight, and so Rival had to make a choice. They chose Pretty Prime, and Ataraxia gets huge off of that, and that really starts to snowball the lead for Obey. I mean, that's the dream scenario, right? As a hunter, where everyone's diving your mid, Anonster's crying that he needs help, but you're like, keep on coming, man. I'm good to go.
Especially when you're 7-0, 8-0. He's so fed. I'm surprised he wasn't like way up there in the damage charts. It was actually really amazing that they were all so even, especially like Maniac too.
I mean, you could definitely tell why Osiris and Keranos were the first 2 picks for this team.
Yeah.
We're getting ready to go into picks and bans for game 2. We'll see what Rival has to answer with up against those picks from Obey. Obey definitely just seemed to control the map for the first 20 minutes. A lot of objectives. It was 1-1 before that team fight broke out by the Portal Demon, about 20 minutes. How do you kind of counteract that slow and steady objective style strategy, Tolly?
Just make sure that you don't lose the laning phase early on. The side lanes was dictated by Obey Alliance. Keranos Osiris was locked in very early in the first game picks and bans draft. We'll see how Rival is going to be able to adapt to that, because I feel despite getting their core online between the support, jungle, and mid for the first game, it didn't make too much of an impact because Ice Ice Baby couldn't really dive the backline and look for those kinds of kills, or at least secure the kills.
Rival looking to even this series up at 1 apiece. This is a best of 5, so Obey not on the verge of moving on to tomorrow's finals. Still have to worry about winning 3 games here. But Rival, you in these sort of best of 5 scenarios, Vedium, you don't want to fall behind 2-0.
Yeah, mainly I want to focus on Rival. I think chose second pick in this situation. Normally teams would opt for that first pick, but Rival seems to be confident in the second pick. I think they want to try to do something similar to what Obey drafted when they had that second pick.
Fafnir is banned away by Rival, and an immediate Osiris ban. Maniac just seems to look like a different player whenever he gets this god. He definitely struggled a little bit yesterday up against Dimmy in some of those lanes, but immediate pick of Osiris puts him right back in his comfort zone. I like this ban from Rival.
Early game, early god aggression. This is what Maniac is all about. Trying to look for any sort of advantage that he can to be able to start rotating to these team fights, maybe look for some invades on the blue or the speed buff. And not only does that hurt Deathwalker, but that's also going to hurt Ice Ice Baby in the long run.
Right now waiting for Obey's second ban. Fafnir has been hotly contested among EU supports all season long. Obey also banned it away from Kalas in game 1, but they were in that second pick position. If you're on Obey right now, are you looking to first pick the Keranos, Vedium?
Yeah, either that or I'd say Terra or maybe Kabrakan. It seems like they really do like the Terra, so that'll probably end up being their first pick. I expect something, maybe the Keranos ban. They could be looking to, I think they're going to look to have Rival make the choice between giving them Terra or Keranos. Oh, okay. So I'd say Obey's going to first pick Terra, and then Rival should be the ones getting Keranos here, unless Obey's priorities are different than my own here. I
love the throwaway ban, but a good one on the Bologna, but it's going to be the Raven locked in first selection for Obey. I'm assuming this is in the jungle, Tolly?
It could be. You know, you mentioned the Terra and the Keranos, but we forgot about the Raven and the Chang'e that's still open for these teams. Now, Raven has been played in the jungle a lot by these European teams, so I don't expect both Raven and Chang'e necessarily for Obey Alliance, but to counteract that, Vulcan and Keranos taken off the table.
I like these picks from Rival. Terra is the selection, most likely for Emilzy on Obey. Rival taking a page out of Energy's book, trying to pick Vulcan away from Pretty Prime instead of banning it, but it didn't work out for the defending world champs. Now, Wolfie a little bit more known for his Vulcan than, say, Yaman is, but this can put you in an awkward situation where your team is kind of maybe not forcing you, maybe you're the one asking for the pick, but it's like, hey, you've got to play this because we can't afford to let them have it.
And to counteract that, Obey Alliance locking in the Terra, this is a great god to go against a Vulcan. You can't get knocked up whenever you have your monoliths up. Not only that, you're going to be looking to really lock down this immobile mage. Sure, you have backfire, but it's not going to cover too much distance. The chase potential from Obey Alliance, just from those 2 gods alone, is good enough to maybe force out some relics.
Do you expect to see, oh, never mind. I was about to ask you what you expect to see in the Hunter role, but Nate answered that for us. Ataraxia selecting the Rom. You liked the Hui into the Keranos. How do you feel about Rom matchup?
I would have expected the Hui. Really, I think that has the better matchup here, but Rama works very well too. I'd say Ataraxia is probably going to look to play a little bit safer. He could be aggressive considering he has the Terror ult, but I expect him to just farm out into that late game since Kernanos has that mid-game control.
Kabrakan, the selection right before the ban phase for Rival. Could be in the jungle or the solo. Deathwalker has had some success on the God. I believe that was one of their victories up against Luminosity, where he built the Warlock Sash after starting with Silver Breastplate. Like we talked about before the set even started, Deathwalker, always known for testing the water in terms of new builds, no matter what he's playing.
It's a very interesting style to also go into the Silver Breastplate. You're getting a lot of protections. I think it's 35 to be exact,
Yes.
200 mana, 10 MP5 for 950 gold. That's only 150 more than a starter item. So neglecting that, you're basically doing a great job still staying relevant in the laning phase, and that's a huge power spike.
Fenrir and Raw, the two bans right now between the two teams. Rival waiting on their second selection. Raw definitely one of Pretty Prime's go-tos whenever Vulcan is off the table. Could see a Thoth. We saw it from Wolfie in Game 1. Pretty Prime can play a great one as well. Odin banned away here. Why do you think we see the Odin ban? Usually that's only against teams, or you only ban away whenever you've got a lot of healing on your team.
I really can't say. I'm also kind of confused about the Fenrir ban. I'd
Sure.
say, if anything, okay, honestly, I'm confused. EU has so many different picks compared to NA. I didn't expect the Ravana first pick. I thought they'd have different priorities, maybe the Terra, but
Sure.
they're just, it's
It's a different region out there. It's
very
wild
different.
and dangerous.
We're really out here.
That's
so
right.
far in
They
day number
wildin' out.
3 in the second game, Obey versus Team Rival. But the Odin ban necessarily doesn't have to always negate the healing. There's no jumps on the side of Team Rival, just the dashes. So finding that nice cage from Obey Alliance would lock down those three gods. But the question is, where do they really put that Odin? Terra's going to be support for Obey. It's between Robin Jungle and Robin Solo. So more than likely, that would be an Odin Solo if they were to get that option.
Nemesis, the final ban there for Obey. They believe that Kabrakan is going into the solo lane for Deathwalker, but they leave open Susano and Hunbats, the two gods that have been heavily prioritized in the jungle. Instead, elect to ban away the Nemesis. A lot of control on Rival's draft. That's the first thing that's jumping off the page for me here.
You have the Fear No Evil, the Wild Hunt, and then you're going to have somebody locked in that Kabrakan wall with the Earth Shatter coming from the distance.
That's a lot of damage, a lot of lockdown, and Obey's got to find an answer for it. Waiting for their final two selections. Robin could still be in that solo lane. Maniac likes the early game pressure gods, and Robin certainly fits that bill, but the flavor of the weekend seems to be Robin in the jungle. The Morrigan likely in the mid lane here for Pretty Prime. Has played it before in that mid lane, and Xing Chen gonna round it out. Surprised to see Maniac go back for Xing Chen, because I remember hearing him talk after their energy set. He didn't feel like he had a big impact on this Guardian.
No, not at all. But the fact that we see Pretty Prime with the Morrigan is going to allow a lot of aggression here, being able to take out Hun Bats, Fear No Evil on the side of Obey Alliance. Now there's a decent amount of control from the squad out of Obey as well.
Athena gonna be the last selection there for Kalas in that support role. Vedium, what do you think?
I really like Rival's draft. I think having the Athena taunt into the Kernanos route follow-up is going to be great for baiting objective this game, and I think Rival will take this one.
Totally.
I got to give it to Rival. I like the Athena. I like the Kernanos. I'm giving it to Rival. 1-1.
Both were right game 1. Will they be right game 2? Let's throw it to the casters to find out.
Thank you very much. Analysts, you know, this Morrigan pickup, I love it from Obey Alliance, because Prime's like, you're going to take away my Vulcan. I'm going to play the one guard that lets me play Vulcan.
That's a good point, because he can still use those Vulcan ults to the backline as well from himself, and then he doesn't have the issue of being Vulcan, because he's still got stealth to escape afterwards if he needs to. The one thing I see from Rival's comp, though, that Obey are going to have to be careful of, there's not enough beads in the game to deal with the draft that Rival has here.
Goodness, yeah.
So many things that can force beads here. Kabrakan with multiple stuns and CCs, Fear No Evil, taunts. This is going to be a problem that Obey have to recognize, but the way these team fights have been going, they're not necessarily sporadic. They're all focused on just objectives. So if Obey can just play around the big AoE team fight that Rival have with all these beads burners, then they could be okay with the draft they've got here.
I think the Deathwalker solo Kabrakan is going to be the big talking point for Rival here. You know, against Luminosity yesterday, which was so hard to deal with. They dumped so many ultimates into him, they just couldn't kill him. I was talking to Barracuda earlier, and he said he's never seen a tankier Kabrakan, one that's more unkillable.
And some of that was down to the Warlock Sash at the beginning of the game. I do like the adjustment from Deathwalker here as well, because you remember yesterday where we saw him starting off with Breastplate Tier 2?
Yep.
He was looking for the extra mana. I spoke to him off air as well. He was saying it's basically like a Watcher's Vanguard combined, because it gives the mana regen you want from Watchers, the extra mana as well, but also the tankiness to be able to not be too bad in lane. But going for the Vanguard here is a better idea when you're going to be dealing with Maniac, who's going to be doing this dot damage consistently in the lane.
There's going to be that Raven jungle for Captain Twig as well. Something we've heard a lot about and seen a fair bit of this land. Just very, very strong pick, so much control, especially in the early game.
Now on that right-hand side here as we tune in with the duo lane, what you saw is the rival went aggressive, but the pings came up for the mid laners to warn them that the mid lane composition of Obey were about to rotate to right, so they couldn't go for the invade, so they've had to default to go into the wave instead, where they do have superior wave clear.
It's going to mean, though, Obey can invade the speed buff of Team Rival, and with a Raven and a Morrigan in the early game, should be fairly easy to clear. Kalas and Emilzy taking a lot of damage here, a lot of poke from these Hunters. Ataraxia slowing down that Athena, but a good route there from Vote should save him.
Game of baits though between the two teams, and that's the trick here. But the problem is that Vote got body blocked to high heaven by Emilzy, and those archers were just wiggling away on them. So he forced the meditation out earlier from Kalas than he would like to for himself, and now Vote's in a bit of a tricky position.
And it forced the beads as well, so
yep.
Double relic burn there from the duo lane of Rival, and Ataraxia, we know that he's a type of hunter that will punish a mistake like that.
But it's not hurt them too much because they've still got the wave clear advantage here, Rival, so they're going to be able to sustain back up. Watcher's Gift for Kalas is going to be an easy one to resustain, and meanwhile Kernanos will be okay for the time being. Right hand side though, we did see some more aggression.
Deathwalker taking a lot of poke here from Twig and from Maniac. Captain Twig taking a tower shot there, but he's forcing Deathwalker back to base very, very early.
Does have a teleport though, Deathwalker, so he shouldn't really miss too much experience in this lane whatsoever. It is going to be a little bit awkward now though for his next backing where he may not have the teleport available. We may see Deathwalker stay around a little bit longer than he would do normally to make sure that he can get his teleport available to come back to lane, or he's going to have to manually walk back. If Maniac can recognize that, then he can cause a few problems with him with proxy farming potentially and keep him pinned in that lane.
Well, even once he hits level 5, he is going to have a teleport online for himself, as well as that huge Whirlwind of Rage and Steel ultimate. He can teleport into a team fight, whereas Deathwalker is forced to walk from the other side of the map, and that big ultimate can burn so many beads, or even pick someone up and throw him back into an ult from pretty prime.
Who you got for this one, Husey? Who you feeling?
I think Obey's just kind of... they play the map a little bit better. I think Rival's a tremendous team, but I think they're still trying to catch up to Obey.
I can see that as well. I mean, this is funny to see that Obey have done so well for themselves this split. When you think about the fact that they had 2 roster changes after the World Championships, their solo laner and support joining this roster, and they fit in so easily that there's been the transitions actually improved them. They're winning more games against teams like Energy, who they couldn't be at the World Championships.
Well, I mean, Maniac's played with Captain Twig before, so
That's
there's
true.
not that much unfamiliarity there. And then, I mean, Emilzy's such a smart player that everyone in Europe respects him. Ataraxia taunted in there. Emilzy dashing forward, taking some damage there from Vogue, but again, he just knows his character so well. He's not afraid to do things like that.
Look at the patience out of Obey in that duo lane, though. They realize that Kalas's taunt isn't going to be maxed at this point at only level 4. He'll more than likely be going for the more damage options if potentially, and you can see that in the build right now, which means that taunt doesn't last very long. So as long as you don't get all in and you're not going to die from it, you can take a taunt and not be forced to use the beads.
Would it have been better to invest another point into the taunt, since that boat has got so much wave clear inherently in his kit?
It can be, but the problem is that now Terra's hit level 3, level 4, her wave clear goes up even more.
Deathwalker in a lot of trouble. Here comes the Defender of Olympus out, but Deathwalker's still healthy. There's the Vulcan ultimate coming over the wall from Wolfie. Who's it going to hit? It's going to hit Prime, but Deathwalker still in trouble. He still picks up First Blood onto Prime. Wolfie picks up Twig. Rival turn is around. Deathwalker is still alive.
Beautiful play coming out there from Team Rival to turn that on its head. Ice Ice Baby's Fear No Evil was on the right mark to stop Obey from really making anything happen there. You saw Prime on the Morrigan turning towards the Humbats, but he still couldn't survive the fight. Rival focused him down first as well, recognizing that it's an opportunity to pick him up here. And I like the idea that came out from Obey there, but they're going to get heavily punished for this now, with also the fight going the way of Rival, as well as these buffs stolen.
A beautiful Vulcan ult as well there from Wolfie, hitting 3 targets over the wall from pretty much maximum distance.
Yeah, and that was just a big old ultimate that comes to the rescue once again. Vulcan, like we said in game 1, Wolfie and Pretty Prime are probably the 2 best Vulcan players in Europe, and we get to see them both play it in this set, which is fantastic.
Now we're seeing Rival for pretty much the first time with a little bit of an advantage in terms of gold and experience. We have to see what they can do with this lead, where they can punish Obey the way that Obey punished them with even just a small lead last game.
Yeah, the question is now, is it going to be all around the Gold Fury once again? Because the objectives is where it's really the fight is over right now. That engagement on the right-hand side was all focused around the speed and blue invades coming out from Obey, looking to pressure and look to try and get an advantage on that right-hand side of the map, which got turned on its head.
What I love as well from Team Rival is that they took away the blue buff from Maniac. He does have a mana chalice, so it's not the worst thing in the world for him, but Jingten, a very mana-dependent solo laner.
Definitely, but the chalice will just keep him top. That's all the chalice is really good for over in the solo lane. Does come in handy a lot of times when you know you're going to lose the blue buff, or there's a high chance you'll lose the blue buff consistently. Get a chalice, make sure you don't have to worry so much and be too upset. You are going to get behind in levels, though, if it continues to happen, but it doesn't mean that you have to continuously have to recall back to base to resustain.
What I liked there from Rival was that it was a big counter engagement from them. Obey were the one that initiated that fight, went all in with a Terra's Blessing. Defender of Olympus came out from Kalas, though, to save the life of Deathwalker, and that was so huge. The damage mitigation you get from that ultimate definitely saved the life of the Kabrakan.
And this time round, I expect to see Kalas maybe have a bit more of an impact in this game than he did the last set. You saw that he was playing the Capri, he had to just sit back, look for the ultimates, but there wasn't many for him to really do because he was CC'd down, so he couldn't get that Capri revive off and available for his team. This time round, though, Kalas playing this Athena means he could be anywhere on the map and join a team fight and make an impact.
And that's what I think Rival really need to have, because they were caught out so many times, 4v5 or 3v5 last time, with their support being able to be pretty much anywhere is going to be huge. And I love Deathwalker on this Kabrakan as well, because with his one, he'll just press the W key, sprint right at the face of the backline, which is something Rival couldn't do last game, and what Obey did to them.
Going back towards the mid lane as well, when you have a look at Wolfie, who's playing the Vulcan here, we mentioned that once again, they both play the Vulcan, but their build choices are completely different between the two. We saw Prime go for Doom-Mob last game. This one, it looks like Spirit Desolation is the focus coming out from Wolfie as they're looking for the pick on Ataraxia. They do force his ultimate there.
They force his ultimate, they force his beads, and they force the Terra's Blessing as well. But Vote's in a little bit of trouble now, stunned out by Emilzy. Where's the follow-up damage to Obey? Good taunt there from Kalas to taunt in 2. Ataraxia can't even get close to Vote. He's already used his snipes as well, so Vote's going to be able to walk away.
So the collapse onto Ataraxia there was very good out of Rival. They got the ability, they got the ultimate out, and they also got the beads down. But the difference is when they decided to disengage there, Rival were a little bit split. Vote went to the left of the Gold Fury, everybody else went through the Gold Fury path. You get split from your team like that, that's when teams will eye in on you and see red like a bull in a china shop and be after you every single time.
Kalas dashing in, does get the taunt onto Captain Twiggy, forces overhead kick. There's the Mystic Rush as well. A lot of damage coming out now. Excellent. Double Hunbatzel. No one can do anything. Wolfie in a lot of trouble. Defender of Olympus coming out, but Maniac says not today. There's the spin to win, and now Kalas is in some trouble, but Deathwalker's here, and he's dealing damage.
Ice Baby, meanwhile, is just trying to take the speed buff, but Captain Twig knew about it. They do steal away the speed after losing Wolfie from the mid lane here. Deathwalker's still under pressure thanks to the CC chain of Emilzy, and in comes Ataraxia as well.
Oh my goodness, so much damage out of that Kabrakan though. Kalas picks up the kill, but Ataraxia's going to clean up the Guardian. Ice Baby in a little bit of trouble here, stuck in Obey's jungle, and they're going to chase him down here. Ataraxia, if he could find the right path, might be able to find this Hunbatz.
Vote is just trying to buy time here and give an exit for Ice Baby. And it looks like Obey just want to fall back. They don't want to continue to fight there. They were worried about the rotation out of Kurdanos. The ultimate was available for Vote there to try and influence that fight and maybe turn it on his head. So Obey, don't go overly aggressive for Ice there. They'll just take the win and fall back.
So we're seeing Captain Twig pick up this Watcher's Gift yet again yesterday in their set against Energy. That was something he really prioritized on his jungles.
Does give you protections. Like this, these are the upsides of this. You're going to be around the mid lane farm a lot of the time. More than likely, you might see your mid laner wanting to stack up items like Warlock Slash, Book of Thoth, Doom-Mob. So you're not going to be wanting to take the last hits anyway. But getting the assist means that you're going to get a heal with the mana and health that you get. Watcher's Gift is amazing for that. But not only that, you're also going to be able to stay in a little bit longer and also get bonus gold for having a Watcher's Gift. So it means your gold income is technically going to be higher, but is it worthwhile to invest 800 gold into it is the real question a lot of people are asking for that stage of the game.
It's similar to the argument with Boomba's Mask on a mid laner. The difference is Boomba's is only 500, as he said.
Yep.
Watch's is 800, but I guess it means for Twig, whenever he's around a jungle camp, he's going to get healed no matter if he's the one killing it or if it's the rest of his team killing it.
Exactly, and bonus gold when he doesn't kill it as well. Take that into account. That bonus gold does add up, and trying to equal things out a little bit with this Watcher's Gift. It's not going to be completely cost efficient, but it's giving enough protections and things. This Gold Fury though from Rival, cheeky.
Terra's Blessing comes out. There's the ultimate. Rival, get it. Captain Twig doesn't take any damage there thanks to his overhead kick. Ice Baby in a lot of trouble, but he flips out. Ataraxia though is perfect with the snipes.
And now Wolfie and Kalas both have to get away, but Emilzy's not giving up just yet with Twig in tow. They do want to continue to pressure, but however, you saw mid lane Pretty Prime is still sat there trying to pressure that, so they're not going to be able to find any more in terms of kills, but they will get a purple buff as well. So in the end, it is in Rival's favor with them getting a Gold Fury. 1, and a purple buff for the Gold Fury. I'll take that.
Yeah, it's a nice play there. Get themselves a nice little spike in gold. You can see it reflected there on the grass. And this is what it looked like last game for Obey. Deathwalker tossed back there. Defender of Olympus coming out. Maniac might have overcommitted here. A lot of damage. He's walled in. No escape for this Jing-10, but Pretty Prime is here, and he's looking to stun out Deathwalker. Can he find him, or is Deathwalker going to be the one that's able to get away? So much damage, and the walls from Emilsley are good as well, just to trap him in. A 1-for-1 trade there.
The dual aim from Obey is playing fantastic right now, and Millsy's making such an impact in these fights, and no one's really looking at it, but these walls just keep being the perfect setup every single time when you think there's a chance for Rival to get away from a fight, and Millsy's there with the root like that, all the walls that follow happen afterwards.
Looking back towards his mid laner builds, pretty similar between the two. Prime does have a Boomber's Mask online, the only difference, but otherwise their items are even across the board, and that's not so great for Wolfie.
No, it's not necessarily the best thing in the world for Wolfie to be even right now. Obviously, Pretty Prime has that level lead as well. The bigger and stronger Prime gets in this mid lane, though, the more important and more useful he can be in these team fights when he switches into other characters. It doesn't matter about what abilities that Rival have leveled on their gods. It's all about how big Obey is and how many of his abilities overall have been leveled to max to make an impact.
Portal Demon looking like it started up here by Team Rival. Captain Twig and Maniac are in the areas where Kalas actually going to pick up a kill onto Twig. The Fire Giant was proc there as well, so Kalas going to get knocked up, but still a nice little pick off there for Team Rival.
Yeah, surprised Twig got caught out there. Obviously, we didn't get to catch it, unfortunately, but it's surprising to see him just fall down there. More than likely, it's Vulcan ult down, Fear No Evil down, so I can guess what happened there.
Yeah. Yep. Poor Captain Twig. 0-3 in this game, actually. Very surprising to see on what you normally expect to be a pretty safe jungle pick.
And I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing Athena here, okay? Because Rival seem to have a way to deal with Rav, and I think it's going to be the Athena, because if you've noticed Callus a couple of times here, he waits, he dashes onto Krebs and Twig, he tries to force the overhead kick, and when the overhead kick is used, that's where the taunt comes in, and it confirms a lot of damage from Rival. So what you're going to have to see from Twig now is he's going to have to play the mind games too of not using his overhead kick and just hope that he doesn't get taunted immediately so he can use the overhead kick to escape later on.
Even if he's taunted and uses the overhead kick to escape the taunt, there's still so much CC available on the side of Rival anyway, so Kalas, even if he catches him with the taunt or not, it's a win-win situation.
And that's what we said at the start of the game, Husey, right? It's all about how many beads burners that Rival have and how Obey can play around that. Rival are always going to be looking to group up with 2 or 3 members to make sure there's multiple people that are going to be trying to force those beads every time. And the moment your beads are on cooldown, it means they can go even more aggressive in the next rotation.
This big start from Deathwalker has meant he's already able to get online a Warlock Sash. 18 stacks on that as well. Like we said in the set against Luminosity when they had this Warlock Sash Kabrakan, bit of a ticking time bomb.
Oh, definitely. And he's going to cause so many problems in the team fights because you don't necessarily want to focus the Kabrakan, but sometimes you do, especially when he's really swinging for the fences heavily with the extra damage he's going to have from that.
I mean, he's already been causing problems in team fights. In Blink's Ice Ice Baby. There's the Fear No Evil. Twig in a lot of trouble from downtown. Wolfie hits the shot.
And now Prime's having to run for his life too, but look at the focus onto this Robin. Hey, you want to play Robin jungle? We got you. We're just going to focus you over and over again. Twig's going to have to be very aware that they're after him now as Callus taunts Emilzy.
Knocked up there by Wolfie. Backfire as well is going to do a lot of damage here to this Terror. Forces out the Monolith and the heal. Here's Deathwalker. Hello, Pretty Prime. You're my target. In goes the walls, but Prime turns into Hornbards. Forcing away with a Fear No Evil. Defender of Olympus comes out as well, just to save Deathwalker. So a little bit of a win there for Obey, forcing out that big ultimate, but Prime burnt his one as well.
Yeah, not really.
Longest cooldown in the game.
Not really a big win there for Obey at all, because look at the left-hand side as this has gone on. Because Ataraxia rotated to this fight, it's giving Vote Freeform, it's giving Rival a tower as well, and it's going to continue to allow them to extend their gold lead.
So I said at the start of this when I thought Obey had it because Rival's still trying to catch up. I think Rival's caught up.
Change your mind now?
Yep.
I think definitely the beads burners is the one thing that comes to mind in this game so far. But I love the way Rival have been playing this one too. The focus onto Twig, the one guy that has a better version of beads in one way because it doesn't have as long of a cooldown in the overhead kick. Focus him, take him out of the fight, and you don't have to worry about him anymore.
Is that going to be a Soul Reaver for Wolfie, or is that going to be a Book of Todd? Actually, Twig forces the Mystic Rush, but still, that could be a Soul Reaver from Wolfie, and that could be a lot of trouble for Twig.
Now, the Soul Reaver does help out deal a consistent amount of damage to the front line. It's the extra burst that can help bring down a target. When you actually look at the draft Rival have here, the major burst they're going to be using is on Wolfie, and then they're going to have Kabrakan with that on top. Beads burnt latter actually in mid again. And like we said, just keep an eye on those beads timers, because pretty much I'm expecting to see them all on cooldown consistently. Right now, Pretty Prime's doing okay. We'll see when those beads get burnt.
Athena seems to be the sneaky Guardian pick of this land. You know, Athena generally falls out of favor when people learn how to play against her. She stays out for a while, then she comes back in, people like, how do I play against Athena again? Because she can just do so much. As we see the Gold Fury, the second one of the game, formed to Team Rival. Portal Demon, though, in response from Obey. Deathwalker's trying to get in here to have something to say. There's the dishwasher from Maniac, but the Portal Demon still procced, and it looks like Obey's going to get it.
Oh,
No, it's
Rival!
going to be Rival. Ice Ice Baby picks up Ataraxia. Maniac in a lot of trouble here in Dash's Vote. Vote gets the kill, and look at Emilzy trying to fight a monkey, but you're in his jungle now, baby.
Well, I tell you something, Hughesy. Game 1, it felt like picks and bans. It was all Obey that came out on top. Game 2, Rivals, picks and bans have shown through in this game. They've managed to draft the right team comp to deal with what Obey sent their way. It put them in an awkward position because Pretty Prime going on the Morrigan. Yeah, he's got it in his God pool, but there wasn't many other options for him in the mid lane to deal with the amount of beads burners they've got. The one thing you can look for with the Morrigan is the extra escapability with that stealth to your name, but it's still not enough to keep Obey in this one right now. Rival have a huge lead at this moment.
Look at those graphs. That is a cliff that Obey have just plunged off, and waiting at the bottom is a very tanky and a very powerful Kabrakan. Deathwalker doing huge amounts of work there around that Portal Demon, just completely splitting Obey's focus.
And that fight around the Portal Demons, we see the Fire Giant started up here by Rival. That whole Portal Demon fight, Deathwalker was stood in the ward. Obey knew he was there, and Obey felt that they could deal with him at the same time as burst it down. That's why you saw Jing Ten come in for Maniac to try and CC chain Deathwalker, keep him busy. The problem was, we were only 15 minutes in, and that Hunter and mid laner did not have the damage output to bring it down in time.
Fire Giant there taken by Rival. Let's listen in as they try and take this tier 2 tower.
They're just going for me.
Careful, careful, careful.
I'm gonna back. Okay. Nice.
No, I got it, I got it, Aegis.
Nice shot, nice shot.
I
can push that though.
By the way.
We can get this Phoenix.
Push
get this
Phoenix, and then we can go mid, guys. Push
Yeah,
Phoenix and mid.
go mid.
Go mid.
We can kill anyone, really.
Yeah, I'll just then. I got you. Oh
Tower,
my
Phoenix,
God.
Phoenix.
We can have.
Phoenix first.
We can't.
No, let's push, let's back off.
Get right tower,
push
right tower, and then back.
off.
Right tower, back.
Gate
Right tower, back.
Okay.
Right tower, back off.
They thought the last game was one-sided.
Yeah, they thought last game was one-sided.
Fuck it, you know what, bro?
I
don't know, dude.
Nice job, guys.
Rival very, very confident in themselves and their abilities there, but a smart call there not to really push in for the end. Just grab everything they can. 2 Phoenixes and a right-hand side tier 2 tower, and look at that lead. 15,000 experience, 14,000 gold.
So what the European teams have shown us here in this set, Hughesy, is that you do not give Kernanos and Vulcan to the same team.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens in game 3. Will they both get banned? Maybe they'll split the difference and one gets Kern and one gets Vulcan, and we'll find out which one really is the true OP one.
It really seems like these games are being decided in picks and bans. Like, it just seems like this game, Team Rival, they adjusted really well from the last game.
Yep.
They knew what they did wrong. They knew what they let through. They thought, okay, the Kebri pick, it's not really working out for us. Athena's a little bit better. And also, let's take away Vulcan from Pretty Prime.
Yeah, I mean, take it away from Pretty Prime, give it to Wolfie. That Vulcan needs banning, I feel. And at the same time, Kernanos is looking that way because both the 2 Hunters here today have had a great performance out of him so far. Game 1, Ataraxia went off and got most of the kills. And in Game 2, Vote's doing very comfortable now. Top player damage as well, 3-0 and 3. Core build online, creating a lot of problems now for Obey to defend their final Phoenix.
That's crazy that Vulcan is really becoming the top pick of this land. Left-hand side, Phoenix is going to get started up. Terror's Blessing plop by Obey. They're in a 5-on-3 situation. Ice Ice Baby is around the corner. Deathwalker, though, happy to be in the midst of everything here as Captain Twink's taking a lot of damage. Wolfie, can he find a target? He can't. There's the Fear No Evil. Maniac in a lot of trouble. Spin to win, tosses in 2 to the Phoenix. Now he's forced to jump away. Wild Hunt, you're a dead little piggy there, Maniac. And Mealsy in a lot of trouble, but it's Twig that falls down first.
Next up on the list is a 2-man taunt into the bramble bush, and Deathwalker comes through. The ground and pound is on, and another member falls down the way. Vote picks up Prime, and they don't care about that Phoenix no more, Hughesy. You know why?
Titan's their target.
Titan's the target.
Emilzy's sitting in the fountain, taunted out their rival. A little bit of BM here. They're going to be careful they don't throw. Emilzy actually picks up a kill, but the Titan's pretty much dead there. A nice little return kill at the end there for Emilzy. A little bit of cockiness from Rival, but still a pretty clean game overall.
Definitely. Credit where it's due, though, to actually what happened with Pretty Prime at the end of that engagement. You saw him turn in the last second to Kernanos, immediately throw out the Wild Hunt, and then dash away from the damage and survive, but died in the fountain anyway. So the question is picks and bans, because both these teams, we're about to talk about it, because when you actually look at these 2 squads on paper, they're both objective focused. Their shot calling and communication is very, very strong. If you get a small lead for themselves, they're able to continue to roll that into more and more of a lead. So what they've got to continue to do here is focus on the picks and bans and work out, okay, we need to focus on objectives early, and you can't give away Vulcan and Kurnanos to a team right now, quite clearly between these two. I think they'll either split up or they'll both get banned.
We thought after game 1, Obey,
Could have been a 3-0. Yeah.
looking like they were going to 3-0 Rival. Then we saw in this game, Rival do the exact same thing to Obey. Only difference there, I feel like, was picks and bans. Myself personally, Analysts, what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Hughes and Hindu. Game 2 goes Rival's way pretty handily, guys. And like they said, it's the exact same story from Game 1, where they're floating even, and then one team just drops the other in one quick fight. Let's take a look at the post-game stats. This game was very close for a long time, and then all of a sudden, it was just over.
It was the Vulcan ultimates from Wolfie. That counter gank on the solo lane, Deathwalker just did not die. It was too much pressure from Obey Alliance, but Rival were doing a great job handling it.
And there was just a great objective control. Game 1, it was Obey who was controlling the objectives. Game 2, that kind of just precipice that Obey fell off of was all because Rival get the Gold Fury and then seal away that Portal Demon Vedium.
Yeah, for sure. The Portal Demon being able to... They snuck the Gold Fury.
Yes.
And you can't let them do that. You should know by now that that's like Rival's trademark thing, and you need to keep wards up there for sure. And then after that, the Portal Demon fight, where Obey started Portal Demon after giving up gold, and then they lost the fight. And like they wanted to start that. They started the Portal Demon, got it stolen away, and lost a fight on top of that.
It was the worst. You get two bad news at one time. No good news there for Obey. Let's take a look at that early kill that you were talking about, though, Toli. That counter gank in that solo lane where Deathwalker was the focus. Kalas comes crashing down with that Defender of Olympus, and this is kind of what started it off. Wolfie had a beautiful ultimate here coming in late.
Absolutely, and the Hunbat's ultimate, making sure that it was going to be keeping people into place here, finding out two people for an easy kills. First, Pretty Prime takes the spill, and then Wolfie cleaning up Twig, and Twig did not have the best game in the world playing this Robin.
No, he did not. Robin jungle, excellent from ahead, can do it all, the gank potential, the objective control, whatever, he can do it. But when behind, that's just kind of what happens to him. You just kind of get to do whatever you want in his jungle because he's too far behind.
Yeah, especially when he's going mostly damage as opposed to protections on Nirvana.
And the Watcher's Gift, you know, that works when you're getting good farm, but when you're getting farm stolen away from you, that just ends up as being 800 gold that you basically threw away for, what, 100 health in the little protection that Watcher's gives you.
The whole theory behind Watcher's Gift on the jungler is trying to stay in the laning phase as long as possible, make sure that your mid person is going to be able to clear the way for you, so you get the sustain back from the wave every single time. You get some regen as well, so it's not the worst item in the world, but when you're that far behind and team fights keep on happening, things were not looking north for Captain Twig.
And look at the time where Obey started to lose that. During that Gold Fury Portal Demon thing, it was... Robin was sitting on heavy mace. And if he doesn't spend that 800 gold, you can make the argument that maybe he finishes off Jotun's Wrath, and the Jotun's Wrath with the CDR, extra power, and pen is enough to turn that fight, because it could have been, it was a fairly close fight. It just kind of waterfalled in favor of Rival. Either way, Obey is going to have to make some adjustments. You heard the caster say that this picks and ban phase is going to be the deciding factor for Game 3. Certainly has been for the first two games of the set, and Obey deciding to stick in that second pick position.
And this set currently being tied 1-1. We saw it earlier on where the first game Obey was just absolutely manhandling Rival, but second game Rival, they're no slouches, making sure they made the necessary adjustments between Season 3 and Season 4, and they've certainly come to play. Their objective control has just improved so much over these months.
Same bans thus far, Osiris and Fafnir. Rival realizing that Osiris for Maniac just a little bit too much to deal with. Kalas doesn't really care what they ban, but I think he really does. Vulcan is going to be that ban. So these players seem to agree with what the casters were saying. Vulcan seems to be a priority pick, at least in this matchup.
Yeah, it seems Rival has first picks in mind that don't include Vulcan, and Obey will easily be able to pick that up, assuming that Rival doesn't first pick it. So a great ban. Also, the Osiris ban works out really well because Maniac loves to win lane. The Athena ban, I'm not sure it did too much last game, but it's a good throwaway ban, assuming like Kalas wants to play it again.
Right, and this leaves open Kurnanos, this leaves open Terra, Chunga, Kabrakan,
Ravana.
Yeah, Robin. There's a lot. Rival has been playing the Robin a little bit. They played it a little bit earlier on. this weekend. That was first pick by Obey in game 1, but it's going to be the Kernanos here for Vote. And with how much success this hunter has seen, I can't say I blame this pick.
No, not at all. Vote did a great job at it in game number 2, Ataraxia in game number 1. This is a highly contested pick. Vote's going to see what he's able to do with it for the second time in a row heading into this very important game number 3.
Terra, the quick selection for Obey. I think everyone could have expected that with Emilzy. But Serket was banned away, I believe, both of the first 2 sets. In fact, she was both by Obey and Rival, this time left open, and it's going to be Captain Twig taking the assassin into the jungle.
I wouldn't be surprised if Rival countered the Serket with an early Capri before the secondary ban phase. Either that or another defensive support. You're looking at potentially Geb or Sylvanas.
I think the Kepri would be a really strong pick here. You mentioned that that really stands out to you for Kalas Vedium with that pick. This could work very well against the Serket.
As much as the Kepriel might be useful to help mitigate Serket's ability to dive the backline and look for picks, I think it'd be very scary being Kalas, like having the ability that Captain Twig would have as Serket to pick him on cooldown.
Sure.
That's what I know. That's Rival's strategy mainly. They go for picks mainly. That's like they look for sneaky gold furies and picks, and they love the Serket for that. But I'd be scared as Kalas against them.
And not only that, you're looking at the Terra's Blessing combination with the Serket initiating. That 40% cooldown reduction is going to allow Serket to ambush on in, use her ultimate, and get that huge CDR and use it again as the relics are still going to be on cooldown for Rival.
Kabrakan locked in for Rival. Could go to the jungle, but it's been Deathwalker every time we've seen Rival pick it. And like we saw from that first replay from game 2, definitely has the wherewithal to play that in the solo lane. Poseidon here for Wolfie, mainly looking for the cripple against her Serket, I imagine, Vedium?
Yeah, although it would be hard to confirm most of the time considering how slippery a Serket would be.
Also against the Terra, though. The Terra's combinations would be completely hindered if caught under the cripple. You can't be able to dash through one of those monoliths. You're not going to be able to get the damage over time effect or the second dash.
Yeah, especially if you catch Terra without her passive online where she can't be knocked up. Getting that Kraken onto her would be huge early game while she doesn't have a lot of protection.
Interesting. The Morrigan early on here for Obey, and Obey seem to pick this whenever they have a specific combination in mind, whether it be game 2 there where they're trying to steal Fear No Evil away from Ice Ice Baby. This one, I wonder if they're looking to double Serket ult someone, trying to get as much just absolute true damage that isn't getting peeled away as possible onto a priority target.
Or even maybe double Terra's Blessing after one of them fades away. That could be another option to just help Obey Alliance really accelerate these team fights.
We still haven't seen, I think, the pinnacle of Morrigan play yet. And that's what's really exciting is you think about things like double Terra ult, double Serket ult, and you're like, yeah, that is so crazy.
Double Medusa ults that we even saw earlier on. Which way do you really turn? You're guaranteed to get petrified out of one angle.
That was one of the funnier aspects of that one. The one I'm still waiting for, double Giannis ult.
That would be too much. I think Obey picks the Morrigan here because I think if Rival picks Hunbats, then it's great for Obey. They already have the Terra ult, which means picking Morrigan is already good, but if Rival picks Hunbats, it's even better.
And Terra against Hunbats has some good applications. If you use that Terra's Blessing before Fear No Evil goes off, those little ticks from Fear No Evil basically guarantee that big burst heal from Terra's Blessing. Ares and Raven Obey's 2 bans here, and Medusa and Bologna, it's Team Rival banning away the Bologna. That tells me without a doubt that Kabrakan's going to the solo lane.
Absolutely. Considering that, like you mentioned, Kabrakan's already locked in, Obey Alliance having the next pick means that you're wanting to get rid of some of the options away from Maniac. However, Obey Alliance having the last pick means that they're going to potentially see that counter matchup in the solo lane unless he's electing to run the Terra in the solo lane, something that he hasn't really done too often, but I wouldn't surprise me knowing Obey Alliance is very flexible.
But I think no matter what, that should help Maniac people to get pressured. Having the counter pick should almost always mean that you get the better end of that matchup.
Rom again for Ataraxia. Wasn't too successful in the later stages of the game, but was pretty accurate with the snipes. Picked up a couple kills there, specifically on Ice Ice Baby. It is going to be a defensive Guardian, but not the Kepri, Geb, and Hun Bats. Similar draft here from Rival. to their Game 2 success. Obey waiting for what is likely to be their solo pick. Maniac has played a couple Guardians, and they've lost both games that he's played it. I expect this is going to be a Warrior, Tolly.
More than likely it should be. Hercules is still available. You have a lot of control with that pull-push combination. Terra's going to be able to root, stun. You're looking for more of these controls because you have the damage between the Rom, Morgan, and Circuit. You just need more of that frontline presence that's able to control a lot of space.
Erlang Shen could also be a potential pick here. We saw Deathwalker pull that out in Game 1, though didn't find a whole lot of success in that area. You're right, Obey lacking a little bit of CC, but it is going to be a Guardian. Sobek here. You like this pick, Vedium?
Yeah, I think it's great for Maniac. I'm not sure how its matchup is against the Cabrakan and solo, but I know for a fact Sobek's a very safe pick. I'm really interested to see how the Morrigan plays out, because the early game Krakens, where he transformed into Poseidon and then would Kraken somebody on Rival, I think the members of Rival are going to have to pick up Aegis, because if they go Beads, then they're very vulnerable for that.
Well, who do you like in this game? You already like the draft. Who do you like?
I'm going to say Obey.
I got to split it this time with Vedium. I'm going to go Rival.
Someone's going to be wrong. The analysts, these guys were on point the first 2 games, but one of them is going to take their first L. Casters, tell us who's going to win Game 3.
Well, technically, Vedium already took 2 Ls, so this will be his 3rd one.
True.
You can hear the crackles. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. I had to, though. It was open for me.
You've not even casted that much with me yet, and you're doing that? That's rude.
Yeah, I've learned. You taught me.
That's rude. I guess I did a little bit.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Good job on calling yourself a monkey. That's a great start.
I mean, I've learned from Dig with that one.
Now, this game is very important for me in terms of what Callus plays, because Callus is now on Geb. He's been focused out a lot in the drafting phase. Fafnir, Athena, Ares bands all focused towards him. Not a massive amount of Geb played this season.
Yep.
Is a relatively safe god to be able to play, but the problem is that I expect Obey may try and punish him for having this pick now of maybe focus the Geb a little bit early game, put him behind maybe. We'll see.
I really like the strategy from Obey trying to ban out Kalas, because during the regular SPL split, he basically played Fafnir and he played Kepri.
But the split isn't that long as well, so it's not. You could look at it and go, okay, he's not played it much, so how good is he on it? But to be fair, every good support player at this level should have a Geb in the pocket for situations like this.
I love the Stone Shield on Geb. It's so impactful, and if Kalas can get a couple of good ones of those down, when Captain Twig's looking to ult someone, when Pretty Prime transforms, Maniac looks to pluck, it'll be very, very effective. I love it for keeping Wolfie safe, especially because Wolfie this game's going to play a little bit more close to the front line, being a Poseidon rather than the Vulcan we saw last game.
We're looking a little bit closer at the mid lane as well. Pretty Prime played this Morrigan again, started off with the Aegis this time round. And Prime's going to have to be very careful, because if Ice Ice Baby recognizes that, the Fear No Evils will be coming his way time and time again. It'll cause a lot of problems for Prime to be able to escape, because that stealth will be broken due to the Fear No Evil as well, even if he catches him coming.
We saw a lot of action in the Joy lane at the start last game, and Emilzy forced out a lot from the side of Rival. Have to see if we see that again. A lot of intermittent wave dancing around here from both Rival and Obey, but again, Ice Ice Baby taking a lot of poke here at the start, and Obey getting the superior push and invading the speed buff.
Really good start for them over on the right-hand side and the left-hand side as well, because you can see Ataraxia and Emilzy got the push power in that lane. It was relatively even with Terra level 1 and Geb level 1. Both of them have really simplistic wave clear to an extent, so that just leaves the Rama versus the Kurnanos.
I love the counter invade here coming out of Rival, but they just hit level 2. I was going to say, there was still level 1, could be very dangerous. Prime's in a little bit of trouble. Twig is around though. Wolfie needs to be careful. Just burnt very early on here from the Poseidon. Good knockback. Twig still looking to try and find something here, but Ice Ice Baby does a nice amount of damage.
Look at that somersault that Ice Ice Baby did at the end there. It may have looked really awkward, but what he was doing, he was looking for the slow to make sure that Captain Twig on that circuit with the speed buff couldn't catch up and pick off Wolfie. Very good play out of Ice Ice Baby, even though it goes underlooked.
Wolfie throwing down that Whirlpool defensively. Invade here from the side of Rival in response to Obey Alliance. It looks like the Brahma Blast from Vote's going to be able to secure it, but Ataraxia actually dashed in. Kalas in a lot of trouble here. He's in the enemy jungle, forced to burn that meditation, but here comes Prime, and Vote says, well,
rest in peace.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Funny enough, I was a little bit worried that Melzy was going to try and steal that one away with a dash there. I'm glad they gave it over to Pretty Prime in the mid lane, get him some items online earlier on, get his mobility up. We mentioned that he's only got Aegis at the start of this game, which means he's going to have to be careful of the Fear No Evils. They do secure that red buff of their own as well, which is very important to make sure there was no experience gain there for Callus to make sure he could potentially have his rollout to get away. Double
Guardians here in the solo lanes. A Cabrakan for Deathwalker, Sobek for Maniac.
So goal. That lane is so dull. Just to sit and watch. The one thing that is good about the Sobek pick, though, is like you were saying off air, the knock-up does interrupt the tremors as well. But wave clear advantage is ever so slightly in Deathwalker's favor in the early game. It'll even out as this game goes on, though. Both of them going to be very hard to pick up. There is one benefit, though, that there is a circuit on the side of Obey with Captain Twig playing that. True damage does come into play.
Deathwalker invested early here into a Chalice, I believe. No, actually, no, he doesn't have that one. Maybe it's... Okay, he didn't have... No, it's...
So you were talking about Maniac, that's right.
I'm getting these teams mixed around, man.
It's okay. They're going to be switching up all day between the two. They're all Europeans, too, so they're the same, right?
Yeah.
Just like all Aussies are bad at Smite.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It's all right. Casters, though, another story.
I don't know. We'll see.
What do you...
You see, you don't fire shots at other people. Have you learned that yet? I'm the one that fires shots. If you fire shots at other people...
I didn't fire shots at you. I fired shots at Vedium.
I protect everyone. What you don't seem to understand is that if somebody fires shots, I will defend the person getting fired shots at.
You haven't protected me. You fired shots at me yesterday.
I'm supposed to. You're part of the Commonwealth. Accept it. You're used to it. God save the Queen. Say it. Stand up and say it 5 times. Go on.
No.
Do it.
No.
The Queen will find out.
That's fine.
You know she will.
That's fine.
Oh, you've just ruined things for Australia. We're going to bomb you tomorrow.
I mean, you or North Korea. Pick one.
Oh, choices. This is the sort of game we're going to expect, though, where we're going to have a lot of downtime where it's going to be focused on farming. It's a very chess match game. This is one of the classic European things that we've seen for quite a while, where it becomes a chess match, and that chess match is all who can be in the right position at the right time, who plays the map better on making sure they get the contestable objectives and finding those windows to invade and steal away. So far, it's all Obey at the moment.
And it's huge because Kalas not even level 5 yet, so the Cataclysm is not online. Huge deficit between the supports. The Emil's already level 6.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I said. Callus is going to have to have a very important game here for Team Rival because he's going to get focused early on if they can find it, especially with stuns like Prime was looking for in the mid lane there as well. Ends up finding Wolfie instead. She was a little bit late from Callus, actually. I think he was a bit surprised by that. He's going to be on his game today. Paul Callus is the one guy that I'm looking at where there's like problems. There's problems in the jungle.
Ice Baby getting chased down by Twig. Terra's Blessing burnt by Emilzy as well. Baby in a lot of trouble here. Twig looking to find the kill. Here's Wolfie and Kalas. Good Cataclysm will save him for now, but Pretty Prime, he's trapped. 2 Circuit ults come out, the Kraken as well. Ice Baby still somehow alive here, but not for long.
Prime does finally get the kill with the Circuit pickup, and the second Circuit is there as well, which is Captain Twig. Prime with a double kill, the Morrigan. One of the first times we've really seen it get utilized by Prime well. I actually think Prime is one of those guys that is going to show you that Morrigan could be the most OP thing Smite has released.
Kalas getting the knock up there, just barely saving his life, but that's got to be tilting. I'm going to use that word here because double Circuit ult. How are you supposed to survive that?
You're not. That's the key. You saw what Ice did. He did everything perfectly. He got a shield out from Callus there, which absorbs some of the damage and the all-in potential. Then he followed that up with his own Aegis. Sorry, he didn't have Aegis at all. He did actually absorb some of that damage thanks to just being able to get away from him, but it wasn't enough to keep him alive at the end, and they still managed to all-in and find the kill.
And now Prime's up 3-0. All 3 kills for Obey going towards him, and you're saying how important it is to give this mid lane farm early, get that Morrigan to a stage where, you know, even though she's transforming maybe into Wolfie, who's a little bit behind, he's going to have the items online to make that Kraken really effective.
And Obey are one of these teams that should recognize now that Prime is fed in this mid lane, he's got 3 kills and a 2-level lead already. They have to protect the Morrigan. That's the game plan now because Rival will have a target on his back this whole time going, Morrigan's the issue, we have to shut her down. But if you do that, you've got Circuit who's going to be dancing around causing you problems. You're also going to have Rama free firing from the backline. And then you've got fantastic peel with the likes of the Terror and the Sobek to protect the Pretty Prime even more on that Morrigan.
Mid lane push going in favor still of Obey Alliance. They've got themselves about a 2,000 gold lead here as well, and experience across the board seems to be very much in their advantage. Deathwalker, I think for me, still has the potential to bring this game back for Rival. Kraken, especially if he gets that Warlock stash online like he has been the last few games, can be absolutely devastating and be so hard for Obey to kill.
Now, Rival, what they need to be looking at doing is going back and getting some sentry wards for themselves now, because this Gold Fury is definitely a threat from Obey now. With how the last couple of engagements are going, the lead that Prime has in the mid lane is going to allow Obey to maybe hit the gas pedal and look towards this Gold Fury, especially with the Oracle being on cooldown now and the ward placements are very important around it. That's why you can see there's 2 sentries in the inventory of Obey right now, and 2 that have just come through thanks to Wolfie going back as well.
Yeah, the Oracle Harpies, the Gold Fury, those sites basically with a make and break last game and in the first game as well. And this is really the EU playstyle, is these objectives, these neutral camp objectives, controlling them and getting yourself that bonus farm essentially, because, you know, your buffs or the enemy buffs, you could trade them back and forth fine, but these neutral camps, there's no trading there. Either you get them or the enemy does.
Well, no one's going to get the speed buff other than Obey on the right-hand side, so that is stripped away from Rival as well. But Rival are looking to initiate the Goal Fury, knowing the rotation was coming. Terra has popped the ultimate early, Callus has popped the Cataclysm early as well, and the rotation from Obey is on.
Here comes Ataraxia, and this guy looking for the snipes. He's trying to find Captain Twig. No, he's not. He's on his team, but he's trying to find Kalas. And now Rival, they're turning this team fight on its head. Kalas finally falls down to Ataraxia, and in jumps out jumps Ice Ice Baby. And how did Rival win that fight?
Vote was amazing in that fight. The Kurno's play was fantastic from him to get a big Wild Hunt off on the engagement from Obey. It slowed down that front line of Twig and Prime trying to go in and go for the kill. Obey, though, managed to disengage well enough, and that's just going to force a reset for the time being. Neither team's going to feel strong enough to go for the Goal Fury, especially because respawns are a lot lower right now because it is still early game.
One thing I noticed there from Obey, and this is such a strong part of their team composition, is they can invade on the right-hand side and get back over to the Gold Fury in a hurry because of that Terror's Blessing and the extra movement speed it provides, as well as just the general movement speed that Captain Twig has on this Cat.
Definitely, but don't underestimate the power of the mobility for both these two teams. As Ice Ice Baby's forced to beat, sits in the Whirlpool, though, to continue giving out some damage to Twig. And Millsy's on the way again. Great root, walls come down too. Good shield from Callus, and still Millsy's causing problems.
He doesn't even get knocked up there thanks to his passive. Pretty Prime jumps in as the Cat just turns immediately to Deathwalker, hits him with a last breath, trying to find the kill onto the Cabrakan here. Captain Twig, as the other Cat dashes forward and picks up the kill onto the solo.
And it's so difficult. It's easy to keep track of one god, right? But trying to keep track of two of the same god, which one still got the ultimate up? Which one still got cooldowns available? I don't know! Kill one of them and hope for the best. But the problem is that it's very tricky to try and look at a team fight when they look exactly the same and go, oh, is it this guy? Let me just read his nameplate real quick.
Yep.
Okay, that's Prime. So Prime's ult is on cooldown. Oh, wait a second. He's back to the Morrigan again. Where is he? He's stealth. That's a clone. Oh, no, I'm dead again because he's hit me in the back.
Now, I'm stunned as well. There's a stun in that kit as well for the Morrigan. So powerful. A lot of CC online for Obey Alliance in this game. Yet again, though, we're still seeing Obey kind of put this stranglehold onto Rival like we saw in the first game. Rival, though, seemed to be a little bit more responsive in this game than in the first one. They seemed to kind of just accept that it was happening in the first game. This third game, I should say, a lot more proactive rather than reactive.
To be honest, though, but it's still a grind for Obey, and they are winning the war of attrition once again. This has been the story of Game 1, the story of Game 2, and it looks like it could go the way of Game 3 once more. If Obey just continue to do this and win these objectives time and time again, these little team fights, the skirmish there didn't really work out in anyone's favor. The gold lead is still there for Obey, the Gold Fury being available, and the problem is now is the Portal Demon's coming up.
There's the Fear No Evil out of Ice Ice Baby. Kraken as well onto Prime. Does a lot of damage here, but it's not enough to pick up the kill. Now Ice Ice, here's Captain Twig, and he's going to get his second kill of the game. Wild Hunt comes out as well. Kalas is a pig. He's in some trouble here. There's the Whirlpool coming out from Wolfie, but Kalas trapped in the pit. Ataraxia says no escape for you, and now Wolfie's the next target. Captain Twig picks up another kill in this one, and Rival, they are falling to pieces.
Like you said, you thought they were trying to fight back into it a little bit more. From my angle, I'm pretty sure this is still Obey in the driving seat now. Look at how quickly the ultimates are being used by Obey to follow up. Ataraxia is popping his ult for damage, not for escape, not to secure a kill, to get extra damage out onto these targets to allow the double Circuit combination to come through and win them the fights by getting them low enough for that to spread and force Rival to run for the hills.
I think that was really the last chance Rival are going to have in this game, except if they get a lead, to be very proactive. From now on, they have to kind of play back a little bit, make sure they secure the safe farm, not fall too far behind. If they look to make too many of these team fights, they're going to lose them. If they can find an individual pick here or there, that's their way back into this game.
And go back to that fight just that happened before the initial engagement from Obey and the Gold Fury. It was Rival that went aggressive in the mid lane there. Ice Ice jumps over the wall, gets a good Fear No Evil off onto Prime, but Wolfie's not close enough to follow up the Kraken immediately. And that bought Prime enough of a window to get his Aegis off to absorb the Kraken. And once those two combinations of the Fear No Evil and Kraken are down, a lot of the team fight capability out of Rival goes out the window, and it forces rotations out of Deathwalker and Vote to try and support that squad, as it's Obey that get a counter-initiation opportunity.
And they have to play so far back, so safe and carefully. Now, we saw them looking at the portal team. They didn't even start it up because they didn't know where Obey was, and they didn't want to risk it at all. Captain Twig hiding around the wall here. Rival have to be still very careful here. Twig jumping over. He's looking for Wolfie, but Smartly doesn't dash in too hard.
No, you just wait to see what would happen if he goes in and looks for a bit of aggression there. Dances through, knowing he's got support from his team if he needs to. Plus, it can cause a distraction because then Pretty Prime could turn into Cat and do it again. And then you've got real problems.
that's just got to do your head in as a player. 2 circuits.
Oh, yeah. You managed to kill one,
Disgusting.
and then another one comes out, and you're like, really?
Yeah. You survive the initial burst as well. You survive the first ultimate. You're like, clean. I'm out. Let's go, boys. And then another one jumps on you. I can't imagine how to deal with that.
I will say, though, what Prime's been doing on this Morrigan has looked fantastic today because his actual choice selection of who he's turning into has been relatively different based on the situation he's found himself in time and time again. He's been going for Fear No Evils in the early game last set when he was playing the Morrigan because he realized that was more impactful than some of the other gods he could have turned into as time went on, like Vulcan, for example. He could have gone for Vulcan, chose not to because Vulcan's damage in the early game, not the same as a late game Vulcan, so he went for the Fear No Evil, which is going to be fantastic for team fights. This game, though, looking for the double circuit options time and time again. The extra mobility gets him away from danger, but not only that, he can turn it around and put a lot of damage out onto Team Rival.
Exactly. At the moment, Obey are looking for picks rather than big all-in fights. As this game goes on, I'm expecting we might see him turn into the Kernanos, maybe even the Poseidon. Could potentially see a Cabraca just to get some walls out there for Obey and a lot of damage.
But you talk about the all-in potential from Obey here. They've not really been going all-in, but look at the kill participation out of Milzy and Pretty Prime. They've been involved in every single kill so far that Obey have had. It shows that the focus has been around this mid-lane transition with the support. Those two have been paired up together pretty much. They're like peas in a pod. Look at them both in the mid lane now, Pretty Prime and Milzy. I think those two are going to stay linked all game, and Milzy recognizes, like I was saying earlier, that with Prime getting this lead, they have to defend Prime and make sure he's supported throughout, so Rival can't answer back and shut down this mid.
Deathwalker has got his Warlock Sash online, 23 stacks onto that one now, so he's going to, we said last game is a bit of a ticking time bomb. Maybe not a time bomb in this game, but maybe a path back into this one. If he can find a couple of nice picks, if he can get into these team fights and contribute a little bit, maybe things start to turn positively for Team Rival, but Twig looks like he wants to shut down this Cabrakan. But a good use of the one ability there for Deathwalker gets him out of trouble. Yeah,
you saw Maniac use Lurking in the Waters trying to slow down Deathwalker there, but immediately Deathwalker responds by using his one ability, which will allow him to get an extra speed boost and not be slowed whatsoever, which causes problems for Circuit to rotate around and over the Fire Giant.
It's so scary when a Cabrakan runs at you with that ability. He's so fast. He's just huge as well.
And it causes so many problems for the actual front backline of Obey because they have to deal with this guy and use CC on him to shut him down. And it's not CC like roots, it's more CC like stuns that have to come out to make sure that Cabrakan doesn't get and focus your squishies.
That was a big play there from Emil's. He forced both the Aegis out of Wolfie and the Stone Shield out of Kalas there. So importantly, that relic's going to be down for the next engagement that Rival take.
Well, the next engagement is around the Portal Demon here because Obey are trying to force a fight. It feels like Twig on the front line and Milzy popping the ultimate. They may not find picks here. They may go for the Portal Demon. No, change your plan.
That's a big route there from Emilzy. Snipes through from Ataraxia, doing a lot of damage. Fear No Evil comes out as well, but Rival the ones copping the L on this one. Vote falls down already to Maniac. In jumps Pretty Prime as that Circuit looking for Deathwalker. Ice Ice Baby's a target. He managed to jump away. Wolfie and Kalas very low as well, but the Portal Demon is going to fall to Obey as they force away Rival handily.
But look at what Obey's doing in these team fights. They're forcing Rival to spread in all different directions. They're not allowing Rival to get a big AoE group up. They're forcing 2 or 3 members to one side, 2 or 3 members to the left-hand side as well. This is making sure that the AoE circles that is so powerful for Rival's composition can't be utilized at the same time and have this turn around. And this is all because of the double circuits they're using. You don't want to stay around your teammates when the poison's on and they're potentially going to die, because if it spreads, you guarantee that you lose even more members than you would have if you just let that one guy fall down.
I've never seen this build on a Rama that Ataraxia is playing right now. Transcendence Rama.
He's done it a couple of times before, and this is just what he likes. I believe I was talking to Emilzy, and Emilzy was like, yeah, Nate really likes playing this Transcendence Hunter on Rama. I don't say anything about it, and he's like, listen, I'm pretty sure Nate said to him, listen, I don't want to explain it, I can't explain it, but I really like it. So that's the reason he's playing.
I mean, it's working out so far, and we're seeing him hit those snipes in his ultimate, doing so much damage from them. And as he said before, he's not looking to secure kills, he's not looking to use it as an escape, but looking just to do damage so that when Pretty Prime goes in a Circuit, or when Captain Twig goes in on that Circuit as well, just to have an easier time to clean up the fights. And that's really what's crazy, is that Obey's winning these fights, not with these huge area effect abilities, not with these huge team fighting ultimates, but just taking down members solo and then picking them off one at a time.
And most of this is because they've forced Kalas onto a pick like Geb, where he's not going to be able to get as impactful or be as strong as he would like to be in the future. Because what generally Geb wants to do is sit with his team and protect them as best he can. But if the team fight's getting split, Geb's not as useful to be able to impact it as much as he would like to. The Cataclysm can only be used to defend a couple. The shield can only defend one on the other team fight. He can't get involved in as much. So that's why they shut down the Fafnir. That's why they shut down as well his Athena. He can't make as much of an impact, and it's forcing problems for Rival.
Emilzi's done such a great job of baiting out Relics, baiting in Rival into team fights. There's the overhand smash. Kraken comes out. Emilzi's still alive. He doesn't even get knocked up there thanks to his passive. Ataraxia is here, and he's dealing out death left and right. Good Cataclysm for Kalas as well, but the Wild Hunt comes out from Vote. Captain Twig finds Wolfie. The snipes coming out from Ataraxia as well. Obey Alliance looking to take down Rival.
And there's not much we can see coming out from Rival to defend against this as well. The second ult comes through from Prime of that Circuit, and it's a double kill for Twig as the tier 1 in mid will be sieged. We'll say though, Kalas had a fantastic Cataclysm there, but what the issue was is that Wolfie, he had no other choice than to run back towards his teammates for defense, because if he tried to run to the left-hand tier 1 tower, the tier 2 tower, the chase potential out of Obey with that terror on their squad and that ultimate that's going to give him the extra mobility, as well as 2 Circuits, he wasn't going to get away, so he had to come back to his squad, which meant it wasn't good enough to get him out of the danger.
Deathwalker hasn't been in this game at all. 0, 1, and 0. He was just proxy farming over on the right-hand side, and that's what Obey's done really well, is they force the fights before Deathwalker can even get in there.
This has been, let Deathwalker do what he wants in the solo lane. We don't care about him.
Yep.
Let's focus on the rest of the objectives. Let's make sure Wolfie in the mid lane doesn't get going on Poseidon too much here. He's still not got his Gem of Isolation on right now. He's still working towards that, whereas his lane opposition pretty prime. Book of Toth and Spear of Desolation. And I tell you what, in the late game, Morrigan can really swing and do a lot more damage than you expect.
I would have liked to see Wolfie maybe more on a Thoth than this Poseidon. As I said, he just has to get in too close to this Saket, even to Prime, who can transform into Saket or into a Sobek or anything like that to deal damage. From Thoth, he can play a little bit back, deal out his damage from a distance, and he's a little bit safer as well, a little bit more escapability on the Thoth.
He can, but at the same time, you've got the likes of Sir Cat, who is very, very good at getting to the backline here as well. Sobek, you can't really stop him getting to the backline either with the tail whip. He can go for the pluck as well. It would have been a similar situation with whatever. The one benefit he gets from the Poseidon pick, though, is those whirlpools.
Yeah.
That cripple effect on the Sir Cat, that cripple effect on the Sobek, does stop the potential of them going for him in the backline, but it's still not going to be enough to shut him down.
The thing for me as well is that Poseidon is so difficult to play from behind, at least Thoth.
Definitely.
You know you've got a big late game coming, but with a Poseidon, if you're struggling to get to that stage, if you're struggling to be ahead, how impactful are your Whirlpools? How impactful are your Krakens?
Well, the good news is because he's going for the Gem of Isolation anyway, he's going to become more of a control mage. His job in this fight is going to be trying to CC them up, slow them down from the engagements, and sit very far back. He won't get a huge amount of burst damage off or any highlight reel kills, I'll say, for the time being, but it will allow him to be okay. Deathwalker's alone and Deathwalker's dead.
He's in a lot of trouble here. Prime going in. Deathwalker so much damage. The Stone Shield saves him for now, but Maniac flips him back into the wall. There's the Kraken out of Wolfie. Doesn't even knock up Emilzi. Up in the sky goes Ataraxia. 1 snipe, 2 snipe, 3 snipe. Wolfie, you're dead. Kalas, you're next on the menu.
Meanwhile, look at what Rival are trying to do on the map, because there's not much else they can do. Vote, split push to the left-hand side, takes a tier 1. That's why Obey committed so heavily to that fight, knowing that they can make better wins out of it. They won't lose the tier 2 as well, thanks to Maniac being very, very aware, getting that teleport through in time.
Deathwalker went for the Heart of the Urchin here, which is usually an alright pick, but when your team's not getting any kills and you're not even in the fights, I question this item choice. Ice Baby gets the Phenom Weevil off before he dies, but all that does is delay the Fire Giant that Obey is inevitably going to take.
Yeah, I like the idea from Ice there. He was like, let's try and make a play because we realize this one is going quickly against us. There's not a whole lot we can really do about that, so we're just going to have to, accept the loss. But if I can find a Fear No Evil, maybe kill 1 or 2 of them so they don't have the Fire Giant, or maybe sneak it away, then maybe we've got a window back into this.
Right-hand side, Tier 2 Tower 4's Golden Experience just all in favor of Obey Alliance by a decent chunk at the moment. 12,000 gold at least, so you can see the level difference across the board. No level 20s yet for Obey, but they're starting to get towards that stage with Maniac, Twig, and Ataraxia.
This is not a problem to be not level 20. I mean, the fights have been pretty consistent out of them, but because when they've been fighting, they've not been farming. They do go and get the objectives after, which gives them the gold, and it allows them to continue this lead. Look at how many items lead they've got over there. They're approaching their 6 items, where some of the members of Rival have only just finished their 4th.
Yeah, Deathwalker is still in some trouble. He is very tanky, though, so he'll be all right for now. Going to be pretty difficult to take down. Ataraxia, though, straight to the backline. Good Cataclysm into the Kraken, but an Aegis will save Ataraxia's life. Deathwalker's still alive. Wild Hunt count comes out from Vote. Emilzy taking some damage now. Ataraxia from the backline with a snipe. Can he find Wolfie? No, he's just off on the last one. Rival actually doing very well in this team fight for themselves. Maniac's taking some damage, but Ice Ice Baby's caught. Ice Ice Baby's dead.
And now it's just a push from Obey because Rival used their whole load trying to get down some of these kills and keep themselves alive. That means they can't hold up the Phoenix here. You saw the Cataclysm Kraken combo looking for Ataraxia there. That was just on a single target trying to make something happen for themselves. But the Phoenix down being in mid lane means that Obey have got pressure in the mid lane for free with a couple of free towers on the left-hand side to take as well.
2 towers on the left, 1 tower on the right, 2 Phoenixes still left up for Team Rival, so a fair amount of structures for them, but that just means for Obey, a whole lot of free gold in the bank, basically.
This is really coming down, though, to how both teams start off the game. There's no real change around here. It's all focused on objective play. You saw Rival last game. They got a small window of a win. They continue to pressure the objectives and find the wins there. Both these teams are playing exactly the same style. There is a chance, though, that if picks and bans go wrong for Rival, they're out of the tournament next game. So maybe they look to switch things up a little bit, knowing that Obey are going to run the same thing back again.
That was a really good route there from Vote, prevented Emilzy from dashing forward and rooting Wolfie in there, and that could have been the death of Poseidon in the end of the game. Tier 2 tower on the left-hand side is going to fall, so there's a lot of gold in the hands of Obey Alliance right now after they've taken that gold figure as well. I think their plan right now is get out, back, buy some items, and then look for the final push.
Yeah, they can look for another, at least the tier 2 on the right-hand side as well. The Phoenixes are available. Even if they do go back to base now, there's enough time left on the Fire Giant to get back to this fight as well, where Rival are just happy to push out lanes and try and get a little bit farm for themselves right now. The level disparity is the biggest thing for me. I know gold is huge, but the level disparity, it's just base stats that are free. It's extra damage from your abilities. It's extra cooldown on some of your abilities as well that just makes such an impact in these engagements where Obey have everything up a little bit more often. They also have a little bit more survivability the whole time, and then you add in items.
The side lanes for Team Rival just have had no impact this game, and that's a really big thing to me. Is Deathwalker and Vote, 2 of the strongest players on Team Rival, and if they can't get into this game, then obviously, I mean, we're seeing what happens when they can't get into a game. It's just trouble for Rival.
Definitely, and it feels like it's core versus core as well. It's all about whether the core of Obey, which is their jungle support and mid laner, can outplay the core support of Rival, and that's exactly what's been going on this game.
Wolfie in some trouble here. Captain Twig doing so much damage. He's still alive somehow. Ataraxia says not for long. Good route there by Captain Twig, but it keeps him out of the snipe. Ataraxia gets the final one. Down comes the Kraken. Obey Alliance.
Kraken.
Yeah, on the right-hand side. Going to take that tier 2 tower. Now they're going to push it to a Phoenix. Let's ride along with them as they look to end this game.
Yeah, they don't even have a Kraken now.
Taking that
Kepa Cerny.
I'm a Capra.
I don't use anything.
Oh, fuck.
Open the right.
Bad jump. Capra. What the fuck? Why do we have a depth, dude?
Oh shit, I'm getting fucked, dude.
Have we got Cern?
Yo, alright guys, can we just talk about that fight? How long? Why did no one fucking kill those Kebra walls?
I don't know.
Come on, boys, get together!
I can't
We had to win up.
No. We got spam CC.
I don't have to.
I got no get it.
Back in.
Oh shit, what a bad beat.
Yes.
What
I don't care. I'll be back now. You just back out.
No, go ahead.
Well, there you have it. Obey are going to take this game. You even saw Pretty Prime turn into Geb at one point in this one as well. But I do like what I heard in comms there, Husey. Yeah. You heard Ataraxia, even though they're having fun, he was still like, hey, come on, guys. Like, why was that? What the hell?
Yeah.
Like, why are Wreck-A-Mole still? Get rid of those. Like, we might still be winning this and we've won it, but let's just play properly, you know?
They're always looking to improve. They're always looking at their games. Even when they're playing them, picking apart the little mistakes and fixing them up. And that's what makes this such a good team. And that's the key word. Team.
And now it's 2-1 in favor of Obey. Rival are back to the drawing board again. Rival are now in do or die situation. Yep. There is no more extra games for them. They're going to have to win both these next 2 in a row. Obey just need one of the 2.
And, you know, if Rival, they're a smart team. They scrim Obey a lot. They scrim a lot of these European teams a lot. They definitely have strategies up their sleeve. It's whether they can pull them out. Analysts, over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. Game 3 goes the way of Obey in a pretty dominant fashion. All these games seem to be going pretty one-sided here. Is that a sign that these teams are very evenly matched? What does this mean whenever teams are blowing each other out back-to-back?
It really means that they both have good enough strategies. And I think in this game, I think second pick has been the deciding factor because Obey chose that first game, then Rival chose it, now Obey chose it. I think next game we're going to see Rival choosing second pick to try to get that next game.
Second pick has definitely been, like you mentioned, all 3 games, the second pick position has won. Totally, is it that simple? Is it just get second pick, win the game?
I mean, it definitely helps getting the second pick to have that last counter matchup. So Sobek was locked in, the double Guardian between the Terra. Sobek was good enough control, actually, for the late game damage coming out of Obey Alliance because they got through the early game by using that Morrigan on Pretty Prime. You know, the double Circuit ultimates paid off dividends for Obey.
It was so cool to watch how Pretty Prime plays this god. Always seems to be at the right spot at the right time with those ultimates. And normally, guys, we do player replays, right? We're like, let's take a look at what Ataraxia did this game. Not this time. Let's take a look at what Circuit did this game, whether it's Pretty Prime or Captain Twig. That double last breath just so difficult to deal with.
Absolutely. It's just like if you survive the first one, how are you possibly going to survive the second one? Especially considering Ice Ice Baby playing the Hunbats opted for the early purification beads instead of the Aegis. Didn't really respect the potential of that double Circuit ult.
And you were calling for the Aegis early on, Vedium, but I think if that were the case, then Pretty Prime may have just consistently transformed into Hunbats. That's the whole thing about Morrigan is that you try and counter her one way, she'll just do something else instead.
Yeah, also this game especially, it didn't even matter because Captain Twig would go on people, get their beads, Pretty Prime would do the exact same thing, and kill them. It didn't matter whether they had beads or Aegis, they died no matter what to that double Circuit.
So if you're sitting in the picks, and if you're trying to pick and ban for these teams, it's clear that Kernanos is very highly prioritized. Vote was top damage near the end of that game, even despite losing for the majority of it. Vulcan has been clearly heavily prioritized. But is it time to start taking away the Morrigan from Pretty Prime?
I'd say no. I'd say they would want to keep that Circuit in check. I'd make sure that is banned or picked for Rival in this case. Although Obey could first pick it, I think they have better things in mind.
Totally.
Circuit was really powerful, but double Circuit is just that much more detrimental. Not to mention you can also go the Hunbats for more control. I feel like Morrigan was a huge staple for Obey Alliance in that third game, so heading into game number 4, I wouldn't be surprised if Rival take that away.
Well, game 4, Rival definitely needs a big performance from their jungler, Ice Ice Baby, who we talked about a lot coming into this set. Did very, very well in game 2 on that Hunbats. Game 3, got kind of punished between the double Circuits, but this is a confident kid who knows that he can play this game at a high level. Let's take a listen to what the jungler has to say.
We're team Rival, like the jungler, Ice Ice Baby. So my competitive background has been pretty much this team since season 3. We formed the team and well, that's my whole career. I think we just weren't as consistent. Turning point was pretty much us like doing what we do in scrims, transitioning that into actual games that mattered. I think at the beginning of season 4 we were a bit worried, should I say. We weren't performing as we should have been. That's why we had a really rough start in the online phase, but I'm happy that we actually made it work for LAN. Worried maybe the NA teams, because we're not really too familiar with the meta they play, but overall we've been just like preparing to beat everyone, like no one in particular. Everyone's pretty strong. Our preparations has been like always, we just scrim a lot, and it's been a really fun week because it was a new patch, so we had to, test some stuff out, and everything really went really smoothly. So I'm pretty happy with our preparation. I think we have really good chances of going further. I do go out with some friends from time to time, and well, I have lots of types of fun. We usually play a lot of different games with my teammates, so we're like really good friends outside of the game as well. I think that's why we became so good this season.
Playing with your friends outside of the game of Smite, and your teammates as well, how important is that, Vedium, for a team environment?
It's less so about playing with your friends. It's just about being close with each other, being friends, getting along, having the right personalities that mesh with each other. I think Rival has done a great job in finding those 5 personalities, or 6, even including their coach, that really just mesh together. They really just love each other. That's why they have been sticking together for so long.
Being comfortable in those awkward silences is what truly makes a great relationship, and I'm sure that you guys at SOAR have it. Rival definitely have it, sticking together from Season 3 and Season 4. Losing that last game probably puts a little dent in their momentum after winning the second one, but I'm sure that their coach, Alpha Jackal, is making the necessary adjustments.
And this is a confident team, Rival. We say it all the time, specifically for Ice Ice Baby in that jungle. You've got a very confident teammate. Jigs is one of the most confident guys in the league. Is that helpful to have a guy be like, you know, it doesn't matter what they're doing. We're just going to win because we're the best.
See you in second place. No, really, yeah. I think all of us, we're all confident together, to be honest. Like,
Sure.
at this point, we haven't been teaming with each other for that long, but we're used to each other. We trust each other. And even though we didn't put up a great performance yesterday, we know that this is the best roster we can get, this best roster that we think we can be better than we are. And that's what I always want my teammates to think, because then you can, even when you're losing, you can improve. And then once you get to this top, you can keep improving.
Well, right now it's a rival trying to get back to the top, at least, or back to even with Obey in this set in particular. Game 4 going to be coming at you soon here between Obey and Rival. These two teams have really are on different paths, I would say. Obey, they get second at last year's Worlds. They make a couple roster changes, but they come back better than ever, dominating during the entire online portion. Rival also started off rocky, I should say, during the online portion, and have just been on a rocket ship to the top basically ever since this Gauntlet land started. Which would you rather be on, Tolly? The team that's been consistently really strong all split long, or the one that's on the meteoric rise?
Well, you're taking two teams from different spectrums completely, but now they're grouped up here in the middle. They're basically facing off against each other, and they're doing a good job maintaining the balance. Obey Alliance, a slight edge currently, having more LAN experience, I think will take them over the top, at least for the long haul. Rival, they get some wins under their belt, but the question is, can they perform in these long, drawn-out best-of-5 sets?
Yeah, I don't think they've played a best-of-5 quite yet. In Vedium, you've been a part of some best-of-5s. How different is that from a best-of-3?
It can get very tiring, especially when the games do go to 5. It can be very taxing mentally, and it's really hard to keep knowing what to do next, especially when it's back and forth. Like one game go to Obey, then Rival, then
Sure.
Obey, then Rival, and then it's down to a best of 1 at the end. And both teams need to put their best foot forward and overcome all of the tiredness and everything they've been thinking for the past 4 games, and just bring everything out onto the table.
All at one moment, basically. And are coaches key in that kind of moment? Because they're not the ones in the middle of the game. They can kind of sit back and say, okay, you know, this is happening. We can see that you're getting a little tired. You need to make sure you're doing this. And also it takes that burden of picks and bans off your mind, right?
Yeah, a good coach can be the difference between a good and a great team, especially when the coach isn't the one playing the game. They're the one with the fresh mind ready to help you guys with the next game and help you really put your best foot forward, as I said before.
Well, Rival trying to take the words out of Vedium's mouth. Put your best foot forward, I suppose, here in Game 4. Trying to even the series up at 2 apiece. Obey 1 game away from moving on to the finals tomorrow. They'll determine whoever wins this one will face the winner of our next semifinal match. It's going to be Team Eager up against Dignitas. Sure to bring as much excitement as this one has early on here. Obey is in that first pick position. You were right. Rival decides to go for that second pick selection, trying to keep that second pick momentum going.
So far, so good out of Rival, banning away the Osiris from Maniac, not wanting to deal with that kind of shenanigans. But yet again, Obey are banning away this Fafnir Athena, 2 of the gods that Callus have made a name for himself currently, at least in this LAN.
And it is going to be Obey with the first pick selection here. Kernanos open. That was their first pick last time, I believe. No, it was Robin last time they were in the first pick selection. This time, it is going to be the CERN.
It seems like Rival really respects Pretty Prime and Captain Twig's Circuit. Mainly Captain Twig. I don't know if Pretty Prime will opt for the Morgan again, but even though Ice Baby really has that strong Circuit, and knowing that Obey could first pick Kernanos and then Rival could get that Circuit, they want to make sure that Obey isn't going to first pick it.
Vulcan and Bologna, the 2 selections here for Rival. Again, Deathwalker, undefeated both at Gauntlet and here at Masters when playing the Bologna, I do believe. So still trying to keep that record clean for himself on the solo lane warrior. Right now, Obey looking to find their next 2. Robin is going to be the selection. So they first picked it last time they had that first pick selection. This time they can wait and get the Kurnos and the Robin along with this Terra. Really strong first 3 picks here for Obey.
Absolutely. 2 interesting frontliners as well between Robin and Terra. Brings 2 different aspects into team fights, whereas Robin's going to try to go dive that backline, bait a bunch of cooldowns, use that overhead kick to get out of danger, or even use that Mystic Rush just to mitigate a lot of that damage. Terra, on the other hand, is going to be peeling for her backline hyper carries between the stun, the root, using that Terra's Blessing just to proc that heal, getting everybody increased mobility, as well as that increased CDR as well.
The Morgan banned away after Rival select Rom to go up against Keranos in lane. That seems to be the favorite matchup, at least for Ataraxia on the Rom side, so this time it's going to be Vote on the Rom. He did have the Hu Yi in lane against Keranos in game 1, but that went Ataraxia's way pretty heavily. Obey still waiting for their first 2 bans in this second banning phase.
Interesting to note that Rival's banning Morgan, even though Obey doesn't have the chance of picking Cirquette. I think they know that Terra ult, you know, again, even though they don't have any hard carry assassin with a nice ult or kit to really abuse, that Terra ult twice is very, very strong.
Not only that, it's pretty prime, and he wants the Vulcan, so if he's going to go Morrigan, he's going to try to replicate that, take that option away from Wolfie, throw some meatballs back at him, throw some of those long-distance Earth Shatters, and there's going to be a lot of damage because a lot of Team Rival is going to have to be dealing with this Robin after the Mystic Rush, and whenever you're getting slowed consistently by that god, it makes it so much easier to land that Earth Shatter.
That's a great point. You want to take Vulcan to keep it out of Pretty Prime's hands, but if he picks the Morgan, it's kind of like he has a mini Vulcan right there ready for him. Smart bans coming out of Rival, and again they focus out the mid laner for Obey with their second ban here. Ra going to be the 4th one overall for Team Rival. Hunbats focusing out Ice Baby, the jungler for Team Rival, and Obey has one more choice. Could be looking at another assassin or a guardian in this position right here.
Should be a Susanoo ban. You don't really want to deal with that mobility to engage and easily set up the Vulcan for some of those meatballs. We've seen Ice Baby time in and time out look for that aggressive style whenever given the opportunity to do so. Hasn't really elected to go for some of these global picks such as the Thor, the Ratatosk, Thanatos, but instead just doing a good job with these high mobile gods instead.
They leave open the Nemesis. This was banned away last time Obey had the Robin jungle. This time it's left open because of the Ares ban against Kalas, and so immediately Rival select the Nemesis. There's a good pick here in my mind just because Obey has basically locked themselves in to having 3 frontliners as long as that Robin's going to go into the jungle.
Absolutely. Nemethith is going to do a good job in terms of decreasing the protections whenever Terra goes in, Robin goes into the backline. So taking some of the defensive options away from Obey.
2 more selections. Obey looking to round out their draft. Could be a jungler if Robin's going to be going to Maniac in the solo lane, but they definitely need a mid laner at this stage. Robin could go solo, like I mentioned, but it has just been so prevalent in the jungle that we can basically pencil him in there without a whole lot of fear, even with Maniac not being able to pick his signature Osiris.
So something we saw last game was Ataraxia playing the Rom, and he had an interesting style that you pointed out, Vedi. I'm going for this Transcendence into Fatalis, trying to be the support hunter. Do you expect Vote to do the same?
I think he might. I think Vote has a different playstyle than Ataraxia, so they might not go for the exact same builds. But what Ataraxia was doing last game was really good for his team because there was no way he could get caught or gone on by the other team because he would just stay in the back, Rom ult, and with the Transcendence, he would do so much damage and still have a great impact on the team fight, even though he really wasn't there.
Sobek and Thoth, the final 2 to round out Obey's draft. Sobek going to go to Maniac in that solo lane most likely. Once more had some good success on it. That's their first win with a Guardian in the solo lane so far this weekend. So Obey says we're just going to stick with it. Thoth, the selection for Pretty Prime, fits his style. Long-range damage that can make game-changing plays.
Especially with Captain Twig diving that backline yet again. That's the style that you really need to use when you're playing this Robin inside the jungle. But last pick for Rival, it's going to be the Cabrakan.
As
Interesting.
Expected.
Yeah, unexpected Cabrakan support in this scenario here.
Oh, wait, no. Sorry, I was saying as expected because Deathwalker's, well, he's been playing Cabrakan all day.
But it's Bellona, though.
Yeah, he's got Bellona solo, Cabrakan support. I'm very interested to see how this plays out for Rival.
Toli, who do you like?
I got to give it to Obey here. You know, I doubted them the last game. This time, I'm going to switch it back up.
All right, Revedium?
I think Obey as well.
All right, we got our analyst saying that this series is going to be Dunzo after this one, but the casters are going to be able to tell you exactly what's going on.
Thank you very much, Analyst. Interesting draft coming out from Team Rival, Hindu.
Yeah, Cabrakan and Bellona on the same squad. So one of them's going support. More than likely it's the Cabrakan here. Gives him a lot of stronger wave clear early on in that duo lane. But maybe we see Callus start off in the mid lane potentially here, because that would allow for the clear to be in their favor in the mid lane to allow them to pressure that and allow at the same time Ice Baby to start over in the solo lane to get the Bellona even further ahead and punish the Sobek early on.
If it is Cabrakan supported, it represents a shift in playstyle from Kalas. You know, he's been on these Fafnirs, he's been on Geb, and you know, you kind of like to look to get in there suddenly and get the initiation. With the Cabrakan, you're having to run at the enemy. A little bit different, a little bit more control style, a little bit from the Cabrakan with those walls, with those stuns as well. Have to see how it plays out for him, but definitely an unorthodox support pick.
But I think what's been going wrong with Rival this game is Callus has not been able to get comfortable in these games. They've worked around Callus so well, Obey, that Rival have to go back to the drawing board and go, okay, if Callus is having issues here, why don't we mix up his style and try to throw a spanner in the works of Obey by giving him someone like Cabrakan, where it's a different play style, he's another person who's going to be on the front line a little bit more often, and his CC chain is fantastic. He's got some of the best actual CCs in the game for a single character.
All right, pretty standard start from both teams. We see Obey grouping up very heavily on this right-hand side. Rival don't want to give up anything here early. Both the teams, when they've gotten a little bit of an advantage early, that's been enough. They've been able to push that lead into a win.
All been about the objectives. The kills have come into account as well. But even though the kills have been pretty good for either team and been quite balanced in the very early stages, it's always been who got the stop. Look at this on the right-hand side. Rival are proxying. Rival are proxying on the right-hand side right now with Deathwalker, and I believe that's Ice Baby, yeah, alongside him, taking the minions between the tier 1 and tier 2, which puts pressure on Maniac. Do I want to try and defend my blue buff, which is definitely where Rival's going to go, or even the speed, or do I want to get the farm in the lane?
Obey's going for the right-hand side camps here rather than invaded their own. So this could mean once they hit level 2, they come back around and look to catch out Deathwalker and Ice Baby still in their jungle.
Yeah, and Maniac has to just surrender the fact that he's not going to be able to hold on to that blue buff. He will lose on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, the pressure for Obey was in the mid lane once again with the top, as Callus took a lot of damage there, and now Vote is trying to answer back, but needs to watch his position. Everybody in this lane is still level 1.
And there's minions coming as well, so they need to be careful about having aggression. Ataraxia, that Bramble Blast, such strong wave clear, even at level 1.
But once we hit level 2, and it should be, by the looks of it, Obey hitting that first of all, when a couple more creeps go down, and that'll be the case. And that's where the Mills will be able to start causing more problems with those dashes, breaking those walls for extra damage, and a little bit of CC if he can find it.
Alrighty, we're seeing Twig and Pretty Prime again go for an invade. This time on the left-hand side. This isn't something we've seen in the last couple of games, Hindu.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we've seen them go to this side right now, but they're actually going to get invaded on now. Twig's in a bit of an awkward position. Only level 3. Will he have overhead kick after hitting level 3? Yes, he will, but Wolfie's there for the follow-up. Twig's dead.
Yes, slow there from Ice Baby. In jumps Vote. Ice Baby picks up the first kill. Oracle Harpy started now as well. With the Bramble Blast down, that's all of the steal potential gone for Obey. This is the lead that Rival needed to kick off this game.
Definitely, and we talked about the objective control has been the focus of these two teams. Well, Obey got a little bit too far forward for their own good. Only 2 members looking for the invade on red buff when they didn't have pressure in the lanes as much as they would have liked to be able to make that happen. And Twig getting caught at level 3 puts him behind a little bit of that of Ice Baby. And the one thing you don't want to be is behind against a Nemesis.
Yeah, Nemesis, such a late game pick, and I mean, look at this combination from Team Rival. Nemesis and Vulcan, Cabrakan, Ram, all very late game picks, and with a little bit of advantage early, it's got to be scary for Obey Alliance. Back looking towards the solo side though, the last pick that rounds out this Rival comp, Bellona. Arguably Deathwalker's signature god.
It is Deathwalker's god. I mean, he's been playing a lot of Cabrakan this weekend, but during the gauntlet is how good Deathwalker looks on that Bellona. Brought in a build that people hadn't seen before or spoken about too much in the Pro League, with the boots into Vanguard and then straight into the Mystical Mail.
At the same time, though, he is up against what is arguably a counter matchup. Nemesis ulti, though, comes out from Ice Baby, trying to get his solo in her head here. Good bludgeon, and Ice Baby picks up his second.
Now, we've not spoken about this yet, but one thing that Sobek is very susceptible to is Nemesis.
Yep.
Nemesis can cause so many problems for a Sobek, but I feel like Obey knew that. Obviously, going into this game, they know how good Nemesis can be against Sobek, but I think that could be the case of Obey going, listen, we're going to make sure Ice will want to camp the right-hand side of the map early, which can allow us to potentially aggress on the left-hand side a little bit more. That's why you saw Captain Twig go for that red buff where he died for First Blood, and that's also why you can see them consistently staying on this left-hand side of the map. Let Nemesis deal with Maniac. Maniac's like, listen, I know I am the casualty of war for this squad right now, but we can get leads elsewhere because of it.
And Sobek, even if he's behind, he's still relevant as a Guardian.
Definitely.
So much CC online. He's got anti-heal, that tremendous ultimate as well. The pluck. He doesn't care about being behind. However, with Ice Ice Baby relieving a little bit of pressure in the solo lane for Deathwalker, I was saying before, just as Ice Ice was getting Sobek's a little bit of a counter matchup to Bologna because he can interrupt that bludgeon.
Yeah, definitely, and that's going to allow him to help out a little bit in this laning phase, but Deathwalker's experienced enough to be able to deal with that and not have to worry too much. He's doing a good job of pressure in the lane now that he's got that pick for himself as well. We'll see what happens, though, as this game goes on, because if Maniac isn't going to be as tanky, if they continue to focus him, it means there's more responsibility onto Twig and Millsy to frontline for them and allow Maniac to sit at the back and peel.
So something we're talking about in a couple of these breaks is Kernanos and Vulcan. When they've been on the same team, they've been unstoppable. We're looking now, which one is the OP pick of this set, as Vulcan's on Team Rival being played by Wolfie, and Ataraxia's got Kernanos.
Well, Kernanos has lost in this set so far, which is the good news. Wolfie on the Vulcan, at least Vulcan hasn't lost in this set when he's actually been available for play. Only 2 times, but it's still 2 times in a row where it's been a contested pick. But here we go again. Gold Fury start. That is a very, very early ultimate from Millsy.
And to Terra's Blessing, that's such a big signal to Rival as well, that Obey Alliance are looking to get something. Maniac burns his ultimate as well to clear the way, so that's 2 big ultimates down for Obey Alliance.
Yeah, both teleports are down on the solo lane as well, so they can't get involved in this fight even if they wanted to. But this is the benefit of having the Vulcan, and one of the reasons both these teams love to draft it is that the objective control with a Vulcan is fantastic, not only because of the shoot secure from the Earthshaker, but also the potential of things like this.
Bye-bye Emilzy, he dashes in there, potentially dashing it to death. He's still alive. Somehow now Rival pick up the Gold Fury with the aggression. Good shot there from Prime, but the wall there from Kalas is beautiful. Twig can't get out, Prime can't get in, and they pick up the Terror.
So what happens from Rival there is they start the Gold Fury, they force Obey to face check it, and the moment they face check it, they'll burst down the first person through the door, and it's the Terror. The rest of Obey try to collapse a little bit and support him, but it's too little too late. And notice how Rival didn't continue onto the Gold Fury. They were like, nope, we found the win, we invested 3 ultimates, we don't have as much secure anymore, especially when Pretty Prime could be around that corner, as well as Ataraxia, so we'll take a small win with the kill.
Again, though, it's the same story of the last 2 games. Get a little bit of a lead at first, just push it and push it and push it and push it, and that is what Team Rival is doing at the moment. 1,000 gold lead for them. Experience starting to stack up a little bit as well, particularly on the jungle and solo side, but not too much there at the moment.
Ice Ice Baby, though, is having a fantastic performance here, Husey. I think he's had a fantastic 2 tournaments in a row. The Gauntlet was great, and now in this match as well, he's having a fantastic series up against Obey. Even though they're behind right now, Ice Ice is still playing well. He's got 3 kills, all 3 kills in 6 minutes on a Nemesis, and that is a scary thing if you're the opposition.
Nemesis late game is absolutely devastating. That Divine Judgment ultimate, I mean, it takes 50% of your health and half of your protections as well, and then there's a Vulcan ultimate coming over a wall. Even just a simple meatball is enough to put you in the ground.
Even a backfire, like any ability from Vulcan will cause them problems, and then if you actually factor in that Vote could obviously go up in the air with Rama and then pick you off when you do get out of the engagement trying to survive, it causes a lot of problems for one of the targets. So the plan from Rival will be to combine this Nemesis with a quick pick on any of these targets.
Oh, and all those slows you have, guess what's running at you right there? It's a Kabrakan looking to smash your face in.
And talking about the Nemesis a little bit more, I'm expecting to see maybe a Winged Blade or 2 could come out this game to make sure that these slows don't make as much of an impact. Like they used to have the overhead kicking the root coming out from Captain Twig, though, but the pressure for Rival is all focused around the right-hand side jungle. They want the speed, they want the blue. Wolfie's alone, though.
Terra's Blessing used, in goes Captain Twig. Deathwalker over the wall, though, stops the aggression. There's the pigs coming out from Ataraxia, and Emilzy gets the first pick, but Ice Ice Baby gets a return on Ataraxia. Kalas in some trouble here. Can't get his ultimate down. Fantastic interrupt there from Maniac, and Pretty Prime finishes him off with the Final Judgment.
Final Judgment was huge there for Pretty Prime to make sure they got that, but it was Ice Ice Baby that got a kill again, and they have to keep an eye on him because Ice Ice Baby is getting a little bit out of control. Yes, Obey did find a very good win there on the disengage from Rival, and this is where Rival are the weakest. We said this in the last couple of games here, is that when they disengage, 1 or 2 of them do go the wrong route, and by wrong route I mean the isolated route, and this allows Obey to punish them for it.
Yeah, we've seen that from a few teams this weekend. Just the discipline when disengaging needs to be perfect. And we saw that in the Energy Obey set, the quarterfinal just prior to this one. And that was the biggest part of that set, I feel, was how disciplined both of those teams were. I mean, they're scrimming against each other. They should know that any overextension, any overcommitment, any sloppy play will be punished like that.
And look at what Obey did there as well. Ataraxia came all the way over to that fight on that right-hand side, which allowed Vote to get some farm. With Ataraxia dying there, it gives Vote a chance to catch back up a little bit here on this left-hand side and continue to apply pressure and stay relevant for this next fight.
Rivals sticking around the gold here a little bit. Wolfie plucked in there. Good wall there from Kalas, but Wolfie's dead pretty much. Maniac's here. Nothing he can do. Good shot over the wall from Wolfie, but Maniac's going to pick him up anyway. A nice little pick there from Obey. And Captain Twig's in a little bit of trouble from Deathwalker, but he's going to be able to disengage. Overall, fantastic play there from Obey. And once again, though,
Isolated.
it's Wolfie being caught out, isolated, as you say.
You get them isolated and alone, and it's a free pick every single time. This is what Obey are looking for. They're going to try and skirmish with you. They want to use the Terra to just allow themselves to get the extra mobility and make Rival make a decision every single time. If you have to keep making these decisions of which route do I go, and if you keep making the wrong ones, you're going to keep getting punished. Rival's biggest problem is definitely about their disengaging.
We said Wolfie's got a tremendous Vulcan, but we really haven't seen the impact of it this game, whereas Prime's had more of an impact on this Thoth. Maniac takes some damage there, but the Terra's Blessing is going to keep him all right. Ice Baby still sticking around this right-hand side. As you mentioned, there's a little bit of Obey's game plan. Let the Nemesis stick around the right-hand side, influence that side. But, I mean, Ice Baby, while he's been doing that, he's been over on the left-hand side as well. He's been all around the map.
But we talked about Maniac being in solo 2v1 here, maybe seeing Ice Baby over here a lot of the time because the matchup is so good in favor of Nemesis. But Millsy's making a very good impact with that ultimate. That's the difference here, is that Millsy's able to influence that fight without having to turn up there to make sure Maniac doesn't end up dying too much. He doesn't get poked down all the time. He can still stay in this lane and survive a little bit longer.
Pretty Prime with this pretty much fully stacked Doom Orb is doing so much damage to Wolfie, forcing him out of the lane yet again. A level behind is the mid laner for Team Rival, and behind in gold as well. Side lanes, though, we haven't seen too much of an impact from Ataraxia and Vote. We saw a really good Wild Hunt ultimate out of Ataraxia a couple team fights ago. Vote, though, has been pretty quiet.
It worked out well for the team for Ataraxia to rotate to the fight, but it didn't work out for him individually. So he's back to farming for him again. He's still got a bit of a lead here up against Vote. Level, in fact, at the moment with how these minions are looking right now. I think the telling point will be around the next Gold Fury, but especially with the Portal Demon now spawning, if a team can get both the Gold Fury and the Portal Demon, it's where the lead will come from. And the way these two have been playing this set, once they've got a lead, it doesn't go away.
Yeah, pretty much nothing in terms of the lead in this one. Gold a little bit ahead is Team Rival. Deathwalker caught out a little bit here, flipped into the tower, rooted in place by Captain Twig, but he dashes out really nicely. Here comes Ice Baby. Obey need to be careful. That's the overhead kick gone from Captain Twig, and recognizing that immediately, Ice Baby jumps in, picks up his 5th kill of the game.
First time we see Twig rotate to the right-hand side, looking to make a pick. What happens? Deathwalker turns it on his head, and his good buddy, Nemesis, is waiting in the wings to make sure they clean it up.
Deathwalker's so good at those counters. Remember yesterday against Luminosity, 1v3, dives in 180, Eagles rallying and picks up a kill before going down himself. Tremendous play from Deathwalker all throughout this series as well. Last game, he was really taken out of it, and that was a big down point for Rival. Ice Baby, a little bit of poke here. There's a Terra's Blessing coming out of Emilzy. Maniac's here as well.
Final Judgment coming through. Is he going to fire it? No, he did actually. Ice Baby got hit. I thought it was aimed for Deathwalker really there, but he catching Ice Baby will force him back for now. It's not enough to stop, though, the fact that the speed buff was forced onto Obey's and Millsy there. He had to take it away to make sure it wasn't stolen in the jungle.
Vote NBK also took away the Oracle Harpies as well. It's a little bit of farm in his pocket as well as all-important vision around this Gold Fury.
Definitely, the vision around the Gold Fury is so important for both these two teams, recognizing that that is a possibility of a big gold swing as well. The right-hand side, different story, however. There's only that one ward down from Rival around that Portal Demon, as I can see. And that, actually, no, it's not even a portal, it's not even a ward, it's actually a turret that's down around this Portal Demon. And if everybody keeps paying attention to the Gold Fury, just make sure that no one's trying to sneak that Portal Demon.
I like the Pestilence coming out of here of Deathwalker. I mean, this is kind of his standard build. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Mystical Mail next. Usually he likes to get that one first, but I like it this early against a Terra, against a Sobek that can heal himself up. Even the Raven heals himself up.
Exactly, but it's also against three magical gods this game. The Terra's doing a lot of swinging of damage. You actually saw how much we've seen this Terra chunking as the game's gone on. And Emilzy's not scared to just keep running back. They really like the Terra pick overall. They're not worried about not having a Fafnir for themselves. They like utilizing the amount of CC chain that Terra brings, as well as the sustain that generally goes unnoticed. And that's one of the extra reasons why the Pestilence will come in handy as this game goes on.
Kalas has played really well on this Kabrak in this game for my mind. His walls to just block off paths for Obey to get into the fights have been tremendous. I think they've been fight changing as well.
Yeah, they really have, and that's kind of what his job will be in these engagements for Kalas, is not as much as a frontline go in and kill somebody like we've seen Deathwalker play in this Kabrakan. Instead, he'll be there for getting the peel off to make sure his team can escape, or walling off the reinforcements from Obey coming through to support the fights.
And when you look at Obey, no one can really get over a wall other than Captain Twig, and he has to use his ultimate for that.
Look at this on the right-hand side, though. That Portal Demon started up as I expected. You've got to keep an eye on that now because there's so much focus around the Gold Fury. People will forget about Portal Demon. Maniac well aware of that though, and now they know there's a sentry ward down at that portal demon as well. So it will force a couple of members here back for Obey to go and get some sentries to start contesting this portal demon.
If you just look at the wards in the map, they're so focused around the center of the map, not so much in each other's jungles, not even really looking for buff timers or anything like that, but just centered around the Gold Fury, portal demon, and a little bit the mid camps.
So it's not out of the hands of Obey right now. Yes, Rival have a lead, and yes, all 5 of those kills are onto Ice Baby, who is level 12 right now. But what can he do with this lead? If the rest of his damage dealers get taken out, Nemesis can't win this game alone. She can do a damn good job at doing that, but she is going to need some support along the way. And as it stands right now, we've not seen too much so far out of Vote, who's been farming away in this duo lane. And Wolfie in the mid lane has been relatively shut down, but that Spirit of Desolation and Magi's Boots are now online.
Now it's Obey's turn to try and pull this portal demon. There is a ward, so Rival do know this is going on, but the damage coming out of Obey is quite tremendous indeed. They might have some secure. Here comes a shot over the wall from Wolfie. Earthshaker comes down, and here's Kalas and the rest of the Rival squad. Everyone's a little piggy, but Rivals say, we still want to fight here. Actually, they need to back away as Twig's going in. Kalas in some trouble here. There's the Prana onslaught. Maniac picks him up.
And that was just a late play from Rival to get away. Wolfie was looking for the kill on a Millsy, and instead he gets picked up himself. That was an awkward play from Rival. They didn't disengage after the fight. They hung around a little bit too long. Kalas gets picked. Left-hand side, there is bonuses for Rival again, but once more, Maniac was waiting with a teleport, knowing that with a rotation out of Ataraxia, Vote was going to be able to pressure towers.
The Gold Fury started up now by the Obey Alliance as well. Only Vote here on the left-hand side of this map. He does have his ultimate to contest it, but it's not the best steal in the world. Ice Baby, one more shot on Prime from Do It. Prime actually went ahead of his wall there, so he didn't have the distance. Gold Fury goes the way of Obey, and now we're starting to see a swing, Hindu.
Yeah, it's a swing, but it's actually towards even right now because there was a gold lead in favor of Rival before this. Experience is the bigger issue here. It's about 2k swing in favor of Obey. That experience will help them out a little bit longer and getting these abilities up. It's not as impactful as you think, though. This is still an even game as it stands. This is just kind of neutralized the start that Rival had.
Last game, we saw Ataraxia rotate a lot on this Rama, get some nice snipes down in these teamfights, deal some damage. We are not seeing the same thing from Vote in this game. Vote's been sitting in this lane, farming up, because he knows that late game is going to be a bit of a hyper carry. However, it is costing his team right now with Ataraxia's tremendous rotations.
But you need a late game on your team, and that's one thing they're going to have to rely on as this game goes on, is for Vote to get to that point. So him continue to stay out of these fights and continue to farm up is fine. He's not gone for the Transcendence this time round, which is what we saw from Ataraxia. He was looking for the ults to get involved in those fights, as you heard Vetium say on the desk. So all he's got to do is sit back, get the penetration build online, and late game he is that mega hyper carry that can influence a fight, but he's still going to deal with that little man on your screen right there.
Big thing right now with this experience difference is Emilzy is level 12. He's got his second relic online, which is the shell. Kalas still level 11. Ataraxia caught out. There's a Nemesis ultimate. Here's Kalas right in his face. Aegis has come out as well. Wild Hunt as well. Ataraxia is still alive, but not for long. Actually, Captain Twig saves his life. And the meditation is huge. Prime firing shots over the wall. Here comes Wolfie trying to find the shots. He finds Prime, but Ataraxia is out. Ataraxia lives. The same can't be said for Vote.
Now it's a different story. Prime's now under pressure, but they got their boy out of the danger zone. Twig, though, he's hanging around, and meditation comes through. The judgment from Prime takes out Baby, and Kalas will follow suit as well. 3 kills the way of the mid laner, Pretty Prime, and another step closer to Obey making the finals.
Baited like a school of fish were Rival, just going all in on Ataraxia, and that Wild Hunt, that saved him. It turned everyone into a pig. They couldn't get any damage, and they were so confident in themselves, like, he's 1 HP, there's no way he gets out. Tremendous rotation there from Obey to save the life of their Hunter, and now they just get so much off the back of that. They're getting the gold, they're getting the experience. Deathwalker, though, he's going to do what his team can't and clean up the kill on Ataraxia.
You what? Again? Deathwalker keeps 2v1 and 3v1 people. Don't give him Bellona, it's that simple.
Don't stand close together if you're facing a Bellona, because she will just Eagles rally onto your face, and you will both be stunned, and then he'll just hit you with a hammer.
Yeah, Deathwalker's never afraid of fight, but it's not going to be enough to bring Rival back into it just yet. You can see it's a 2k gold lead now for Obey. Deathwalker's in a bit of problems here, because Captain Twig's on his way. I believe that was a sprint pop from him, but it won't get him away from the damage that came out from Twig and Maniac, securing them a kill and shutting down Deathwalker.
And look at this, look at the lead building back up in the favor of Obey Alliance. Nearly 5,000 experience, 2,800 gold. Rivals still have a chance in this one. Ice Baby's still, he's not in the lead anymore compared to Captain Twig, but he's still very relevant in this game.
Definitely.
Wolfie and Vote, once they start to get rolling as well, that's when it becomes a little bit of a problem, but thus far, Prime 5, 0, and 2.
And keep an eye on Ice Ice Baby. Level 14 now did go for the Sunder as well to match the Sunder of Captain Twig in this game. But that Sunder is basically going to be a second ultimate for the Nemesis.
Yep.
So not only can he just pop it on one target, he could double up and for the same target if he wants to really make sure someone evaporates very quickly in this game.
Carlos chasing down Emilzy here, but Prime's there to save the life of his support player. I mean, Emilzy didn't look too much in trouble, but with the amount of damage that Carlos can put out, even as a very tanky Kabrakan, you don't want to be taking any risks.
It's really funny because that Gold Fury and the Portal Demon for me wasn't enough of a game change for Rival to be behind in this game. It still felt very even, but I think that play onto Ataraxia where he was 3v1 and escaped was a real turning point in this game, that they now Obey are feeling confident. They've got momentum on the side and they're looking to pressure the mid lane.
Twig right at the back, the Divine Judgment comes down onto the Raven, but Wolfie's in trouble. Maniac under the tower looking for the Vulcan. Emilzy's here as well. Wolfie with the shots. He's not going to find anyone, but he does force Prime away from the tower for a second, but Obey still get the tier 1 tower. Captain Twig roots in Vote. There's 3 little piggies there, and Prime puts on a side of bacon and takes down Vote.
Next on the list would be Deathwalker, who Eagles rallies in place. In goes Twig to the backline though. Wolfie's out of more. That was the last meatball we'll see out of him. Back to the kitchen with you, Sunshine. Maniac's one hit from Dev, and Ice Ice will pick it up. He might even be able to get Prime here, but Prime turns it again.
This Thoth is going off right now for Obey Alliance. I said last game I would have liked to send Wolfie on this Thoth a little bit rather than Poseidon, and Pretty Prime is showing why Thoth is such a strong pick right now.
7, 0, and 3. Pretty Prime has had a fantastic series this series. If they win this game off this one, Prime is definitely MVP for this set for me.
Yep.
He's had a fantastic performance on the Morrigan a couple of games. Even though they lost one of these, I still think his overall performance was probably the best in the team. Not barring though how well Emilzy's been playing, even though he's been terror every game.
I think everyone on Obey's been playing tremendously. You know, Captain Twig hasn't had the best slash lines, but he's just been doing what his team needs to do.
Sure.
Obey with that Portal Demon now are being able to take this Fire Giant. Let's ride along with them and listen in what their plans are.
13-8, nice.
We go right
Get to gold, get to gold.
We go.
Yeah.
We
Go to
should
soap.
get gold now. We should get gold now.
Okay.
Yeah, so they don't get it.
Okay.
It's 20.
I'm good.
I can stay here with the... Wanna push maybe? I can...
Nah. Nem
We
can
need
take and kill one of them.
Yeah, they're down it. Should I TP behind? I'm gonna TP behind.
They're coming now.
They're grouped around it.
I'm on ramp.
Chill, guys, chill.
Yeah, go.
Careful, we're not all
Chill,
there.
need it, it's not here.
I'm not here, guys. Be really careful.
Only behind. Then me. Them all down.
Hold on, hold on.
We're not all there,
Bully
dude.
one.
I'm here now.
Let no dash.
Go back, go.
Back gold, back gold again.
Go.
Dash.
Okay.
Doesn't matter if we kill them.
You gotta really chill, dude.
Don't
Like,
fight when it's not there. Like, we can do play.
Left.
We're going
to wait
straight left
ages.
or back?
Yeah. We should probably get backdoor it and then back, right?
Yeah.
You could hear that whole fight. Ataraxia saying, chill. I'm not there. I'm not there.
Yeah.
But they still won.
They did win the fight, but I don't think Rival realized that Kurnos wasn't with them either. But that engagement was one of those things where Obey are very strong right now. Confidence, you heard Maniac teleported in going, hello! Because they realized there's not much that Rival could do against a Fire Giant squad here. But Obey in the back of their mind, I know Prime and Ataraxia with the lead callers there going, hey, just be a little bit more careful. Like, we don't want to make a mistake here. Yes, we have the lead. Yes, this is looking good for us right now. But they could still come back into it if we make silly mistakes like taking 4v5 fights.
Rival, no one on that team other than Wolfie realized that Maniac was teleporting in. Then you could see Wolfie with the Vulcan desperately trying to kill the wall before the Sobert came in and just destroyed him. The rest of his team were too focused on the Gold Fury, too focused on everything else. And I think this is where the experience from Obey is really starting to tell. This is Rival's first best of 5 series. This is the first Game 4 they've ever been in. And these kind of tense situations, everything's on the line here, something they're not used to.
Definitely. But one thing in that team fight that we saw as we were watching, listening, riding along with the comms of Obey there, those final judgments from Prime today have just shredded the backline of Rival. Multiple times he's just hit one person, but that one person has been taken completely out of the fight going, well, I have to play so far back now that there's no way I can get involved in terms of damage. And if I do try and hang around for damage, they're going to pick me up at the end of the fight anyway.
So as we mentioned before, all the kills for Team Rival are on Ice Ice Baby, and this has meant that Wolfie and Vote have they haven't been able to establish a lead even when they were ahead, but now...
They're going to try and defend this? This is a little bit risky. Maybe it's because they saw Maniac on the left-hand side. They want to try and engage this one, and here they go. They were all the way in.
Vulcan ult comes out, doesn't hit anyone. Emilzy had the Divine Judgment on him, but he's going to be A-okay. Wild Hunt comes out, hits three little piggies for Captain Twig to chase down, and he's going to blow their house down as well. Right-hand side, tier 2 tower falls down. Vote in the air, just trying to deal some damage. Can he hit Ataraxia for the final kill? He can't. Captain Twig's hanging around behind him. Here's Maniac as well. Deathwalker and Kalas taking the back line on, but the front line of Obey, they're looking to end this game all by themselves. Ataraxia's got a double. Wolfie's dead. Deicide, Obey Alliance. There's the F6. There's the surrender.
F6.
Obey Alliance move on to the grand finals.
Crazy end to the game there, but it was a fantastic team fight from Rival. I want to say, Rival's job there, they recognized Maniac wasn't with them. And I like the call for them to go for that fight, because if you just sit there and just keep getting wailed away on, you're going to lose the game anyway. Take a 4v5, try and force it. If Wolfie would have found that Earthshaker, that could have been a different story in that fight. He just put it a little bit too deep, and it turned back on its head.
I think the target prioritization was a little bit off as well. They went all in on Emilzy there. A little bit too tanky at that stage, I think. I think maybe if they'd gone for the Raven, you know, made him force his overhead kick and then try to, you know, find the kill on him there. Might be a little bit better, because Captain Twig was building a little bit more damagey, but with Emilzy, I mean, you saw the Nemesis ultimate did nothing, and there was no follow-up damage off the back.
And then once again, it was a 4v5 that, because when Maniac turned up at the end, he's like, oh, he's just cleaning up crew already? This is all good. Obey make it to the finals, though, so we'll find out who they face off later today.
All right, analysts, tell us what you saw in that game as Obey moves on to the grand finals.
I saw Obey, and specifically Pretty Prime, just crush it that game. That was a great game. Probably the closest in terms of the early stage of the game, going back and forth. Rival got off to a great start there, and whenever Ice Ice Baby's playing Nemesis and he's 5-0 that early on, that was a scary proposition. Obey really made a comeback there.
Not only was Ice Ice Baby 5-0, but he was 100% of Rival's kills at that point in the game. So he was doing a great job being all over the map. Obey Alliance didn't really have a response. It was Captain Twig that was the unfortunate early victim of one of those kills. And he got back into the game off of the great control from top, the damage, and not only that, the overcommitment from Rival onto Ataraxia.
That's the thing. Pretty Prime, he was the one who got the triple kill in this engagement, but this all starts because Ataraxia lives forever, and he never ended up dying in this play either. He gets ganked on this left-hand side. He doesn't even have a tier 1 tower here, Vedium. How does he survive?
It's just because of that Aegis, and then next you'll see his ult. Turns them into pigs. They don't beat, so they can't finish him off. And then his whole team comes in to peel for him. So you see Kalas chasing, but he doesn't actually finish Ataraxia off because all of his abilities are down. And then his whole team rushes in to finish everyone off.
Yeah, Pretty Prime ends up with a triple here in this engagement. These final judgments were phenomenal, but also the stuns off of Evade and Punish are so critical to finding success on this character.
Absolutely, covers a lot of distance, and the stun effect is just huge. Finding that nice little triple kill, surviving his Ataraxia, and Pretty Prime, the beneficiary of that triple.
Pretty Prime was all over the place on that Thoth, really set Obey in motion in order to move themselves on to the grand finals tomorrow. This is the first time a team with first pick won. What was the difference in this game?
I think it was just the fact that they couldn't control after the mid game. After that one team fight on the left-hand side, things fell apart really quickly for a Rival. The damage was all across the board here. Pretty Prime was a lot of the damage. Ataraxia did a decent job as well on that Kernanos.
All over the place for the mid laner on Obey. Really did a great job. Vedium, I got to give you some shout-outs. You were undefeated on the calls in this set. You predicted every single one right.
No L's today.
No L's today.
Still NA sucks, though. Maybe Eager will be able to redeem us.
That's what we're going to find out in the next set. But before we go to that, we've got Pretty Prime standing by with Hughes for an interview.
First of all, Prime, congratulations on taking that set. Pretty intense, you know, that EU on EU battle.
Yeah, it was intense. It was a rough set.
All right, so that Thoth game there at the end, so many great final judgments and everything like that. What was kind of the thought process of that pick?
What's the logic? They banned Morrigan. I think I played Morrigan earlier in the second game. It wasn't really that good of a pick. I just wanted it. And then it was Thoth is so greedy, but I don't know, like, you do so much work after a while, so you just gotta stall it out, really.
So, Rival, how much do you scrim these guys? How familiar are you guys with this team? Did they surprise you at all in this set?
Not really. Like, they mostly play normal stuff, except for Deathwalker that plays some kind of janky stuff from time to time. But we do scrim them a fair share. Not anything leading us to this land, though, because we're confident that we're gonna face them in the second round.
So early in that fourth game, Ice Ice Baby getting 4 kills unanswered against you guys. Was there any nerves? What were the comms like?
In the last game?
Yeah.
I don't even remember it, so I was probably not that nervous. Like, I don't know. most games just blur out for me kind of when I'm done, you know. But I think everybody was kind of calm. We had to like surrender everything on the solo side of the map just because the start went so bad. But you know, we just gotta be calm and not give them too much. Just let them hold their lead, not extend it.
All right, so looking to the next set, it's going to be Dignitas up against Team Eager. Is there either of those teams you prefer to face tomorrow? And other than that, who do you think is actually going to win?
I would probably prefer to face Dig just because it's an EU finals, and I'm pretty certain Dig will take it just because NA hasn't been looking too good. They had some rough.
Some more spicy EU banter coming out. Before we let you go, Prime, any shout-outs you'd like to give?
I want to give a shout out to my team, a shout out to Obey, my family back home, and my girlfriend back home.
All right, thank you very much, Prime, for joining us again. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow in the final. For now, back to the analyst desk where Agro's got two very special guests.
That's right. We actually get some Energy members on the desk for once. Usually you guys are playing in the finals, but you get a little consolation prize. You get to join us on the desk for once. Raffer, the support, and Emil, the hunter. How you guys doing?
I'm very good, thank you.
Doing
well as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you guys on the desk here. The duo lane from the defending world champions Energy are going to be joining me to break down this entire matchup between Dignitas and Eager. But first, let's take a look at the brackets and see how these two teams got to this semifinal. Obey move on to wait for the winner of this match in tomorrow's final. Are you guys surprised that Obey looked that good against Rival?
I mean, I was surprised they beat us, so, you know, they're coming a long way. They definitely deserve the success they're hitting right now. I can see him doing really well in the finals.
Well, they're going to be waiting for this one. Before we get into it, before we, break it down each time, you guys feel it? Are you on the same page as Prime? EU seems to be the stronger region this weekend?
I've said it for a long time now.
Just watch at Worlds, we had 2 EU teams, so we always been the best.
That's true. Season 4 seems to be more of the same, at least in terms of the EU dominance. But Eager is one of these teams in North America that always is right on the cusp of breaking up into these EU powerhouses and taking some games off them. They're going to be trying to do it up against Dignitas. But first, take a look at some of their highlights from the season and how they got here.
On the backside, Benji gets a good silence. Triple stun! DJ Perdigas barking down the opposition. This time, however, Divios one more time.
Very deep on the backside, though. Fire stolen! DJ Perdigas!
Gonna root out Ocean. There's a smash. The best is a monster.
Your #1 seed for North America and NA's only remaining hope here at Masters is this group of 5 you see on your screen right now. Guys, as players, who really jumps out at you when you watch Eager? Who is one of the leaders on this team?
I think it's mostly Sapman and DJ Pernicus, I think. I think DJ's the leader of the team, and Sapman is always going to be the carry, the playmaker, and always perform.
How do you feel about Aurora Raffer? He's a guy who gets a lot of fanfare over here in NA.
He definitely has, I would rate him as the best in NA for communication-wise. You can just tell he's got the personality to communicate everything with his team, even when stuff's going bad.
Well,
yeah.
Eager almost fell to Brazil yesterday. It was actually a pretty close set. Went all 3 games, including a blowout victory for the Black Dragons out of Brazil. Is it tough to kind of stay focused against teams that you're expected to beat, or do you have to try and make sure you make statement wins when you get the chance?
I mean, we were in exactly the same position. We were against the Australian team, and I feel like there is the tension where you feel like you have to stomp them, but you kind of want to hold your tactics back, and it's just such a complicated situation where you could find yourself in Eager's position where they actually drop a game, and they potentially should have lost the set too.
Yeah,
that's how bad NA is.
Game 3 was close too. Game 1 was close on top of that. Basically close across the board. They did show a couple strategies. Aphrodite in the jungle for DJ Pernicus. Fenrir as well in the solo for Divios. But on the other side, you've got Team Dignitas. And there's a team that's come together with a bunch of stars, basically, and this is one of them. Trixtank, one of the old guard, is among the EU pros. Been around forever, has been near the top of the league, just hasn't quite tasted that championship quite yet, guys.
I feel like
My name is Trixtank, and I play for the European team Dignitas. I play the support role, and I'm 20 years old. So about my competitive background, it's SMITE. I'm one of the old schools. I've been in the scene for a long time. Started playing the game when I was 15. Quickly got into the competitive scene. Won my first tournament when I was 17, when I actually turned 17 on my birthday, so that was pretty huge. And ever since, I've just been a top 2 team, top 3 team in Europe. My goal this year is to win Worlds. We formed a new team with the thought behind it that we wanted to be better than the old team, and now I just want to win a LAN again. I've always been number 2, number 3, number 4, never below that though, and I'm just tired of it. I want to win now. What has made SMITE more balanced, I think it's the way they have nerfed and buffed gods, and now they just found a perfect way to they just balance the gods so great, and so I think there's no OP god anymore, so there's so many different strategies you can go, and yeah, shout out to Harris. At this LAN, there's really no one I am worried about personally. I think every single team have a chance. Well, I'm worried about every single team, but you can't really be worried going into a game. You just got to think that you're the best, and if you have that mindset, you can win.
You guys have been playing against Trixtank for years now. How has his style changed from the early days to now on Dignitas?
He's definitely less toxic now in his scrim environment. That's what I gathered from the lads when I speak to them. Obviously, I'm really close to them.
Sure.
He has a lot of passion, and I think that's where the toxicity used to come from. But now he's definitely changed it into something more positive, almost like myself. You know,
yeah,
I used to be exactly the same as him.
Yeah, you guys.
I'm still toxic though.
Well, you know, I wouldn't go that far, Raffer. You're a little flower these days. Always nice in these sorts of environments. Trixtank, like he said though, was very young when he first came into the scene, and I think that sort of maturation process is something that players have to go through. I mean, ML, you find the balance, right? Everyone knows you as a troll outside of the competitive scene, but you don't troll so much when it comes to the games.
Do you watch the games?
A little bit, like a little bit of a little sprinkling of trolling, right?
No.
What do you mean no, man?
You're the biggest troll on the team.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
So how does ML troll you during these scrims? What does he do that drives you crazy?
Okay, so he'll bring Skadi into the scene.
Yeah.
And then finally, when she's meta, yeah, I'll play Hu Yi. I'm like, what happened to Skadi? No, she's okay. But every hunter's playing her, so why are you not playing it?
But now every hunter's playing Hu Yi, right, Emo?
Yeah, so I think I have to play Skadi now.
Yeah, so throw that one in the trash. You gotta find
it's not good anymore.
Something else. Maybe go back to the Energy Chrono skin. You got a couple other options there waiting for you whenever you guys are going ready for that summer split. We're getting ready here for Eager versus Dignitas. Are there any matchups between the players that you're excited to see? I mean, we don't get to see these NA versus EU matchups very often.
I'm excited to see Arkel versus Zapman, because I think Arkel is a really underrated player overall, but he has so much talent and potential.
I mean, his Hu Yi yesterday was nasty. He one-shot someone at the top left Harpies, definitely taking a page out of your book with the triple bounces there. But he's part of this new blood into the scene, you know what I mean? He comes storming in last season. Now he's going up against one of the oldest guys in the scene in Zapman. How do you, are their playstyles very different when you watch them, or do they seem kind of similar to you?
I think in a way they're kind of similar. I'm not so sure, to be honest, but it's going to be interesting to see.
What about you, Raffer? Any matchups you're excited for?
Every single one. You have Trix, Aro, both similar playstyles, both aggressive, both similar playstyles with warriors. They like the aggressive guardians, so that's one matchup I love. You have Arkel and Zapman, both aggressive hunters. They both like to box each other in lane, so perfect again. Zaro's and the best, that should be interesting. I don't know too much about the best, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that. QVO, DJ Pernicus. You have DJ who's more of a, I would say, supportive, possibly. But QVO is just so aggressive. He'll invade on cooldown
every chance he gets. And then QVO.
And then the last matchup, Variety versus Divio, I think that's going to be my favorite, to be honest.
Yeah, that's those solo lane bruisers going at one another. Variety is a guy that you guys had a lot of trouble with at Worlds. You obviously ended up on top, but has his play really continued to go up from that Worlds performance, or do you think he just stepped up for that particular LAN?
I think it was completely different at Worlds because it was a different meta. Dimmy was obviously forced onto the Hand of the Gods at the time, so that impacted the laning phase by a big margin. Variety even said to myself personally, he was like, that's the only reason I won. Like, obviously he's skilled, but he's that skilled that he knows why he's won.
Well, he's got to make some adjustments here in Season 4. All of Dignitas have looked very strong throughout the online split, but there was a time where I wasn't sure if they were going to be ready to be the auto qualifier to Masters, if they were going to be going towards the Gauntlet. The top end of Europe has been pretty tumultuous, basically outside of Obey. And what do you think was the big thing that made all of these European teams at the top so good so fast?
The meta. The meta is crazy. Every single team has just picked up on it instantly. Obviously, we picked up on it ourselves, but we wasn't that successful.
Right. Well, you guys got there towards the end. The beginning of your split was a little bit of a rough one. Do you think that at the end of the day, this spring split for you probably not going to be one of your highlights on your career page, but is this possibly better for you moving forward to maybe remotivate you a little bit from moving forward for the rest of the season?
I said this before we even came to the LAN, before we even qualified it. I said it's going to take us to lose a LAN to win the other LANs, you know, the really important ones. Not using it as an excuse. Our team really tried so hard at this LAN. Like me personally, I just tried so hard to get myself better and better because people were putting me down and I obviously wanted to prove them wrong.
Of course. And what about for you, ML? Do you think that this, I mean, if you're going to lose a LAN, Spring Split is the one to do it, right?
Yeah, this is the LAN to lose because you don't want to really lose the Summer Split. I mean, you can, but you don't want to because it's like DreamHack, Valencia, and then you have the qualifiers to Worlds that you don't want to miss. So
right
now is the time to lose.
Can't afford to stumble. Yeah, you guys planned it perfectly. This is all part of the script for Energy's inevitable three-peat.
If we win Worlds, then I'll definitely say it was scripted.
Without a doubt, absolutely. Dig versus Eager is the match we're getting ready for here. The semifinals matchup. Whoever wins this best of 5 is going to be going up against Obey tomorrow. And going back to this jungle matchup, I think that Cuvo is a player that during Season 3, there was talk that he might be better than adapting during that time. You guys snuffed that out as the season went on, but what is his playstyle like this season? How does his playstyle fit this meta as opposed to the Season 3 one?
It's honestly his meta. He was always like one of the most aggressive junglers, such as like adapting. You know, they were just both amazing players. You can't take it from any of them. I'd say they're both top 2.
And what about for you? What's it like playing against a jungler like Cuvo, who you know is going to be even on your purple buff if you let him?
It's really annoying because he will always go for me in team fights, so yeah.
There it is, Dignitas trying to get their strategies straight. Zero is the one right in the front, and you know he's going to be talking a lot of strategy. This is the guy who coached you guys last year at Worlds. What does he bring to a team dynamic?
See, for me, he easily dealt with all our personalities because a lot of our personalities would clash. There's a few egos in the team. You got ML adapting. You know. I'm definitely not guilty of that.
Right.
I'm definitely not guilty.
Again.
Yeah, I probably have a few in there. But yeah, he manages to deal with like, egos really well, so that's why he'll fit in just perfectly in that team because there's just as many egos in that team as ours.
A lot of long-standing veterans on that team for sure, and that usually translates into a bit of an ego in the team environment, though that can be healthy for a team. Zeros has had one of the more oddball god pools this split. He's been the only one to consistently play Soul. He pulled out Kronos yesterday. How valuable is that to have someone who's not playing, you know, the just Poseidon every game that like a lot of other mids are?
It's really valuable because like flexing in Smite is so like underrated and so like strong. Like if you can have like a wide god pool and like flex gods, pick them early, but it's like you never know where he's gonna be, and like that's what it is with Zeros.
ML, you have a Kronos skin in the game because of how well you played it. Rate me Zeros as Kronos. How does he do on the god?
It's alright.
He's okay.
About a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, maybe a 4.
What is
4.5?
a little bit below that midpoint. What's the difference between playing Kronos in the ADC role and playing him in the mid lane?
I'm not sure. Me personally, I don't like him in mid at all because I feel like you should just put him in dual lane and like get all the farm you can on him, and you get more farm in the hunter role. And yeah, I'm not so sure about the mid, but in this meta, maybe.
I don't think he works in this meta. I
not
think
sure
it would because he's just against NA. You definitely can't bring it out in the finals.
You can just pick whatever you want against NA at this point. Well, that means you can pick it up against Eager. Oh, Gev, maybe some spicy jungle there for Cuvo Fred. Shout-outs to Mike the Magikarp, I suppose. Zero's there. The Soul is the other one that I brought up, and that's a god that has kind of seen a bit of a power shift away from the basic attack and Fatalis sort of idea to a little bit more damage on her ultimate, more sustain as well. Do you think she still fits better in the Hunter role, ML, or do you think she's better in mid?
She works in both. I feel like she's still good in Hunter role. I know Rafa doesn't like when I play her, but she's really good. Like, you can play her in the Hunter role if you put like a Hunter mid. She works in mid as well as a mage. Like, the 2 ult combo does so much damage, and yeah.
What don't you like about her in the Hunter role, Raffer?
Because it's ML.
If anyone else is playing, it'd be fine.
I don't think it was the god. I think he was referring to himself. That was
Oh, yeah.
Classic.
On a serious note, I do think it works better in mid. I do like the god middle. Just not in my ranked game, so please, please, please do not play it ranked. I lose every game there's a soul middle.
Low pressure is the big idea there between soul and the early game. And as you know, in ranked, pressure is all you basically need. If you can get pressure, you can win the game. That's been basically a big part of this meta, though, is not only just in ranked, but in competitive play, this pressure. And I think that's one of the reasons we've seen this Robin jungle start to pop up among Europe. Are you guys a fan of that? And how do you think it works in this current meta?
I think it does work. I think it's really good, but there's just other good junglers too. So I definitely think it's a good secondary pick. So you'd have Sakit, Nemesis, Susano as like your top tier, and then I'd have Ravana as like a fallback pick.
Really? You think Nemesis is in the top tier of junglers right now?
I think she is, yeah.
Wow.
Personally, against, I guess it does depend what you're against, but it definitely is. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah,
I'm usually right, but.
I mean, you guys have 2 rings, so you can basically say whatever you want and get away with it in terms of what you think is valuable. Ice Ice Baby played that last game for Rival, got off to a great start, but sometimes Pretty Prime just can win the game playing Thoth. But a big part of that win for Obey was the Kernanos. How do you feel about this new Hunter ML that seems to be pretty dominant here this weekend?
I'm not so sure about him right now, but he's really strong, obviously. The ult actually doesn't DR, so that's really strong for team fights. But I feel like he's good. Maybe not first pick, in my opinion, but it's definitely like top 3 pick.
This has been one of the, with how many games we've had here at Masters, and especially now that we're getting into the best of 5s, these LAN metas that we always talk about that start to develop have started to revolve around Vulcan a little bit. Was that just that particular matchup because it's Pretty Prime and Wolfie, or do you think he's that good in the mid lane?
I mean, did you see Yaman on Vulcan? Jesus
I was going to bring up exactly the same thing then too.
Yeah. There we go.
I do think Kern is like a top tier pick. He's overvalued. I think that Vulcan can also fit under that category because there's just so many picks you can play in mid.
Sure.
They're just all. It just depends on the situation you can pick them in. Honestly,
that's definitely one of the things that makes these draft phases so exciting and really puts more value on guys like Hazer for Obey that is there coaching and working them through the picks and bans so that the players can just focus on playing the game and not worry about the picks and bans afterwards. Is that something that Zeros was very valuable for you guys at Worlds? Was he a guy that did the picks and bans, or was he more the ego management and personality management?
He did a lot of picks and bans. Like, he's very experienced because he was a player obviously, but didn't make it, and that's like one of the reasons we wanted to pick him up because he knew so much about the game, about picks and bans. So
it was like secondary picks and bans we had him in, but fortunately we didn't need that. We did it on our own picks and bans, which is definitely good for us, but we always respected his picks and bans, so they were just secondary in case we lost and needed them.
Well, you didn't need them in that matchup up against Obey, but this new Obey team is waiting for the winner of this set that's coming up. That's Eager versus Team Dignitas. Either way, going back to this this Hunter matchup, you think CERN is a little bit overvalued, but between Zapman and Arkil, these are 2 aggressive guys, like you mentioned. So who do you think is going to be the priority picks between those 2? Is it the Hu Yi that Arkil was playing yesterday? Maybe a Rom? What do you expect?
I feel like they're both gonna value CERN. They both, I think they both first picked it in their games. I'm not sure, but I think Hu Yi and CERN probably will be very valued between them.
Yeah, because they both like rotating too. I feel like to fight. So and the Kern's ult literally does not DR. So you imagine a Hunbat's ult, which is basically non-DR, into a Kern ult. That's how much CC?
A ton. Enough, basically, to knock down any frontliner or backliner that doesn't have any purification beads. We're ready to go here. Picks and bans for game number 1 between Team Eager and Team Dignitas. The winner of this goes on to face Obey Alliance tomorrow. It is a best of 5 matchup. Eager with the first pick selection, and in the last set, first pick only won 1 game. It was second pick who really had the majority of the power. Do you guys feel like second pick's in a better spot right now than first?
I prefer first personally because you have such dominance in picks and bans. If you're first pick, you don't even need to ban the Sakit, so I'm not sure why they banned that. Maybe it's not in his god pool.
Yeah, DJ did play it yesterday and did pretty well. That was in game 3, I believe, up against the Black Dragons. Maybe a different strategy in mind
They
here.
definitely want the Kern first pick then. I feel like that's because I feel like the respect in Dig to maybe overvalue it. I'm not too sure.
Could be. Fafnir, the other band here for Team Eager, targeting out that man on your screen, Trixtank. Chunga, the original Chunga jungle, DJ Pernicus playing for Eager, so Dignitas not trying to handle that healing mage in the jungle, and Aphrodite.
Wow.
So 2 jungle mage bands up against DJ. This leaves open a lot for Eager on the table.
I don't agree with that Afro or Chunga ban. I mean, I do understand the Chunga one, but the Afro.
Yeah.
They might just not want to go versus any sustain comp whatsoever, I think. So they might even pick up a Ra here for himself to deny from best.
Could be. Zeros has played that Ra before. It is Cernanos, the first pick for Zapman and Team Eager. No surprise there.
I did see that one coming.
Yeah.
But yeah, Terra for the sustain, as you said. But I don't think Zeros will play Ra.
Probably not.
Ravin. So it could be in the jungle. That's what we've seen the majority of European teams running. Cuvo does have that ability to play not the traditional assassins, a little bit more supporty if necessary, but this lends itself to his invade sort of style where he wants to bully you on early on in the game.
I would like to see a Humbats from Eager. I think that would be the strongest pick. Fenrir, that's going to be solo.
Could be solo. Flex pick. DJ has played this Fenrir consistently throughout both the Spring Split and Season 3.
I'm 100% sure that's solo.
100% sure you like it into what? Well, Terra likely to go to Trixtank. Dignitas seemed to prefer that in the Guardian role and not give it to Variety, who likes a little bit more pressure in his lanes. And it is going to be the Hu Yi up against the Cernanos for Arco in that duo lane. Do you like this matchup? Vedium was saying he likes Hu Yi in the Cern.
Yeah, I really like Hu Yi and like Honor into Cern. Yeah, it's good.
Ra is going to be the ban for Dignitas, still not wanting any healing on the side of Eager. Osiris targeted out for Variety in that solo lane.
And Dignitas is just banning healers. They don't want to go versus sustain
I
at all.
think that was a perfect ban, just because they have the sustain, and if they deny it, then if a team fight goes even, Dignitas wins.
Is Guan Yu so far out that they can't, that Divios couldn't pull that out?
You can't play that in this meta.
That's a Fenrir solo.
Yeah.
Nemesis, the other band there for Dignitas, targeting out DJ a little bit more. And Kronos seems to be that mid-mage was enough to get Eager to ban it away from Zeros. I think the overall objective damage you have with Hu Yi and Kronos whenever you're starting to siege up in the mid to late stages of the game is something that Eager doesn't really want to deal with. But Zeros still does have that soul to go to if that's the route that Dignitas want to take. If you're Dignitas here, Raffer, what are you looking to pick? Never mind, you don't have to answer. It's Thoth.
I was going to say tough as well.
Well, perfect. You would have nailed it right on the head. Thoth absolutely carried game 4 for Obey to send them into the finals. Zeros just continues to show that his god pool is extremely wide, not locked down to one type of god.
Oh, wow.
Nuwa, and there it is, the Guan Yu. So it is going to be Fenrir in the jungle, Divios on the Guan. What can Dignitas do to punish this pick for Divios? You said you don't like it in this meta. What specifically makes it tough?
You don't have pressure, really. Like, you will just like get your blue buff stolen, and you will be like naturally behind in the matchup. But it might even be a Guan jungle. Like, you never know with
I was going to say.
Yeah, it could be. Could be Divios on that Fenrir solo. DJ was the first Guan jungle. DJ does a lot of firsts in that jungle, and they all seem to be centered around healing. Really seems to like it. Bologna going to be the last pick there for Variety. Gets all the way to the last pick. That's been a very strong one all weekend long. You see the draft guys. Who do you like in game 1?
I would say Team Dignitas. Like, that was a sick draft. I'm not sure why Bologna was last picked either. I didn't even pay attention to that.
I don't know how she got through. Definitely Dignitas.
Dignitas.
No, not just because they're EU. You know, I'm
the
not
draft as well?
Again.
Okay, so taking the bias aside a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
To the 2 EU guys, they're voting for EU. Surprise, surprise. We got Tom and Tolly on the cast. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, friends. Eager versus Team Dignitas. This one's going to be a really interesting one. You heard the guys on the desk. Dignitas have a very standard, just a strong draft. But you look across the way, Eager, a couple of weird things. but that's why Eager's here playing the weird things.
They're here. They're basically doing such a great job flexing their picks and bans. Guan Yu was not a pick that any team has pulled out so far at this LAN, and Eager on Aurora specifically. You're looking at that kind of a style with Khepri being for him and the Guan Yu for Divios potentially, although you never know because DJ Pernicus has also been known to play this in the jungle.
Yeah, the Guan jungle, like Agaro said, one of DJ's specialties. I don't know if we'll see it. The Fenrir solo, also something that we see out of Divios frequently. We actually saw it already. Let's get right into the game here. The first of what could be a 5-game set. It will be Divios on that solo lane dog, and DJ Pernicus, the horseman of the jungle.
Eager. They beat the Brazilian Black Dragons 2-1 yesterday. Dignitas had a little bit of an easier task, 2-0ing Sword Gaming, but this time they're both in a best of 5, and we're going to see a lot of diverse strategies between the both of them.
I'm going to be that guy. I think Team Eager, when it comes to Team Eager, they play the game on and off the field. If you're standing on the lunch line, grabbing catering, they're talking aware that everybody's listening, aware that everybody's going to be taking that information to the game. People don't have loose lips. We're not talking where everybody lets their strategies fly, but outside of the battlefield, players kind of chat about Smite. The Eager guys don't. They don't have casual conversations. They don't mention things that they enjoy because they're afraid that that's going to be taken into the gameplay. So what we saw yesterday with Eager versus the Brazilians played better than I think Eager anticipated, but I don't think Eager was exactly in 5th gear.
I love what Eager are doing here, putting Aurora in the mid lane, utilizing his passive for the shield, giving Best the opportunity to find a lot of damage. Nice Rook, Cuvo Fred taking a lot of damage over time from Aurora, looking for the shot, not gonna find it. Could have potentially been a first blood there.
Listen, you're the best on this new WoW. Yesterday, I didn't really like the pick. I think there was a lot of people that didn't like the pick. And then he wound up top damage by over 10,000 above the number 2 damage and just making it count. Really, really strong pick coming out from Best. He's always really had this Nuwa. Him and MLC Stealth come to mind when I start thinking about this character, but it really is just very impressive the way Best is able to really play this style, and it fits into what Team Eager does in that they have their own style. They play their own brand of Smite. I say it all the time, but team identity is very important, and I think Team Eager are certainly leading the charge in that regard here in Season 4.
Flexing in mid and solo lane, Eager leaves Zatman alone in the duo lane. As a result, they're able to invade Dignitas' solo lane side, but they're losing the purple and the red, which could hurt Zatman in the long run. Still struggling to get level 3, having to back off, really afraid that Trix and Arkle can come from underneath and potentially kill him.
I mean, you say that, but they're a couple of 100 gold ahead, nice and even. And Team Eager have not had too many issues in the jungle, despite having that stuff really stolen from them. So we'll see how this game matures, as we're very, very early on in here. Arkle versus Zatman, I think, is one of the matchups that a lot of fans at home are really eager to see.
Absolutely. The Hui versus the Kurnanos. Huge LAN meta pick here with this new god coming recently. Being able to control a lot of space with that Wild Hunt. The changing of the seasons gives them a lot of utility, going through different laning phases, going for that lifesteal that you see right there.
Yeah, right there you can see the difference in damage coming out from the two hunters. Zatman about 6,000 damage over Arkle per game, but Arkle winds up with a very similar KDA. I think what that shows is that Zatman is rotating a little bit more and involved in some of those team fights, where Arkle is very adamant about looking for the lane win. Best in some trouble here, very low, turns around and gets aggressive. DJ shows up and he's going to shred some protections, but more importantly, heals his mid lane. There's a meditation on a Cuvo Fred. Very low is he. DJ Pernicus still on the chase. One dot will hit him, but they can't find it. Eager coming up short, despite dishing out a ton of damage on the other direction. Still 0-0.
Oh, the ultimate from the Best, not gonna be able to take out Cuvo Fred, able to get that fountain tick at the last possible moment. Still don't think it would have found the kill either way, but the healing from Team Eager already showing into effect. Double meditation between DJ Pernicus and Aurora, not to mention the conviction coming out of that Guan Yu in the jungle, giving him that slight edge to continue fighting in that small jungle skirmish.
Yeah, that really extended that initiation. Team Eager, they coulda, shoulda, woulda died with any other composition, any other relic choices, and that's why you see Eager commit so hard to that engagement. They understand exactly what tools they have at their disposal, and they're going to be able to play to that regard. Divios chased out a lane. Nice gank coming out from the guys on Team Dignitas. as Bologna shows up, or rather Bologna stays in lane, and we see the rotation out of Trix Tank. Not enough to kill Divios, but they do chase out that ult.
Trading the ults for ult, Trix Tank sacrificing his Terra's Blessing. The mobility and the cooldown reduction is not going to be available for the rest of his teammates, just to alleviate some pressure for Variety. Divios playing this Fenrir in the soul lane gives him a lot of aggressive options, finding the Unchains consistently. As long as he hits that at a regular basis, you're looking at a 15-second cooldown that suddenly becomes 7.5, and as this Fenrir increases his levels, that damage is just going to skyrocket through the roof.
Divios actually starts to max that jump in the solo lane. That's kind of the go-to when you're playing with Fenrir solo, as opposed to the jungle, where you're looking for that brutalize damage. You don't really have the opportunity to group up the minions and get that AoE damage as often, so what you do is you find the damage by way of the jump, which also helps when you rotate and you look for these initiations. Fenrir looking for that stun, like you mentioned, off of the jump itself. Well, if it's going to hit really hard as well, I'll take it.
It does a lot of base damage, which is why he works so well in that solo lane, having a decent amount of scaling, but once that ability is maxed out, it does about 335 damage. There's nothing to really sleep on in the solo lane, and nothing to sleep on is the 3v3 combination of Eager either. This Khepri, Guan Yu, Nuwa, a lot of control, a lot of healing, and a decent amount of damage once this Nuwa gets some levels.
Yeah, that's the key. The Nuwa has to get some levels. Nice root coming out from Zapman while dancing away from the Ricochet. 2-on-3 as Dignitas invade on the right side of the map, and speed buff is grabbed by DJ Pernicus, so Dignitas come up short. Cubo Fred looking towards Divios' blue buff. He has help from the solo laner, and Divios wants to come over, but as soon as Trix Tank shows up, not going to be part of the conversation, and Dignitas tried 2 invades, only one of them come up successful. Ooh. And it's going to be right there on the blue buff.
Oh, it's so risky going in the jungle against a Huyi because of the possible threat of that triple Ricochet bounce. Arco looking for that opportunity. Both of these hunters having the red buff. Still too early to tell which path they're truly going to go to, whether it's going to be that Transcendence or whether it's going to be a different option going for more lifesteal, finishing off the boots, but electing to go for more attack speed option for Zapman.
Both ultimates in the solo lane used. Team Dignitas' Variety here, not really getting the better of Divios. Neither is Divios. Nice little even matchup here. Totally, this is an odd one. And you being the solo lane master yourself, the dog, Fenrir versus Variety's Bologna. How is this one supposed to go?
It's going to go Divios' way as he gets a little bit more levels, because you're looking at the Seething Howl. Once that gets maxed out, there's going to be a huge boost of lifesteal coming out of the Fenrir for Divios, and this is where he's going to truly outbox the Bologna. Even with the Scourge taking at about 50 or higher per hit, as that gets maxed out, it's not going to be enough to really deal with the Fenrir because of the physical power bonus that he gets from popping that steroid.
And so what's Team Eager looking for with Divios on this Fenrir? Is he going to be aggressive, or is he really just a setup man? Why put the Fenrir in the solo lane?
He's going to be forcing the beads out of Zyros potentially whenever these teamfights do occur. Getting Arkel out of the teamfights is the goal out of any solo laner. Just get the Hunter, targeting yourself, not the rest of your teammates, and then you can back off easily, relying on the sustain from DJ Pernicus and the damage reduction from Aurora's Rising Dawn.
Cubo Fred right there. That's a play that they can only make because Team Eager have a Guan jungle. Any other jungler punishes Cubo for that. Divios gets punished under tower. Variety goes right for it, and he's certainly feeling that one. First blood going the way of Team Dignitas.
This is the rematch for Variety versus Divios back at Worlds. Obey versus Eager back when he was still on that team, and we saw a lot of fireworks between those two going into all 5 games. So going to be a lot of fireworks, let's just say, for these solo laners.
Yeah, Divios is a loud guy, usually more of the, like Maniac, a very positive force of energy. Variety, well, he likes to get in your face a little bit, the classic Omega style, right? So he's going to be a little bit rude, but I like that. I like that edge when I'm watching these solo laners.
And with that advantage, we're seeing the fact that Divios went for the health chalice. The gold is not going to be in his favor in the later stages because he's not going to be able to sell that item off. Really trying to finish off some more physical defense. Different branches, though, between these two solo laners. You're looking at the silver breastplate for Divios, whereas Variety, he's probably looking for a mystical mail after that Mark of the Vanguard.
We've seen that mystical mail be so prevalent recently. I think it was Deathwalker who really brought it back. It's a rather expensive item, but yet we still see these soul laners bringing it out. Well, it went away because of the rise in price. People said simply, I just I value the stats of breastplate more. It comes with CDR, and frankly, it's a lot easier to get. It comes along a lot quicker. But we're seeing people go back to the Mystical Mail.
Mystical Mail, it gives you a good amount of magic damage per second. Whenever you dive that backline, you're getting you're getting Zapman out of these teamfights. If you're a variety, you're also going to be doing more damage to him with that Mystical Mail ticks because you use your shield dash to go in, absorbing all those in-hands and get the consistent damage over time.
DJ's in trouble, surrounded by 3. The Thoth ultimate going to be juked out. And there's a nice shot from Cuvo Fred, but a better one from Aurora, saving the life of the jungler. And DJ lives another day.
A nice Sunder attempt by Cuvo Fred, but Aurora was in the right place at the right time, saving his jungler. DJ is thanking his lucky stars.
I'm actually questioning this. I'll pop up the question in a moment. Divios is in some trouble. He's going to jump away to the rest of his teammates. Variety shows up as well, getting the stun and the bludgeon, putting the dog down. Variety with number 2 for both him and his team. Aurora exits south, and DJ Pernick is looking for the towers. And that'll be enough for Team Dignitas to go ahead and back off. I said I was going to pop the question. Not that one, Tully. Sorry, buddy. I love you, but we'll talk about Mystical Mail. So this item, with the idea that there is a Khepri in the game, still, actually, Zapman in trouble now. Dignitas don't want me to talk about Mystical Mail. They want me to talk about their kills. 3 for Dig, opening up the wall for Gold Fury.
Just like that, Arkil utilizing his whole kit to his advantage, potentially threatening the Ricochet bounce.
DJ.
But look at this, Dignitas just getting Gold Fury immediately after. Because Eager had to back off from that earlier engagement on the right-hand side, it didn't get them enough time to go back from the fountain towards defending that Gold Fury on the left. Zapman was afraid that there could have been that potential threat of the Gold Fury, poked his nose where it shouldn't have been, and that 1v1 skirmish against the Hui in the jungle is going to favor Arkil every single time.
Very intelligent play coming out from Team Dignitas, just sneaking up in there. Divios versus Variety, about half a level down for the North American Canadian solo laner. Jumping and getting the stun onto Variety. He has help in the wings, but Variety has help as well by way of Trickstang. But there's 3-4 players in Eager jerseys. Variety's going to be rooted, hits the hammer, but where's the damage? DJ Pernigus, he's taking more than he's actually dealing out. Now we have to see Eager go ahead and retreat. Meditation already used. Aurora shimmies to the side and avoids the stun from Terra. But Team Dignitas respond completely correctly. And Team Eager can't get their gank to really come in the direction they wanted to.
DJ took too much damage. He doesn't have the conviction maxed out quite yet. Trying to rely on this the sustain option. Only having 3 points into it at this point in the game at the 11.5 minute mark. Still baiting out a lot of cooldowns because he's relying on Aurora to be able to either abduct somebody out of position or just to throw out that Rising Dawn so he can be more resilient. But look at this. Dignitas, they feel they have the edge and they're going to go for this Portal Demon.
Yeah, it's about halfway down, and I don't expect Dignitas to really stick to it. This is a very minor objective at this moment in time. Just 11 minutes in. Fire Giant a little bit less realistic, so I don't think that we're going to see any teams really force this Portal Demon, but if it's there for free, I think Dig will certainly take it.
Still trying to bait somebody out of position. Best taking 25% of his health. DJ getting a position to heal him up. And this is all Dignitas really wants to do. Being able to take advantage of the fact that DJ doesn't have that heal maxed out. The meditation from Aurora is on cooldown, but DJ's is available. His health pool is not the highest, though, to truly take advantage of that relic.
Yeah, we'll see how he builds later on. It's very early, like we said, and DJ might be able to change some of those stats. Tier 1 tower goes down on the left side. Zapman not able to defend. And Arkil, like we said earlier, Arkil a little bit more lane focused than Zapman. Going to be able to pick up that tower nice and early.
A little uncharacteristic for such a highly seasoned veteran such as Zapman to leave his tower unattended to. Arkil taking full advantage of this, going for a different pathing in the itemization choices as well. We're looking at the Fatalis on the side of the Hui, whereas Kernanos going to be looking for either the Executioner as he backs to base and finishes it off.
Yeah, Executioner versus the Chinsai. If you back and you have the gold for the Chinsai, sure, go for it. But more often than not, you're going to have the gold for the Executioner, which is really what you want to find. That early penetration is going to work hand in hand with what Kernanos really wants to do here.
Chinsais are usually the better option against these tanky targets that do have the health. We're looking at Terra having that Gauntlet of Thebes, but on the other hand, you're looking at Cuvo Fred that has a lot of physical defense with that Void Shield, an item that we haven't seen in quite a long time. So this Executioner is going to be able to melt through that. that physical defense. Not only that, by weakening the protections of whichever target Zap is hitting, it also is going to help out both DJ Pernicus and Divios hit the same target.
So Team Dignitas off to a decent lead right here. 3-0, and the Gold respecting that as well. About 3,000 separating our two teams. But it hasn't really been devastating. It's basically been one or two just misengagements from Team Eager. Nothing really too drastic or crazy. Right now, DJ gonna get out of this one very barely alive.
Forced to use the cavalry charge just to get out of the slows from the Hu Yi Suns. Going for the Portal Demon without any hesitation. DJ Pernicus at about half health. This is going to be a bait, trying to find another kill.
And still there's Divios getting a double stun, bringing back Trixtank to the rest of the squad. Trixtank down to about half HP. Nuwa ults to avoid a lot of the nonsense. Great ultimate out of Aurora to save the life of DJ Pernicus. Variety gets a triple stun, setting up his Hunter and the mid lane. Both the Zeros and Arkel find a kill. The best and Divios gonna sit on the sidelines. That's Team Dignitas's completely free Portal Demon.
The strategy from Team Dignitas completely playing into the hands. Eager was able to take the bait, wanted to stop out that Portal Demon, but without the ultimate from DJ Pernicus, he couldn't get out of danger, unfortunately, or luckily for him. Aurora's ultimate did save him earlier on to that ultimate, but it just wasn't enough to win these team fights. Team Dignitas really exploiting the fact that the Eagles rally is more useful here than Divios' Signal Ragnarok.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when it comes down to it, in that engagement, I'll agree with you on it. Team Eager want to find a specific pick and blow them up with the best burst, but the problem was Dig was able to get to the backline and force Best into that ultimate.
Variety finding that three-man Eagles rally, setting up the protections and the damage for the rest of his team for that aura, allowing Dignitas to get that 750 gold after the 2 kills, putting themselves in a very comfortable spot here, about 5,000 gold at the 15.5 minute mark.
More than just a stun as well. That Eagles rally focused on it set up the entire area to have the high protection for the rest of the team. So Eager fought into a situation where everybody was too tanky to really deal damage to. Gold Fury, nobody allowed in. Absolutely not. Wonderful zone coming out from Kuvo Fred's Robin and Trixtank's Terra. And because of that, Team Dignitas are able to take down the Gold Fury with 3 of their members. Eager, not even anywhere close to the objective. 16 minutes in, we're looking at a 7,000 gold lead for the Europeans.
Second Gold Fury for Team Dignitas left completely uncontested, and Eager have no response because that Portal Demon has been taken. So where do you really go if you're Eager on this side? You can't obviously sneak the Fire Giant. It's too risky at this point. Eager doesn't really have the burst damage, not to mention Dignitas is not going to be a slouch in terms of not warding on that side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit about the vision, like you said. Where would you like to see the wards?
The wards should be relatively along the neutral line. You can't advance past that point. Dignitas is just too far ahead. Looking at the mid lane specifically, Best 3 levels behind Zeros, just doing so much damage on this top, right beneath Variety on this Bellona.
Which, I mean, the Bellona, sure, you're in the solo lane, but you very rarely see Bellona top damage. She's just been brawling here.
Well, the bludgeons have been really good for Variety because he finds the wind-up in the mid lane, though. Kuvo Fred getting a lot of poke, utilizing the Terra's Monolith for the sustain, the ricochet from Arkel, just slightly off the mark.
I like Arkel. He's always going to go for that, though. Here's Divios going for one as well. Chases the beads out of Arkel, and another gigantic rally here. Kuvo Fred gets set up for one. Continuing on as everybody pushes up forward. Team Dignitas now on the retreat. Really big meditation, saving out Kuvo Fred, but the tower falls down. DJ Pernicus goes forward and forced backwards. Nice stun. There's a secondary. The Aegis saves him for the moment, but Arkel with the double kill. Fantastic play out of that guy.
Dignitas just keep forcing the issue down the tier 1 mid lane. The Suns came raining down by Arkel. It actually forced out the ultimate from Aurora onto himself, not helping out Divios to survive. And because there was no Khepri ultimate, Divios already falling, the rest was just history. Dignitas just keep going, get the tier 2 tower, and they're not even done yet here, Tom. They're going for Fire Giant at the 18-minute mark.
Yeah, I think this one is theirs free and clear. Paid in advance and full. Team Dignitas have earned this Fire Giant by way of the team fight in the mid lane. Not only did they pick up the tier 1 tower during it, but they take a couple of lives with them, pick up the Fire Giant, and now a very devastating 10,000 gold lead is about to expand even further.
3 minutes ago, Dignitas were up 5,000. All it takes is one slight misposition for it to just go downhill for Eager. Dignitas on the better end of this with this Fire Giant, going to start to group up, get these last remaining towers, and really elevate their gold lead.
This is what Dignitas really do when they're allowed to do this, is variety sets up Arkle. And the other guys just sort of fall in line, which is hilarious because Cuvo Fred is one of the best junglers in the game, and Trixtank, classic high-end support. But Variety and Arkle this game have really been doing a ton of the heavy lifting. Shout out to Thoth as Zeros is able to climb up the player damage charts, but Arkle just out of control. This guy was overlooked, I think, for a large majority of his career playing on the Myrmidons and a lower-end team. But Dignitas saw what he brought. They have 4 eternal... Oh, Divios.
Divios caught in a bad spot, getting stunned out by Arkle. Sun zoning him away from going on the right. We see the Khepri ultimate left alone onto Aurora. He's going to take a spill. Trixtank credited with that one. Cubo Fred taking a little bit in return, but it shouldn't be a problem considering he has to sustain from that Fire Giant buff.
DJ Pernigus 3 levels down in the jungle on this Guan Yu, not able to provide the support that he really wanted to, like he was able to a couple of seasons ago on this Guan Yu jungle. I really enjoyed it. I don't think the meta's changed. I think that this has just been a poor game for DJ Pernigus, and I'd like to see him turn it around. I think this Guan Yu can be dynamic. It's fun to watch in the jungle, but right now, nothing is fun for the Eager fans. Team Dignitas are going to take out DJ Pernigus. Let's listen to them as they push down the right side lane.
Go Phoenix. No, go. Yes, no dash, no dash, no dash. No dash? No dash, no dash, no dash. BJ just down, BJ just down, BJ just down. Phoenix. No, Phoenix. Go mid up. Chill. Help. Can we please reset? We gotta reset now. I could please just go for the Phoenix now because I took so much damage. We could've gotten mid Phoenix as well. Whatever.
No, we should back.
Let's do good now. Portal first to get Paul, we can just go back.
Someone them picks up, bro.
Someone should do gold because they might be able to do it. No, just back.
Trixtank, all business. Not quite what we're used to, which is really funny. Knowing how these guys work outside of the game, Trixtank is all business, and the other guys are not really letting that fly.
Arkle diving past the Phoenix. It's your job as a hunter to get the Phoenix, and then for a Guardian to be punching it as a terror. It's like, what are you doing, mate? And then at the end there, you could just hear Zyros giggling in the background like, yeah, Arkle, that was pretty funny.
And Trixtank is sitting there, we could have gotten mid-Phoenix. Guys, listen to me. Every other situation, Trixtank is the one that's in the best.
That man's in a lot of trouble, forced into Aurora, saving his life, but it's not gonna be enough. The hunter out of Europe taking off the life of North America.
Zero's just chunking down the support. Aurora, the chunk himself, gets chunked right there. Baker's dozen for Team Dignitas as they take down the Tier 2 tower on the left-hand side. Black and yellow looking for the left Phoenix as well. We'll see if they listen to Trixtank this time around, if they go to the mid or if they stick here. This time, I think Arkle's a little bit more on the same page, looking for those basics on the Phoenix, but he'll take a Guan Yu along with him for his trouble. DJ Pernigus falls down for the 3rd time this game. Look at that slash line on the side of Team Eager. Big old goose egg on the side of everybody's kill column. No Phoenixes left just yet here, Toli. And Digger gonna push into the throne room.
Very clean game from Team Dignitas without a single death whatsoever. Trixtank gets pulled into the fountain. He's gonna be the first victim. Titan still being aggressed on Dignitas, trying to find a way to close it out. Half health right now, but they're gonna get funneled on out of there. Eager holding on for the moment.
Really good defensive stop coming out from Eager. Arkle's able to take one down, but Arkle finally falls! Aurora with 2 out of the 3 kills on Team Eager right now on the Khepri.
Just delaying the inevitable. Dignitas having a little bit too much fun compared to 2 minutes ago. Diving that fountain is not the way to end the game here, and Dignitas are going to have to wait for those respawns and possibly get that next Fire Giant before ending the game.
I'll give Dignitas the benefit of the doubt. Aurora pulled the player into the fountain, so, you know, the abduct is going to bring you along with them. So I'll give Aurora credit for that one.
Well, at the same time, though, we saw Dignitas push in without the Fire Giant buff. If they were playing super safe, they would go back, spend all that golden hand that they have currently that you see on the left-hand side, get the next Fire Giant respawning, and then end the game for a very clean first game. A little bit too much fun, a little too loose, lax. It's not the worst thing in the world.
I don't mind playing with the lead.
Cons.
I don't mind playing with the lead. Dignitas are in a position where they can do that, right? You either win the game right here, or you get wiped and you try again and the reason that they have that leeway is because all three of the Phoenixes are down. I say shoot your shot, and if you miss, you get the rebound. You go ahead number 2. Not a big deal.
Except that the rebound would have favored Eager because the timing of the wipe. If they found a D side Eager, they would have been able to get the Fire Giant because the left side Phoenix and mid Phoenix, as it fell, it wouldn't have been enough time for the Fire Minions to truly start flooding into your Titan room. So you would just have to have one person dedicated towards holding the right side of the Fire Minions. The rest of you 4 get the Fire Giant, and then Eager holds on for a little bit longer. But luckily for Dignitas, only 3 members fall instead of 5.
Still a 14,000 gold lead here in game number 1. Reminder, this is a 5-game set, so it's not all doom and gloom for Eager fans back at home. DJ Pernicus and Divios very low. DJ back up to full HP, and everybody gonna hit the fountain. And Team Dignitas gonna take game 1 nice and clean. Eager wind up having a nice defensive stop towards the end, but ultimately 15-3. And Dignitas ready to take on game 2.
24.5 minutes for Dignitas to find the victory there. Looking very happy Zeros after he put on a great performance on the top. A very unorthodox strategy out of Eager, except it's Eager, so we've known to see them kind of run different styles compared to different teams.
Yeah, expect the unexpected. The unorthodox is orthodox, right? All those cliches come when it comes to Team Eager, and I think it's very easy for the layman at home, the armchair coach, to go ahead and say, oh, they obviously lost because they tried to do something different. Well, I don't really think it's the case. I think they just got outplayed. The Guan Yu jungle didn't really work here this time around, and again, I think it's just because Dignitas came out of the gate stronger.
It was just a better mid-game composition out of Eager, but they never got to the mid-game to truly take advantage.
Yeah, tough stuff coming out for Team Eager. In game number 1, Dignitas lead the series 1-0. We'll break it down here with the guys on the desk.
EU's reign of dominance continues, at least in game 1. Dignitas handily takes down Team Eager, and that game was just, it never felt close, guys.
I was just a stomp. Like, Dignitas just all in, like they just stomped them.
Do we even have to say anything?
Well, technically yes, because you're on the desk, but really no. I think you not saying anything says enough. Dignitas was all over the place, and I think it all started with variety in that solo lane. We were surprised that he got Bologna in that last pick. That early solo kill to get the first blood really opened up the map for Team Dignitas.
See, I don't think the Fenrir pick wasn't bad. Like, I'm not too sure on the matchup myself, but as like a solo laner, like I respect him to pick that.
Sure.
Fenrir is like really strong. As you can see here, he's out of mana, he's just outclassed. Right, he knows that matchup far too well. I didn't even know anyone played it in Europe, but he obviously learned that from experience.
And this was a big fight that I think we're going to be able to take a look at later on in terms of around this area, rather, wasn't this fight in particular. Variety was just all over the place around the team fight. Did such a good job of reinitiating and allowing Eager to be the initiators, because Eager, they felt like they were falling behind. They knew they had to do something, but that team comp didn't excel at being the ones to initiate. They wanted to counter-initiate, but never got the chance.
So what Dignitas failed to do at the start was check how Eager did, and they did the 2 mid, 2 jungle, 2 mid, 2 solo.
Sure.
And then how they should have reacted was to push up and push Zapman away from the small minions, and literally farmed him. Like, he would have had 0 XP, he would have been running into lane level 1 with no XP.
They could have zoned him.
And they could have zoned him. We've done exactly the same thing so many times. And I think we've done it to a ADC, and he was level 4 when the solo laner was level 12. Like, it's that hard.
That's
so
brutal.
that's one thing that, that's literally the only thing I've got noted down that Dignitas did wrong, apart from the fountain dive, which was pretty classy.
Well, you know, that was towards the end. Yeah,
you know what I'm like.
You gotta show him who's the real boss. Let's go to the fight that really turned the game in Dignitas' favor. Around the portal demon, it was Divios initiating out of this fog. Finds the wrong target with the Ragnarok, but look at QVO Fred in this fight. He just zones everybody.
See, the thing is with QVO, he has perfect vision, and it allows the Bologna ultimate to come through, and it's just a free fight. You know, that is the perfect fight to have as a terror support. You have an ultimate that's freely cast, you have your free to heal, and then you can one to smash it for damage. It was just such a free fight for them.
I mean, if you get picked up in the Fenrir ult, it's Terra, you're already like, this is going to be a good fight.
Yeah,
We're already winning.
Obviously, and he had tank boots too, and the Khepri had his Teleria boots, so automatically he's got the advantage unless the game is stalled out.
Well, it was not stalled out. Dignitas really took that one pretty cleanly. Arkill had another great performance on that Hu Yi, really showed up very well for their 4 dig. Eager, they've got a lot to work on in terms of what they want to do to come back in this series. The picks and bans were pretty important here. The player damage you can see on the screen, Arkill really popped off in this game. But overall, I think the picks and bans is where this went wrong for Eager. You guys said it during the first part. It was Dignitas banning away sustain. Eager clearly wanted to commit to that, but maybe a little bit too hard.
Yeah, you look at that damage, and it was just purely on the jungle. The ADC one, sure, that's relevant late game, but like mid and early, it's not too bad, but it's that jungle. Like, what's the Guan doing? That's why I was really surprised at the Afro and the Changa ban. Like, it's literally just going to have the same impact. Maybe the Changa one I understand, but not the Afro.
Sure, but a little bit more sustained, at least in terms of single target, and Eager really seemed to like that, though that game against Black Dragons did go very long with the Aphrodite jungle, even with an early lead for Team Eager in that one. Eager still in this first pick position, and they're going to keep with their same bans. You didn't want to see them ban away this Circuit in the first pick, but they do it again here in game 2.
I just hope they don't first pick Cern. I think they're really overvaluing him right now, and they should focus on picking something else like Bellona maybe, and just get that pressure in solo lane.
Yeah.
Because you can't impact the game like from the ADC role that early anyways, and they should like focus on getting ahead early right now.
Yeah, you guys were big proponents of first picking that Bellona, and was it just really Deathwalker showing everyone the light in terms of how good that god is right now, or did something else change for her?
We used to play it like a long time ago, like 1 or 2 years ago, and I think they may probably forgotten like the true power of it, and it's so strong, and all it takes is him to get reminded, and there we go, we first pick it.
There you go.
It's just the same stuff.
Eager is the master in North America of the salty run back. They are, more than any other team, down to pick exactly what they did last time, even when they get stomped like they did there in game 1, and that's exactly what they're going for so far in game 2. The exact same bans, the exact same picks through the first 2. In this selection, last time they took Khepri and Fenrir. Gonna have to see if Eager going to go that same route once more. Could take the Bellona away here.
Yeah, I myself, I think they played really well with the Khepri and how they played at the start, and Dignitas didn't invade on the ADC side, so he's free to start exactly the same way. It was unfortunate. If they had a different jungler, then maybe that could have gone different at level 1. I think you would have seen two kills onto Eager, 0 onto Dignitas, and then we could have seen that snowball going the opposite way. With, I guess you have no sustain, but it doesn't really matter. Please do not be jungle.
Jesus Christ.
Guan Yu
it's like
and
asking
Khepri
to lose right now. I'm not sure about this.
If these picks are in the same roles, then that's pure ignorance, if you ask me.
They, like I said, they like the salty runbacks. They like to try and prove that it wasn't the picks, but the play, the execution that made everything go wrong. Dignitas, and I can't say I blame them, they're happy to just do the exact same draft over again, banning away, picking the Hu Yi for Arkill, and banning away the Ra.
I really don't like to do like a salty run back. I genuinely believe it's a bad thing for you, because if they lose this game now with the same comp, they should be like mentally crushed. Like,
I think the salty run back can work, but not with this like how the pressure works now.
Yeah. Not with a draft that went that poorly.
Just switch the jungler, please. Just switch that jungler. I hope that is solo. I hope to God that is solo.
Could be. We're gonna have to wait and see. Guan Yu was selected pretty late last time. This time before the third ban phase, or second ban phase rather. Thoth banned away from Zeros this time around. Last time it was Osiris and Kronos. Gonna have to wait and see if they're gonna look to ban Bellona or Osiris by banning away this Thoth. Eager is basically deciding to give up one unless Dignitas bans one themselves. That's exactly what they do, taking Osiris away themselves.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the Bellona ban. That's good.
Yeah, that's a start, I guess. But honestly, just please be a Gwen solo. I hope to God. I just want to see a good second game now.
Yeah, well, you can like make a little paper airplane and throw it to Eager on the desk right on the stage right now, saying, "Put that in solo,
but
not jungle."
Even if it's Guan solo, is it that really that good? Because you don't really want Guan in this meta in solo lane, because you want to have that pressure. And there's this all pick to Zeros.
It's definitely gonna get better than it did last
I
time.
mean,
yeah, it's better.
Can't go any worse.
How much better will it be though?
It's
much better.
Either way, Eager has their choice right now. That soul is indeed for zeros in that mid lane here.
Exactly what Emilito said. You know, they'll take the first game and then they'll pick the fancy soul pick for mid, just because they're feeling it now. They're definitely feeling themselves. I could hear them screaming from here.
You can hear it on the
opposite side of the building.
Variety is always one that gets excited at these lands. Was screaming at Divios, telling him exactly what he thinks about his play style after that solo kill underneath the tower.
I don't want to get fined, so I'm not going to repeat it.
You've learned your lesson, Raffer.
I've learned, man.
Very proud of you. 2 more picks still here to go for Eager. Don't know if that Guan's going to be in the jungle or in the solo lane. Likely need something for the Best here. Best usually plays things like the Scylla, the Poseidon, but neither of those guys particularly good against Robin because of that overhead kick.
I'm not too sure what he's going to play mid.
Nuwa didn't really work out last game too well. It's not early pressure. Eager doesn't have a lot of pressure with this draft outside of the duo lane right now, but that's only if the duo lane is together. Usually Aurora is in mid with the Best.
I feel like the Nuwa Capri did well in middle last game, but
sure,
it's against a Sol, so you're going to struggle so hard to take advantage of that because, you know, she keeps a distance. She has a free to escape as well. Just so much mobility and escape.
A lot of sustain as well with that Radiance now getting buffed recently, and it is going to be the Nuwa in the mid lane.
I don't think that's too bad.
Let's hope this is a Fenrir jungle though.
As long as the start goes.
Fenrir, the exact same composition.
I don't know about this.
For Team Eager. They had a chance to go with something different than the Fenrir. They switched up the where the Guan Yu and Fenrir were picked, but...
Okay, I'm saying this is definitely a Fenrir jungle.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Nah, it's Capri jungle. Fenrir support.
I hope so. I really
it would
do.
probably
At
be
this
better,
point,
I mean.
I hope so. I want to watch a good game now.
Couldn't go much worse than it did for game 1 there for Team Eager. Dignitas, they're waiting on Variety's selection here, and it's going to be the Erlong Shen. Why do you love this pick, Raffer?
It's when you're winning and you have momentum and pressure. It's such a nice pick to have on your team. Like it's so nice, you know. Because as soon as like the Erlong is calling stuff on comms, you're like, we've won this fight.
A lot of CC in that kit for sure. You guys going EU again? Will Dignitas go up 2-0 here?
Yeah, Dignitas will win.
My
It's just the same draft. It's probably gonna happen the same thing.
Oh, Raffer is saying Eager. He likes as long as Guan Yu's in solo, right?
Yeah.
Okay, as long as Guan Yu's in solo, he thinks Eager has it. TNT, take it away.
Eager right here really sticking to their Guan. They're going to keep everything the same from game number 1. Team Dignitas changing just a little bit, but when it comes down to it, listen, I'm usually a proponent of having confidence in yourself and saying, listen, just because the pick or the entire draft in game 1 didn't work out, that doesn't mean that game 2 is going to be the same. But Dignitas won so devastatingly, I don't know.
It's going to be interesting to see how Eager adapts because they didn't change anything in their god pool, right? So clearly they're feeling like they just got outplayed. So they need to figure out where exactly they went wrong, what team fight that they really need to look at. And not the team fight that I'm looking at was that triple Eagles rally from Variety, which is why we see that ban in the secondary phase. However, Erlong Shen does have a little bit of control as well between the turtle knockup. You got a huge AoE taunt. So still going to provide a little more utility than the Fenrir soul lane from Divios.
Yep. Unfortunately for Raffer, it's going to be the same setup. DJ Pernicus in the jungle on the Guan Yu. And when I see this, I don't think that the team is thick-headed. There's 5 very smart people on this team. When it comes down to it, and plus, when it comes down to it, Toli, I think that this is just something specific went wrong. You're watching that gameplay and that team fight at the beginning, even though it doesn't wind up with first blood, was nice. And what happens with this draft is something specific went wrong where it just goes, you know what? It wasn't, well, it was just one specific thing. Let's try again and avoid that scenario, and maybe we can get going. The problem was DJ Pernicus 3 levels down against Kivio Fred, and I think that really was an issue. Where did that situation come from? Eager identified it, and they're ready to avoid it.
And that trickled down into the mid lane because we saw the Best eventually start being 3 levels behind as well, but this time DJ Pernicus rotating towards mid, trying to help out Best. Not going to find any kills because it's just going to be the Guan Yu, but this allows Eager to start rotating in the duo lane, and by not allowing all 4 buffs on the duo lane to be in control from Arkil, this doesn't put Zapman too far behind.
He gets the little babies on the side of the purple buff, so that'll help him out a little bit. Zeros versus Aurora here. Is going for the basic fight. Aurora in trouble. Forced to use the meditation. A little curious right there. I know Aurora's aggressive, but
That's a little too aggressive against the Soul that's trying to build her passive.
Yeah.
The heat amplifies her attack speed and her damage quite a little bit. Aurora being accompanied by Divios on the outskirts. Look at this, he's
alone
just
now.
still 1v1ing against Cubo Fred on the top right. Doesn't want to let go of any single farm.
That one I sort of like. Trixtang in some trouble as DJ Pernicus joins up with Zapman here on the left side lane. Arco's going to jump over the wall, and Trixtang catches a hot little root.
This is the aggressive Eager that we've been known to see execute some of their a little bit more unorthodox strategies, and this is how they make it work in the long run. Cubo Fred, though, struggling a lot because of the pressure that Eager had in mid lane. There's no farm for him to get. He's still level 1.
Ooh, DJ taking a lot of minion damage. He's going to be able to get out of there, no problem. And you notice that there is a more aggressive play coming this way around. Zapman's going to get hit by the ricochet. One more shot will do it, and Arco finds it before DJ can play body block. And one more time, the black and yellow find first blood.
Not respecting any form of CC, not even using the purification beads, could have easily prevented the knockup coming from the setup between Mark of the Golden Crow into the dive bomb, giving you that knockup into the stun effect as well. Zapman getting first blooded, very uncharacteristic.
Well, the Oracles are certainly going to belong to Team Dignitas. They're going to pull the Gold Fury alongside with it. Half HP on that objective already. Soul adept at taking out not just towers, but also objectives. And because of that, Team Dignitas at 2 minutes and 29 seconds, able to pick up an early Gold Fury. 1,200 gold in the lead are the Europeans. Man, Team Eager, this draft has to be played aggressively. DJ Pernicus has to be even or ahead. And, shout outs to community member Wolfie2032. He said game number 1 was lost largely because of Team Eager playing reactionary. And I have to agree. I think that Team Dignitas or Team Eager lost off of playing reactionary. Team Dignitas sort of had the ball the entire game, and Dig were just responding. Or Eager was just responding to what Dignitas were doing instead of making plays on their own. If you're going to play this draft with the solo lane Fenrir and the jungle Guan Yu, and even the way with Zapman, you have to make aggressive plays. This first blood is not a good sign, but Eager can't let it keep them down. You need to see Eager hit the gas pedal, not just pump the brakes here in game number 2.
The whole goal of Eager strategies is to group up around the mid lane, trying to get best in a comfortable position. You finding Aurora, looking for those roots which can set up the clay golems into the shining metal stun combination, and not to mention the penetration that the clay golems provides with the protection shred that DJ Pernicus has with the Talu Assault. You're looking at a lot of incoming damage on that one single target, but they can't really find anything quite yet. They have been doing a decent job in terms of finding some invades on the left-hand side, but the question is, what are they losing in return? They're losing their solo side.
Yeah, a lot of it. DJ Pernicus is going to get away from a lot of the lockdown. On the side of Team Dignitas, Cubo Fred's ultimate has been burned. Arco shows up from around the rear, and he's going to drop the Suns, cutting off the exit for DJ and Aurora. DJ going to be saved by the aforementioned support, and there's going to be a nice meditation. So 3 ultimates expended on both sides of the coin. Dig and Team Eager only have their mid and their solo ultimates left after that exchange. No one dies. Nice ejection by Team Eager.
Zapman showing why Kurnos is so good in these team fights. The Wild Hunt saving the life of his jungler, DJ Pernicus, already after getting revived by Aurora's Scarab Blessing. I like this more team dynamic that Eager's been providing, but they're still playing a little bit too reactionary.
Nice catch. Divio's going to find the stun, but can't find the follow-up Ragnarok. That might have been really troublesome for a variety on the Arlong Shen, but might have been. Hindsight's 2020, and that one's not going to go the way of the dog.
Not at all, but without the CC immune ultimate, Divios gets ganked instantly. Cubo Fred with a nicely timed rotation. Variety finding the setup with his taunt that was on cooldown now. Aurora and DJ Pernicus were just not in position, and even if they were, Aurora's ultimate was still down, saving DJ's life from earlier on.
Excellent communication from Dignitas' solo lane right there. Variety immediately says, yo, use the ultimate, come over here. This is an easy gank. Easy it was. Number 2 on the board for Team Dignitas.
Still looking for more plays. Getting the oracles on the left-hand side. Dignitas are not just doing a good job grouping up and getting these engagements in their favor, but doing a decent job at controlling the vision, whether it's the oracles or whether it's just the aggressive positioning of those wards around both the solo and duo side.
Right now, I want to see Team Eager just farm. 5-6 minutes in, they're down by 2,000 gold. Raw. I mean, that's just not a good look. Only 2 kills as well. That's a First Blood. That's a Gold Fury. That man's going to avoid that ricochet. Arkle kind of feeling himself a little bit, as he should after his performance in game number 1. The Frenchman looked absolutely fantastic there for Team Dignitas, really carrying a lot of the weight alongside his mid laner Zeros.
The key factor for Arkle to look for these little engagements is the health chalice. Every single time he goes back to base, it refreshes to 3 stacks. So you're maximizing your value by going for these trades. Zapman with only 1 health potion doesn't have any lifesteal items, but built into his kit, once he does go for that green stance, he's going to be able to get that small amount of lifesteal.
Yeah, that's Kernanos' sort of. It's interesting. The character seems built around the rotating first ability, where he's able to have 4 different styles of basic attacks, but really the application of the character is all about team fights. The Wild Hunt, the Giant Circle, that is, and of course the Root is also a big deal. Divio's getting ganked to the right-hand side by not 1, not 2, but 3 separate players. He's going to find himself safe for a moment, but very quickly, Variety's able to put him down. Meanwhile, 1v1, it's Arkle v Zapman, and it's Arkle all day.
There was a whole wave there. Zapman boxed Arkle and a wave. Of course you're going to die. Arkle trying to escape, though. After getting that solo kill, Zeros is going to be able to bail him out.
So Zapman was forced to fight right there. As we went over and traveled to watch Divios, that's exactly when Arkle jumped on top of the North American Hunter. Arkle forced that fight, understanding there was a wave there, understanding he had the upper hand against Zapman, not only because of the character that he's playing, but also the time in the game. He just finished this Ikeval right now, but he just had the upper hand for a number of variables. Arkle understood that 100%, made the aggressive but calculated play, and that's why Arkle winds up with 2 kills to Zapman 0.
With that power spike of the Ikeval, that could be the next Gold Fury attempt, unless they're truly going to wait for Variety to finish off the Mystical Mail yet again. Another great power spike item available for Team Dignitas. Don't forget, the way they burned down that first Gold Fury around that 2.5 minute mark was due to the fact that Zeros playing the Soul has incredible amount of power and attack speed once that passive heat builds all the way up.
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to for Soul, is that she once was a magical hunter. Now she's a mage that just happens to have a really strong ability to destroy those structures and those objectives. So I think that's a really key point, and why Zeros likes this character so much, because if you open the window a little bit, you can steal a lot.
And Hazer was even talking about it on the desk yesterday, how much Zeros really likes Soul, saying something along the lines of how Stellar Burst and Supernova combined in the late game with some items gets you around 2,700 damage or so, and against any sort of squishy, that's going to be 1 dead target right off the bat.
Yeah, we saw some of the damage that Soul could bring by way of the ultimate yesterday, just deleting players in the late game. Roy here going to join up with Zapman. Not too sneaky about it. Arkle knows, and that's not a big deal. Presence of the support player alone will force some of the pressure off of that left lane. All the while, free tower in the mid lane, actually free. Sometimes we say free because they already paid for it by way of a team fight. Team Dig this time actually just walk in and take what they want.
Well, Eager are getting pulled and pushed in the direction that Dignitas wants them to go, having to alleviate some pressure from Zapman as he's 2 levels behind Arkle. Aurora was forced to rotate in that dual lane, leaving the middle just a little bit too exposed. Dignitas capitalizing on it without any hesitation.
Again, reactionary. This is just the wrong type of gameplay that Team Eager need to play if they're going to play this style of composition. Again, I don't mind the composition, but you have to play to your composition. Nobody picks a Nemesis, a Thoth, and a Shibalanke and say, all right, let's win the early game. That's kind of what Eager's doing right here. They're saying, all right, let's pick an aggressive aggro composition, and we'll just hang out and let Dig do whatever they want.
We're seeing Divios with the Fenrir. This is one of his comfort picks, I feel like, more than trying to synergize with the rest of his teammates. Game number 1, DJ Pernicus and Divios sat in that Soul lane, looked for some potential invades. Wasn't really working out too well for them here as well in the second game, just not getting off to the aggressive start that they need.
Very important ultimate from Nuwa right there. It shoves Dignitas off of the Portal Demon, but the reason it shoves them off is because they know, they being Team Dignitas, that Eager have vision of everything everybody. That Nuwa ult is a fantastic satellite. Aurora, he's going to be launched up like a satellite. Luckily getting away from the Suns, and the Mentation helps him one more time. There, though, wrapping around from the right-hand side. It's the solo and the jungler. Cubo Fred takes down Aurora. On the chase for zeros. Zapman gets one. Still looking for him. There's a turnaround. The double kill for Cubo Fred. Divios is next, but he sneaks away thanks to the fog. And Team Dignitas taking down the duo lane. Looks for the Gold Fury, and it looks like they're going to get it no problem. One more time. Team Dignitas get the objective.
Second Gold Fury, 11 minutes in. Probably going to head straight to the Portal Demon, still with Zapman dead for another 10 seconds. It should be a 4-on-4 in their favor. The question is, do they have enough DPS to really get this down? They're going to shove down the mid lane just to make sure somebody from Eager have to respond to it, unless they want to lose under their own tower.
Divios and DJ will show up. It's going to chase Dignitas off the Portal Demon that they bring down to about half HP. Nice route, followed up by another nice route onto Cubo Fred. The damage out of the best, not going to find a home. And if you miss that combo of the soldiers blowing up, Nuwa does nothing for a while. There's the aggression out of Divios, but he's just blown up. Tons of damage dished into the solo lane Fenrir, and it's not enough right now. Team Eager trailing by about 5,000 gold totally. They cannot make the plays that they are required to make with this composition.
I love what Variety did there against Divios. He used the taunt just to make sure that Divios would take a little bit longer to choose the target that he really wanted to. Once the taunt ended, Ragnaroking Variety back into Eager, but that heal helps out Variety after 4 seconds, popping that huge burst heal and all the sort of damage that Eager versus Dignitas had. It favored it as Variety just got that burst of heal, and during that whole downtime afterwards, Dignitas just gets 750 gold by securing that Portal Demon.
Great lead for Team Dignitas right here early on as well. It's only 12 minutes in. That is not where you want to be if you're Team Eager. Just taking a look on the faces of the squad. TJ Pernicus not too happy. He's been untouched so far, 0-0-0 for his slash line, but his teammates not so lucky. 6 died on the side of Team Eager so far, whereas Team Eager only have 1. That's by way of Zapman.
I feel the way Eager drafts their compositions, I feel they want to be different than everybody else, almost to a fault sometimes. It could easily backfire against them. DJ Pernicus taking a little bit of poke in that mid lane, still doesn't have the levels for the conviction.
Zapman in trouble, big damage coming out onto him. A roar. Able to save him with the Khepri ultimate. And, you know, yesterday I said that I think Obey kind of beat themselves in a single game, trying to overthink the draft. And while I like where Eager goes the majority of times, I think they can definitely be overthinking themselves sometimes. Variety in trouble this time around. Nice jump in from Cubo Fred. The best dishes out some damage. There's going to be trouble for Variety, but he's still alive. They can't get the kill. Aurora finally confirms it. Fighting on the Phoenix, not the tier 2 tower like they should. Arkle's going to die to the tower. One more shot will do it, and it gets credit onto the support. Very over-aggressive play from Team Dignitas. There is a point that I make, Toli. You know what I'm going to say? It's important to have a lead, and you got to play the lead. When you have advantage, you got to use it, but you cannot let the lead play you. That's what happened to Team Dignitas. They went way too hard in that engagement, and because of it, they get punished in a situation where Eager has no business winning that team fight.
Eager did less damage than Team Dignitas, but able to walk out of that one with 2 kills simply because of the towers.
It was 7-on-5. The Phoenix and the tier 2 towers showed up. Big ups to them. MVP of the team fight. Tier 2 mid lane tower for Team Eager.
But nothing for Eager to capitalize on because Portal Demon is still trying to be figured out. It's still on cooldown. Gold Fury is still not available for another minute and a half.
You want to talk about unfortunate, fortunate scenarios? Yeah, Team Eager gets 2 kills, and it goes on a roar. They get gifted 2 kills onto the support. That's a letdown. DJ Pernick is taking big damage. He's going to get taken down. Lucky number 7 for Team Dignitas. Trouble for Aurora on the left-hand side. Goomba Stomp. Arkle putting on the booties. And QO Fred kicking Zapman in the teeth. Number 9 for Team Dignitas. And they are in love with the way that they're playing right now. Fire Giant next up on the menu. And this one looks like it's going to be relatively interrupted free, as the best in Divios the only ones available to even think about playing defense.
Eager had no business pushing down that tier 1 mid tower. All their ultimates were on cooldown. Not able to find the revive or roar, not able to cavalry charge away from danger Variety. Mate, are you okay?
Well, Listen.
Are you okay?
Team Eager
Annie.
are taking everything they got. It's now an 8-on-5. Mid-Phoenix, mid-tier 2 tower, and the Fire Giant, providing about just as much as the players on Team Eager are right now. I'm being very harsh on the North American squad, and it's because we've seen them play so much better at Atoli, online and at LAN. These guys are not rookies. What is going wrong for the Blue squad?
They're just getting outclassed completely. The drafting, the playing on the battlefield of the gods, it's just not there for Team Eager. And this is the last hope for North America. They beat out the Black Dragons yesterday in a best of 3. You know, it was a long first game, 45-minute game where DJ Pernicus was playing that Aphrodite jungle, and, you know, only because she was hot. No other reason intended either. Losing the second game in a pretty dramatic fashion. Third game was quite a slobber knocker as well, so this is to be expected. Whenever it's taken you this long to actually defeat an international team, to going into the more premier European team Dignitas, I'm not surprised whatsoever.
Well, I mean, like I said, I thought yesterday's performance was just that, a performance. I thought Eager were just kind of acting out what they thought the fans wanted to see. All right, we'll play some Afro jungle and have some fun. They might as well have picked Geb jungle in my eyes half of those games. They were just messing around. They weren't really borderline disrespect. That was what I thought. Now seeing them here playing Team Dignitas, maybe Black Dragons really did give them that much trouble here, Tolly.
I think so as well.
But why? Why? We saw them during the regular season look fantastic. It was a continuation of the end of last year where they looked fantastic. And here, they're looking anything but. What is the biggest difference?
I mean, I know Eager like to employ the tactical feeding strategy every now and then, but in order to tactically feed at the Masters LAN, maybe trying to put some kind of weird psychological mindset heading into Valencia potentially, but first you have to qualify to this LAN, it's not looking good for Eager in the slightest. All their hopes and dreams from the spring split rely on this set.
Tier 2 tower falls down. Now it's just a 6-on-5. Team Dignitas going to walk away with that one. Nice ultimate out of Best, but still, level 15, not able to deal out a lot of damage, although he is the top damage on the team, top level on the squad. Shell popped from Team Dignitas. This could be a nice turnaround for Team Eager if they choose to, but instead, it's Kivo on the backline doing anything he wants. Arkle jumping forward as well, looking for the ricochet. Can't find DJ Pernicus, and that's going to be a strong ejection from Team Eager.
The call for Eager was to chase after losing their Tier 2 tower. Now, granted, some members of Team Dignitas were relatively low, but Zatman dedicates his dash in that mid lane. Hearing this, Dignitas respond in kind, stunning, slowing, forcing the Aegis, getting Aurora's ultimate to be used defensively as well as DJ Pernicus. Eager have been on the back foot this entire set.
And that's an issue here. In game number 1, I applauded them for just running it back. I thought that they had seen their composition and identified a single point in the game where something went wrong, and you can fix that situation. I think it's more applicable in different types of games, or it's easy to understand in different types of games, right? We're just, all right, I have this deck of cards and I just didn't play this card at the right spot, so I gotta fold, but I'm gonna use the same deck next time around. I think that was Eager's thought process here. Look, there was one team fight where it just didn't work out, but if we just change A and B, we can make this draft work. That's what I thought coming into this one. Team Eager, whatever went wrong in game number 1 is even worse here in game number 2. Look at the graphs. It's 9-3. Team Dignitas have 3 times the amount of kills that Eager got right now, and it's 11,000 gold lead. That's obscene. We're 19 minutes into this one. It should not be like that.
Not at all. Eager have just no answers in kind for what Dignitas has been able to dish out. Sure, they banned the Balloon. Sure, they banned out the Toph away from both Zeros and Variety, but they have other options to be able to still battle against you. And this Fenrir diving into the backline, it just hasn't been the same impact.
Love the ultimate out of Arkle, but this could be trouble for Trix Tank, bringing himself down to about a quarter of HP. Again, help from Nuwa, not going to be enough. There's one meditation out of the guys on Team Eager. Still playing defense here on the Tier 2 tower. Dignitas relatively strong. Trix Tank, however, unhealthy. If he's going to be the initiating factor here for Team Dignitas, Eager have to take advantage.
The timing of this is a little awkward for Dignitas because Fire Giant's about to respawn in 15 seconds, and they're trying to push down the tier 2 left tower without this buff against the Guan Yu that has a little sustain in the form of the meditation and the conviction. So Eager could still hold on to this. The longer this lasts, the more favorable it will be for Eager.
And that's exactly why we're going to see Team Dignitas go ahead and back off. The transition from offense to defense out of the red squad, certainly something that they're used to. Team Eager need to take this time to go ahead and get whatever is possible. Mid Harpies, sure. Mid wave, absolutely. They're still trailing by 5 digits here. Looks like they're going to push this tier 1 tower again.
Trying to get any sort of gold back into their pockets. It's not necessarily completely over for Team Eager, but it's looking very troublesome currently. 21 minutes into the game. They're not sure what they really want to do. Have to back off. They can't even get the tier 1 mid tower. That's how far behind they are.
Even the cameraman wants to escape. Team Eager just not having a good time with this one. Down 1-0 in the best of 5 series. Team Dignitas just looking more dominant here than they did during the regular season. And that's saying something. LAN is where players usually play down, or rather, players play up and teams play down. But Team Dignitas just absolutely, I mean, they are hitting the gas and they're putting their foot through the floor.
Variety gets rooted out in place. Abduct does miss.
Aurora.
Aurora's going to get slowed by the Suns. He's out of position. He has to revive himself. Stun is waiting for him. Wild Hunt's going to find 3 little biggies, and Trix Tank is going to get pulled into the thick of things.
It's the support that Fenrir is grabbing that's not the right target that you want to find. The best is getting beat up by Cubo on the left side. He goes up, and he's going to be put down in a moment of seconds. Cubo Fred gets the better of the best. Zapman, Aegis for now, and he's going to be put down by Arkle as well. 7, 1, and 3 for the Hunter out of France. The right side Phoenix going to die as well. Team Dignitas advance forward onto their middle lane Phoenix, or at least going to back off for now. And a 12,000, almost 13,000 gold lead has Dignitas looking directly at the Fire Giant.
Very safe play from Dignitas, not committing to the tide and recognizing Aurora was about to revive. It's not worth it. You already got the 1 Phoenix. You're going to be able to secure this late game objective. And if you're Eager at this point in the game, you're starting to talk about your last and final 3rd game, potentially, the elimination game, and the strategies, the picks and bans that you have to employ for it.
I don't like it.
That's what you got to do, though.
I don't like it.
There's no hope for Eager coming back into this one. They're 13,000 gold behind. Fire Giant, for all Dignitas members, they would literally have to get decided by diving the fountain almost the same exact way they did in the first game.
I was just going to say, well, they did that already.
There's only 3, though, that died last time.
That's true. That's
Eager need all
true.
5 this time.
Eager needs something. And right now, like you said, this is a lot of times, or the reason we don't see the surrender vote. I think a lot of people in chat kind of spam F6 and say, why don't they surrender? A lot of times these players, and you mentioned it in passing, when the game is this dismal, right? You're clearly kind of out of it. This is the time where you get extra pick ban phase discussion. You get to say what went wrong for us. Obviously, they repeated the same draft. So whatever went wrong for them in game 2 also went wrong for them in game number 1. That's an issue. So they're going to change things. Hopefully, if you're an Eager fan, for game number 3, what are they going to change things to? Right now is where that discussion is coming out instead of just ending the game.
It's clearly not an issue about whatever Team Dignitas is playing because they did ban away some options, Toth and Bologna specifically. So Eager, they have to go back to the drawing board and realize that this strategy that they're trying to execute 2 games in a row just isn't going to work against Team Dignitas.
That's the beauty of a best of 5 and why I'm not going to roast Eager too much for repeating the draft. I will absolutely give them nonsense for the way that they've been playing. But repeating the draft, I think, is a valiant effort. You got to be confident in what you do and believe in what you do, even if things don't turn up sunny side all the time. Listen, not every time you hit the battlefield are things going to go in your direction. Sometimes it's just going to go sunny side down, even with a strategy that you've practiced and believed in. So I don't mind them repeating the same draft, but the gameplay hasn't changed. And with that said, for game number 3, the draft has to change.
Trix Tank trying to zone out with that stun. Aurora leading the charge for Eager. Divios on the side, potentially looking for the right target to find the stun and the Ragnarok. Not going to be able to find the right one. Variety using that ultimate. The sun's coming down in the backline. All of Eager has to escape.
Aurora's below half HP, and a couple more shots will bring him down. But Team Eager go ahead and retreat back into the fountain. Left side Phoenix down, right? Still down from the last time. And this mid Phoenix going to fall down very quickly thanks to the Soul passive. All three birds are not alive for the moment.
This time around, Dignitas secures themselves the Fire Giant, so this last and final siege is going to be a lot easier than the first time around. Still baiting Eager out of their own base.
I like that play from Eager, not letting Dignitas back off successfully. I think it's right to be aggressive here, but how aggressive is too aggressive? Now committing to the full team fight. Aurora low, DJ at 0. Zapman barely getting out, Aurora dead, and this is going to allow Team Dignitas to take game number 2. The players are the focus, and now the Titan is up next, 16-3. Team Dignitas take this in 1 second above 26 minutes of play.
Dignitas are now 1 game away from matching Obey Alliance in that grand finals for tomorrow.
Fantastic play out of Team Dignitas and lackluster play from the North American squad, Team Eager. I mean, we had the conversation about the picks and bans a number of times, but really, what is the key factor going wrong for Team Eager?
They're just not executing the way that they are known to be executing. Sure, they have this kind of strategy for healing. Guan Yu, jungle, DJ Pernicus has done this in the COG days back in Season 2 when Aurora and the best was still in that team, but clearly this is Season 4 and it just hasn't been the same in that regard.
Just the execution. It is what's doing it for me. The strategy, sure. The picks, sure. I think there's a number of things that you can sort of dissect here, and that's exactly why we have an analyst, Aggro, standing by with 2-time defending world champions, Eager. Energy.
Energy is here, and it's with Raffer and Emma. Guys, it's over. It's over. We're done. We're ready to do it. Game 2. It was in the books.
Did Eager win?
No. No, they did not.
What a shame.
Yeah, Dignitas again rolls
must have been a close
through
game.
Game number 2. You take a look at these post-game stats, Raffer, and see that it was not. Dignitas again dominating the NA's last hope in Team Eager. It just the healing is there for Eager. That Guan Yu jungle working out in that aspect a little bit, but still not quite there for the boys in blue. They've got a lot of work to do. They want to be able to find their victory in Game 3. Let's jump right to the replays. This is the big moment, I think, that this game turned in Dignitas' favor. Let's take a look at the replay right here. You can wait and see Guan Yu. There it is. That is the game-changing point where Dignitas takes the game from there.
That's amazing. Whoever did that is MVP of this tournament.
A little joking there, but Eager definitely had some struggles with that Guan Yu. Even early on, it wasn't him necessarily. It was on the side lanes that struggled early on in this game. But take a look at this damage. The lowest in the game for the jungler for Eager. Does it really just come down to the pick? Is that all that it is for this draft?
Whatever Eager think they know about drafting, they should just like forget anything they know about Smite and copy you. Like they don't know anything.
On a serious note, I feel like they did the same start, which could have been successful the game before. So it was nice for them to recognize that, but they did an awful trade middle. Kepri meditated himself. I'm not sure why he was running that way, boxing the Nua. It's not really a boxing match you want to take as a Kepri.
Soul v Kepri, probably going to go Soul's way.
I'm not too sure where the Nua was at that point, but she should have been there too, because if they were boxing, perhaps they could have got that early kill.
Maybe. Early. Either way, Dignitas got off to a great start early across the map. And again, it wasn't necessarily to do with that Guan Yu jungle. It was Variety on the right side and Arkhill on the left. Dignitas was able to pick up early kills on both sides of the map. They'd already gotten 2 by this point, but when you lost Game 1 pretty heavily, Game 2's already not going well, and then something like this happens where you die in solo and duo at the same time, that can be difficult to swallow.
Yeah, there's just no jungle pressure, It's not like, I know Circuit was banned, but like a Circuit or a Thor, something that can really apply early pressure and counter gank potential.
Are you telling me Guan jungle is bad?
I mean, I'm telling you, it hasn't worked out through 2 games.
It's just unlucky.
I'll go that far.
Unfortunate. Yeah, it should have gone Watcher's Gift.
Watcher's Gift, the old the twig itemization there in the jungle could have worked out. Was lacking in the farm department a little bit there. Eager has definitely got to try and regroup. And you guys haven't been on the bad end of 0-2 starts to best of 5s, but you guys have been where Dignitas is right now, up 2-0. Is it difficult to focus, especially whenever you've, well, dominated the first 2 games that hard?
No, to me, I feel like they're going to be so confident now because they know that Eager just does not know the meta, and they're just going to throw away the game free again.
The thing is though, if Eager changed up like everything completely and just like copy an EU draft with a lot of pressure, and Dignitas is too overconfident to like dice Phoenix like they did, they might be able to maybe throw the set.
That's a great point, because Eager does have a lot of different styles. They've stuck to one, and it clearly hasn't worked. If they go to, you know, the Circuit or something like that, they could potentially turn it around.
They have to do that, or like they have to like copy an EU style of meta
they have
if they
to,
want to
but
win
they've
this.
not got the experience, because you have to think about it, which NA teams are in this tournament and which ones have played
LG,
aggressive.
right.
They've all got stumped. So who have Eager scrimmed? Like when they scrimmed us here, they actually did really well in one game, and they haven't applied it to these 2 games. I don't want to say what they've done, but I hope to see it now, because they have to do this the next 3 games to have a chance to win.
They've got to win.
And I know they can. I know they can do it. They just need to get rid of this ignorance of a support jungler. They need to go aggressive and just go EU style, because we win everything.
All EU, that's what Eager needs to do, according to these guys here on the desk. And Aurora would be a big part of that. You talked about how he is very similar to Trix Tank in both his in-game style, and they're both pretty fun-loving out of it. Got a chance to talk to Aurora before this tournament started. Let's hear what he has to say.
Well, my name's Aurora. I play support role for Eager. My dual lane partner is Zapman, and he's the org owner, and he's also the hunter. My competitive Smite history goes back a long time ago. Like, I started playing Smite in July in 2012. I didn't really play competitive much. I played right when rank came out, and I played an account called Richard Lewis, and a lot of people knew me. Like, a lot of the top streamers knew me as like somebody who played like Arachne exclusively. It's awesome being a squad. It's just an amazing feeling knowing that every time I go into a competitive game, I can count on every single one of my teammates to do well, or to at least give it their all. And like on some of the other teams I've been on, I'm not trying to call anybody out, but I just know that like I didn't know like how they were gonna play, or if they were gonna be confident or whatever going into the set. Like I know everybody on my team is gonna have complete confidence going into the set. Yeah, I play Smite because I just love competition. I've always been a super competitive person. Like growing up with my younger brother who plays in the LCS now league, we just are both really competitive people, and we always wanted to do something better than the other person. Like I got him into league, and then he got better than me, so I tried to get better than him, and then he just got a lot better than me. And I was like, okay, I'm done with this game. So then I got into Smite, he got into Smite. I was pretty good, he got better than me at Smite, and I was like, okay, I want to get better at him. So I'm just a competitive person. I like competition. I like being part of it. It's just something fun. So playing against competition from other parts of the world is just a unique experience, and it's really cool. So that's what I enjoy about Smite the most, is just being able to play competitively and have some sort of competition to compete for.
Maybe more competition than Aurora was bargaining for in Dignitas so far in this set, but that level of confidence that he's describing is what you need in a scenario like this, where you've been pushed down a little bit, but you know that you can come back.
Yeah, I love the clip it ended on. It just had to end on a
the
Guan Yu
clip.
I hope to God he is playing Guan this time, please.
Anyone, if Guan even gets selected here for Eager, they need to win 3 in a row if they want to be the ones to face Obey, or this could be 2 lands in a row with EU finals.
You know what the ultimate strat could be from Dig?
What's that?
If they ban the Chang'e because they feel like they have to ban it, but instead of Afro, they ban Guan.
They ban Guan.
That would be such
and
a
then
spit
just
in the face.
stare in the eyes of DJ when they do it. Just be like, banned. Now what are you gonna do? We're ready to go. Picks and bans for game number 3. Dignitas versus Eager. Dig takes game 1 and 2 convincingly, and still looking to complete the sweep. Eager has taken first pick in all 3 games this time around. Why, if they've been first picking the Kernanos both times, do you think, I know you've been very adamant about this, Emil. What about you, Rapper? You think it's time to get a different first pick going?
I mean, definitely. It is overvalued. Or at least change the bans up. Just do something different. Something has to change.
Maybe they should ban Guan.
Maybe they should ban it to keep themselves. So
You are not
DJs,
locking
someone's
Guan.
like, Guan Yu, leave it open, we could pick it, and then someone's like, oh, my finger slipped, we banned it.
Yeah, it's the solo laner who bans, so Divio should be like, nope,
Yeah.
that is gone. That is
No
gone.
chance.
Our
Same
first
bans
pissing.
thus far, exactly. Serket and Fafnir, Chang'e and Aphrodite. Now it's on to Eager. They need to pick something here that will catapult them and give them some momentum. They need a game like Dignitas have had the first two in one of these easy, just stomp them out, make sure they have no hope.
There we go.
There we go, that's good.
I like that a lot. I was gonna say they should probably like focus on picking like Ravana, Bellona, maybe a mid laner even like with a lot of pressure. So this is good
I
so
feel
far.
like they had to pick one of their first two picks because it was Terra and Ravana, so they had to be the Terra Ravana just to take it, just to switch it up a tiny bit.
But this gives Arcos Kernanos, and if Zap was valuing it that highly and Arco was doing so well against him on the Hu Yi, this is a scary duo lane early on here for Dig.
This is good.
I think
This
they're
is so
either
good.
going to play Bats or they're going to play Nemesis, because it's really good against Ravana.
Interesting.
You
Giannis.
you can see obviously that they're swapping up their strategy from what they had the previous games, and it's really good. Like they're kind of copying a bit what they did. Like they picked an early Ravana and Hu Yi, and they added a Giannis to it. It might work out.
But Dignitas is so confident against Ravana, I can promise you.
Really, I mean, it's something that basically every team seems to be scrimming with in Europe. Nemesis, like you mentioned, they love that into the Raven. That's going to be for Cuvo in the jungle, a god that he is very, very comfortable on. And even if this Raven, I don't know if this Raven's going to DJ Pernicus, because I don't know if NA has been practicing that warrior in the jungle, though I know Divios has played it quite a bit during his time in solo, so that could be in the solo lane, but either way, Nemesis is good against it no matter where it is.
Yeah, it's not going to be solo. It's not going to be jungle.
You don't think it's jungle?
No, you see what's still open.
Guan Yu,
Yeah,
baby. It's right there waiting
It
for the
is.
taking. Ares banned away. Love that ban from Dignitas. Aurora has one of the best Ares in the world, and even though he hasn't showed it in the first two games or really at all this weekend, I believe, Dignitas still on top. One of the advantages of playing against a guy who's been around as long as Aurora has, even if you don't play against him a lot, you can see what his comfort picks are from a distance.
I feel like the Ares is one of those picks that, with momentum, the game's usually over because he's against a Terra. It's kind of a counter. CERN, I guess it's good against him.
Yeah.
I've not really played against that god yet, and Nemesis obviously strong against her too, but they're also strong against the Ares.
That's true, but 3 dashes with no CC immunity in any of their kits, so I think that's why we see the Ares ban. Osiris going to be the other one, making sure that Divios can't have the broken god if that Raven is going into the jungle. Isn't that beautiful that he's really good and I'm allowed to call him the broken god because that's his technical title?
Yeah.
Shoutouts to the
Goddamn
lore.
aggro.
Shoutouts to the lore.
I wouldn't be surprised if Zeros decided to play like a Soler or even a Freya. I know he's been playing Freya mid in rank because you have a lot of pressure with it, so...
Yeah, the level 1 for Frey is actually really, really strong. Pulse not only is gigantic, but you can build Soulstone with it and it'll proc halfway through as long as you hit 5 auto attacks. The 25% slow on top of that, and there's usually a lot of time to trade in the middle lane there. Could be a pick potential for Zyros. Though Dignitas is lacking a little bit of hard CC if that's what he was going for, so a little bit more control. Not a whole lot, but a little bit with the Soul.
I feel like the Soul can go really well with the Nemesis. You shred the protections into a Soul 2 and a Soul Ultimate, it's rip them.
That's true, and just crazy burst damage in the late game, and Nemesis Ultimate basically accelerates your carries to late game for a brief moment. You feel like you're late game whenever that Nemesis ult comes through onto those targets, and Zeros did pretty well, though he actually was he was basically even with the best in farm last game for the majority of it, was lacking a little bit in that department.
Yeah, I feel like the Kern and the Terra are going to be like CC, really CC in team fights, and the Nemesis is probably going to get sundered just so they can nuke the solo they decide to pick, hopefully Ravana. Yeah.
Dignitas needs to pick like a CC heavy solo laner now though, because they only really have like Terra as their hard CC to say. Like you shouldn't rely on the CERN ult really. And then you have Solo and Nemesis, obviously it's just slows.
Could be Bellona there. Dignitas still has that opportunity to go Bellona last pick. Though Eager could pick it right here if Raven is going into the jungle. That'd be a very potent right side of the map. Raven, Bellona, you want to pressure. That's about as good as it gets.
Bellona's such a strong pick. Hard CC and just the protection she gives on the ultimate too is like so good for team fights.
Without a doubt, Eager still waiting for their last 2 picks here. Raven could be in the jungle, could be in the solo lane as well. Aurora still needs his selection, and whoever doesn't have theirs between Divios and DJ Pernicus. Dignitas, they're only waiting for Variety's pick with that last pick. It is going to be Robin in the solo lane, and
At least
DJ
it's not Guan Young.
going, and Kumba Karna, a god that we haven't seen in a long time. Raffer, why Kumba here?
It's for the CC. It has to be. I don't think Kumba's early games. I honestly don't think they've picked for the early game again.
That's true.
I think they've just gave up the whole map. That's exactly what Dignitas want to see, and they're really happy. Whatever they pick in the last pick here, I think they've won the draft regardless.
I mean, Giannis does bring a little bit more early clear than Soul, but the early boxing is in Soul's favor. Bastet and Nemesis both take a little bit of time to get really going. They need a couple items in order to be their most effective. Robin is the only one that's really guaranteed to have lane pressure, but if Variety goes for Bologna, I think that might go out the window as well because of how good Bologna is in that lane. Variety, if they need more CC, could also go for his signature Ymir, or in this case, it's going to be the Hercules. Definitely good boxing potential in that lane. What do you say, guys? Is it over already? Is it EU all the way?
Yeah, this is pretty over.
Yeah, Dignitas wins this.
But they changed it up. There's no one.
I still feel like if the early game goes perfect, Eager could still win. But like it is better than last game. But Dignitas have got way too much momentum now.
Yeah.
A lot of momentum on the side of Europe. Tom and Toli, is this going to be the last one? Game 3 coming at you right now.
I think we do have a game 4 in the books. Draft, just looking at the drafts, but I mean, looking at the drafts does not always tell you who's going to win, as we see. I am very happy about 2 things. Giannis is here. Finally, Giannis is still very strong. I'm very glad that Giannis has actually finally showed up. And the Kumba Karna. We haven't seen him recently, but I think that he does bring a lot of solid control. But Toli, you brought up a fantastic point about the interaction of Bastet, or rather, some non-action from Bastet.
Try to go for the counter matchup. Bastet has a lot of mobility in conjunction with the Giannis, but looking at the Nemesis against the Bastet, anytime the scratches goes on the Nemesis, she pops the shield, she's going to gain a lot of health in return, so I don't really understand this specific pick unless Eager are not looking to fight against the Nemesis, looking to split push instead.
Game number 3 coming at you right here. Another interaction with that Bastet is the Terra. Trix Tank is going to just be able to ult, and anybody else is just going to run away from DJ. Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. It's Support Ravan. Support Ravan and a solo lane Kumba Karna. Big fan of what we're going to see here right now. Will it work? Is a different question.
Of course it's going to be Raven support, knowing Eager. Why wouldn't it be support Raven? Also, Kumba... Now, to be fair, Kumba Karna solo actually makes a lot of sense. Back in Season 3 and Season 2, the Purple Pot Kumba Karna worked wonders, trying to do a good job of also disrupting potentially the pull-push combination out of Variety. And if you're ever going to try to gank that solo lane or Divios, as long as he's under tower, you're going to have to commit to hitting him 8 different times while getting hit by that tower.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a much better game for Team Eager. In sets number 1, in games number 1 and 2, is the 3-man group up from Eager provides the mid lane push. And we'll see them be able to go ahead and invade the right side. That was a team that needed to be aggressive by way of gameplay style. They needed to find themselves even or ahead and then force the enemy to engage on them so they could counter-engage by way of the heals and all the double meditation. That was the general thought process behind what Eager was doing. But the problem was Eager never got ahead or even stayed relevant, so that when they got engaged on, they just got beat up instead of being able to punish.
Aurora, he got pulled into the push. He's body blocked completely. The double dash from Fred. First blood, Dignitas on the scoreboard.
Very quickly, Dignitas able to put down a roar, and that's just one look.
Unfortunate timing for Aurora. He tried to stop the blue buff invade, but just wasn't quite there in time. And a perfectly positioned pull from Variety not only secures the blue buff, but pulls Aurora to prevent him from getting in position to punch the blue buff, getting level 2, finding the guaranteed first blood out for that.
So as I was saying, the last composition really required Team Eager to punish, but they never had the lead or the even gameplay to really punish in that way. Instead, they just got engaged on and got beat up for it. This time around, Eager have a couple more tools, and they can really choose to be aggressive or defensive. I love the best on the Giannis. Aurora's going to get in some trouble. Only level 2 here in the mid lane. Slowed out. Nice. Rude. But Zero is still on the chase. Will get away. But more importantly, as I said, the mid lane on the Giannis. I think that's going to be one of the better looks for Team Eager. And if they find the win here, it's going to be largely because of the best gameplay. Zapman gets in trouble. Arkel's still chasing. Finds strong basics.
Off of that little small victory, it's going to get Zapman under the tier 1 tower. Arkel's just going to zone from here on out. By positioning himself after the archers, Zapman has to commit to trying to box out this Kurnonos. And he's not going to get any farm in that duo lane.
Everything, forget the duo lane, speed buff, taken by DJ, but the little guy's taken by Dignitas. Blue buff, taken by Dignitas. Back Harpies, taken by Dignitas.
Only the speed buff for DJ Pernicus was left alone. Eager are getting off to probably the worst starts that they've ever gotten to in all 3 games of this set.
1,100 gold lead here in under 3 minutes of play for Team Dignitas. Divios might fall before he even hits level 5. Not going to be the count.
If you're not going to find the kill outside of the tower, he still would be really safe. That sleepy time passive, you have to be able to get off all of those markers before you get credited with the kill. Now granted, that is a very long cooldown after the fact. I think it's about 240 seconds, somewhere in that ballpark, and that's going to allow Divios to stay relatively safe in the soul lane, even before he gets any of these tanky items online.
Aurora gonna get clapped by Trick's tank here. Half HP as a support. Now he gets rooted out, avoided it. There's the flip kick and the shot. The ultimate out of variety earns him his first kill of the game. Second death for the support Robin.
Cutting the distance with a driving strike just to position himself with the pull. Variety, very solid on the Hercules, immediately using the boulder, recognizing that the pull would be good, having the confidence in himself, and that's another clean kill. Second death for Aurora.
Second spawn of the blue buff, and this one belongs to Dignitas as well. This 3-man wrecking ball has not really left themselves. They've just been hanging out there, no reason to change.
Not quite yet at all. Eager still looking to find some sort of advantage that they can, but all these buffs have been stripped away from them. Normally, whenever this happens, you're looking for options on the other side of the map, but with DJ Pernicus just now hitting level 5, this could be the point where Eager can start grouping up and just drop those kitties on the Gold Fury, allow him to tank it up, get that early objective, while the rest of Team Dignitas could be a little preoccupied on the right side of the map.
We'll see. Team Eager have a lot to prove in this game 3. I think their composition bodes well for them, but we really have to see if they're able to execute, because that was the issue in games 1 and 2. Execution or lack thereof. I like the Bastet pick, but as you mentioned, the interaction with some of the other characters doesn't really work out.
The ultimate through space and time being used, trying to position themselves to maybe go for Gold Fear, or they were afraid that Dignitas were actually getting the Gold Fear. They don't have the necessary vision, the calls. It just seems that Eager, they're not necessarily on tilt here, but they're just bamboozled. Dignitas are really giving a run for Eager's money.
Something is off with this team. Something is off, totally. Things don't seem right for Team Eager, and everything's coming up Millhouse for Team Dignitas on the other side. Just everything that they could possibly want is moving in their direction. Team Dignitas now getting aggressive on the left side of the map. Ricochet gonna miss out of Zapman. Help from Aurora in the 2v2. Best gets hit by Cubo Fred. There's the ultimate out of Zap. Dignitas still aggressive in the enemy jungle. Aurora down to about half HP. Here's help from DJ Pernicus. The cats come out and they put down Trick's tank. Looking for more as Divios comes with the rotation. Nice knockup, hits zeros. He's going to activate the immunity, and Zapman on the chase. Looking for the basics. Misses the Ricochet, but the jungler cleans it up. Tie game, 2-2. The boulder hits best, but does not confirm. Watch out for Variety. Backside. Gotta look out for the mid-mage. Variety knows better as that man shows his face. And that's going to be that. Eager find 2 kills in that exchange. 2-2, but still trail at the gold by 2,000.
2 important kills due to the rotation of Divios playing this Kumbhakarna, disrupting the team fight completely. That epic uppercut. Once you land down from that, you're going to knock back any of your teammates that's within the vicinity. Divios showing us why he's still a very highly regarded solo laner.
So a roar on this Robin support. We'll speak about it in a moment. If Zapman gets away, does it look like he will? Cut him down! It's Cubo Fred with the scissors, just cutting him off. North America finds their 3rd death of this game. Could be match point for Team Dignitas.
It's not looking good for the duo lane out of Team Eager. 2 levels behind the Arco, playing Kurnonos. doing a great job. Dignitas controlling the pace of the game despite that last 2 deaths. They're still looking for more plays. Shutting down the Hunter is not something that Eager are truly expecting here. This time around, they've been playing a little bit more around Zatman, but Aurora playing this Robin has just been roaming a little bit too much here, trying to get too many plays on the other side of the map.
Gold Fury started up by Team Dignitas. Europeans are looking really strong. I was going to go to Elicited, but they're just beating up the Gold Fury for free. I think I know what they're saying. All right, guys, zone. Okay, there's nobody in zone. We'll take the Gold Fury. Awesome, it was free.
Look at the vision. Red ward on the red buff. Zatman yet again in trouble. Forced to beat the Wild Hunt item.
He turns around. Here comes the rotation out of the Honest Ultimate. Best and DJ Perdigan show up. That's the power of globals, baby. Arkel's still in trouble. DJ looking for the basics. Can't find it. Rooted, but the dot does the damage. 3 kills in total. Tied up the kills, but still gotta mention the goal differential. 3,000 in the lead is Team Dignitas. Eager are able to find these bite-back shots. It's important, Toli, but there's no objectives to take after the fact.
That's correct. All the buffs are down for Team Dignitas. Maybe even getting a tier 1 tower is going to be zeros in that mid lane. Aurora rotating around underneath, but the damage has been done. The tower's sitting at about 33% health. Aurora's forced to back on out in the jungle side around speed. Cuvo Fred lurking around the corner with his Hercules Soul Laner variety right around that corner.
Cuvo Fred gets a double slow on the mage and a little bit of friends in the mid lane. DJ, Aurora, and the best. Still all right. Not too big of a deal there for either team. Cuvo Fred just going to walk away. Has a nice lead. Is Team Dignitas. And with just 9 minutes on the clock here, things have slowed down to a lull, and I think Eager is very happy about that.
It's definitely a lot better of a start than earlier on, despite still being behind at the 9-minute mark, which is nothing to overlook. 3,000 gold at this point in the game is a huge increment. Team Dignitas with a very comfortable lead, but could always be worse. Eager finally switched up their drafts, right?
It could be worse.
Executing it more effectively.
They could be playing Quan Jungle for a 3rd time in a row. You're absolutely right. It could be worse. But this time around, not going to be the case.
You know what they say, 3rd time's the charm, right?
Stop! Stop! That's what Zatman's saying to Team Dignitas. Just stop! It's the 2nd time that Zatman's going to die there. More like the 3rd or 4th time that Team Dignitas have shown up there in the duo lane. Why are Team Dignitas focusing so hard on the Hunter?
It just seems that he's out of position every single time. Like, what is Zap doing around that Gold Fury without the Gold Fury actually being up? Oracle, sure, is right around the corner, but doing it by yourself without the proper vision, you're just asking to get invaded on.
Variety has to be punished for this. This was an egregious move all the way in the back Harpies, but just no commitment. He is level 12, so it might just be a case of you can't beat him up.
With the Spirit Robe having a lot of damage mitigation after a hard CC, but if you're going to go into Variety on the bottom right, Harpies, look what's happening on the left. Dignitas, they get their tier 1 tower off of Zap's death, and just like that 3-level advantage for the Kernanos, trying to potentially outfarm more against this Hui.
Yeah, I mean, this is not good whatsoever. The amount of farm that the support on Team Dignitas has is higher than, well, DJ just changed it wave to wave, but in general, Team Dignitas as a team have been higher than Team Eager as a team in net worth, which is not how that's supposed to go. The support on the other side is out farming your carries. You can't be happy about that.
Not at all, and that's going to be a level 10 Terra on the side of Trix Tank, getting more of these items online for him and the rest of his teammates. He's going to be looking for some of these aura items potentially. Gauntlet of Thieves come to mind, just to be able to get that 20 physical, 20 magical protection for the rest of his teammates, allowing them to stay in the team fight, stay relevant, and even using some of that sustain off of that monolith.
Tons of vision coming out from Team Dignitas aggressively in the enemy jungle. Aurora going to be chased out by Trix Tank while the rest of Dignitas look for the Portal Demon. Let's listen to Team Eager as they try to counter-initiate.
Nice. Wow. Nice. Oh, he dashed in.
I'm fine.
Go on corner, I can root her. Got a lot of damage off there. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. We actually use that video. Go Nem. Yep. Nem, Soins, Nem. Cats are raking.
Zap is silent completely. He is on full tilt, trying to commit to that team fight. You could hear everybody else from Eager making some calls, calling out cooldowns from the enemies. You know, he dashed in here. They're all really low. What does that man do? He throws out the ulti and he just engages without even saying anything.
Yeah, it really doesn't sound good in Team Eager comms. You heard everybody low. I think this is good. And then you just heard what I think really exemplifies a lot of fans at home. Ugh. That was all you heard after the ultimate from Giannis comes out. Unstable is on the money. It's 2 players, big damage, and then Variety with 1 big driving strike just changes the team fight.
Another free Gold Fury for Dignitas yet again, and that's been the story this whole set for Team Dignitas. They find sorts of advantages anywhere they can get it and immediately capitalizing on it with more gold, whether it's the form of the Gold Fury or even the Tier 1 towers.
13 minutes on the clock and Team Dignitas looks so clean. We've really been pointing out some of the nonsense that Team Eager has tossed on the screen, but Dignitas have just not been deterred. They have not. None of the weird stuff has thrown them for a loop. They just say, hey, look, let's play our game and let's beat them up. And they've looked really clean for it.
Ever since the start, just really shutting down Aurora around that blue buff. Variety's been doing a good job. Level 14, 2 levels ahead of his opposition with that Spirit's Orb and Breastplate of Valor. He is one tanky force to be reckoned with.
There's no tower here. Divio's not going to be as safe as he thought. Variety pushes forward Aurora into the rest of the teammates. Half HP onto Raven's support. DJ Pernick is still giving chase, but the Bastet not as far ahead as she'd like. And PS, all the while, Eager's not really fighting this 5-on-4.
Well, finally,
and they're losing their tower.
Finally, they're committing. Aurora dives on in with a Mystic Rush through space and time, but Eager are getting poked out, out-traded Zadman, throwing the Suns over the Fire Giant pit. Epic uppercut comes landing in. Cubo Fred trying to escape, and DJ's on to Trix.
Zatman actually just gonna back to base, doesn't want any more of this fight. Nice blink forward from Divios, but they're not gonna clean it up. The dot's good enough. DJ trusting in the power of his player. Here's an issue though. Arkle literally on the Phoenix. That man shows up to play defense. Level 12 versus level 15 because Arkle has just been free farming the entire game.
The damage has been done by Arkle. He gets the tier 2 tower, extending the goal lead by 1,500 off of that one. Not only that, Eager weren't able to win in a 5-on-4 encounter as good as they could have. A solo kill. Arkle finds 1. 2. He gets a second one. He's going on Zap, trying to find the third. Going for the Aegis dive bomb is good. Zap man is going to deny that third.
Doesn't matter. Arkle just took out 2 players by himself. The 2-for-1, easy peasy, out of control. Team Dignitas looking incredible here. I said before, Trick Tank, Zeros, QO Fred, and Variety have earned their stripes. They've been around the block. They've played on successful teams. This is the engagement. This is the game. This is the LAN that Arkle goes from the guy that they picked up on the team. Now he gets to put the stripes on his shoulder. That play, this set, this entire LAN, Arkle, in my mind, has risen to the spot of Team Dignitas where the rest of the guys are.
You don't make that kind of play with a little bit of swagger and confidence under your belt. Arkle has been showing us why he belongs here at the top of the top, showing the 1v3. Could have been very easily in his favor, but the cooldowns just weren't in his favor, having to go for both of those relics defensively. That's going to be an opportunity for at least Salmon to get a little bit more farm while the respawning of Arkle happened. Gold Fury not up for another minute and a half.
16 minutes in. Team Dignitas continuing their reign of terror here. This is a best of 5, but it could be the best of Dignitas. We're just looking at a highlight reel here. They're looking absolutely fantastic. 8,000 gold in the lead, 7-5 are the kills. But those 5 kills that Team Eager has been able to amass just haven't had the same impact that Team Dignitas has had.
Just not enough damage coming out of Zadman. Going for a little damage check against Trix Tank. That 1 ricochet in hand, not really respectable against the Gauntlet of Thebes. Sovereignty even completed. Reinforced Greaves. It's a 1 tanky target out of this Terra. Hitting level 12, having that second relic compared to Aurora that's still struggling to get there.
Yeah, the support Robin. So I was talking about this. This is classic what Aurora does, which is why I don't hate the pick. I've said this a lot about Eager's drafts. I don't hate these individual picks. This is what he plays. He plays Fenrir support. I mean, that's what he's known for. And so, you know, you look at this draft of the Robin support, I don't mind it. Maybe even pick up Cubo Fred. Not going to be the case. Instead, the Soul does the damage, forcing the best to walk through the portal on the left side.
Through space and time being used, epic uppercut just to keep Divios alive a little longer, but Dignitas, they don't want to let this go. The pull off the mark, Terraston not going to connect either. Trix Tank gets rooted on in, diving onto Arco, a little out of position because the rest of Dignitas were getting the portal demon.
Huge double bounce out of Zapman to confirm the kill out of the Hunter. Team Eager now going to chase, looking for the reinitiation. Down 7,000 gold here. They want to find something, but there's nothing to find.
Not at all. Dignitas just stripping away all the objectives. If Eager really wanted to, they could feel really frisky and try to go for the Fire Giant since Arco is still dead for 20 seconds.
Too many players. Variety and Trix Tank too local.
I agree. 4 players out of Dignitas, considering how far ahead they are, would be enough. DJ without the pants gets pulled back in. Variety with a club smack.
Out of control. Variety looking so good here, Toli. The perfect grab by the Hercules, just right on the money. Wonderful play coming out from Team Dignitas' solo lane.
As if he wasn't ahead enough. Going for the bracers of undoing is Variety. Getting more return on your health after taking a little bit of damage in the past couple of seconds. Not only that, reducing cooldowns by 3 seconds is going to be very important for this Hercules to continuously find these pull pushes combinations.
Trix Tank shows up trying to help out his solo lane, steal the enemy's speed buff. Although at this point, I don't think Eager owns any of the jungle. I think it's all Dignitas' jungle. Team Eager might have leased it at one point, but now it's all black and yellow. Trix Tank gonna get hit by everybody and still wind up above 90% HP. Divios gets stunned out by the Hercules. Dash forward, he's gonna get rooted as well. Down to about 30%. He's solo lane Kumbhakarna walks away. The rest of Team Dignitas look towards the gold.
They have the vision. They sentry were the bottom left. Harpies Variety looking for the pull push. And 1 man zoning against 3. Going to get slowed into the stun. Not enough damage. Dignitas are going to get off the Gold Fury. Mystic Rush by Aurora, as well as Zapman diving into his death.
Zapman ages. Arco gets Aurora. Kivo gets Zapman. And that's going to open up the window for the Gold Fury. Team Dignitas 5 men strong still versus Eager's 3. Cubo Fred ready to play defense, but Divios shows up. He's going to get stunned out. All of Team Dignitas turn their sights with the objective onto the support. Divios just getting chunked. And that support solo lane, Kumbhakarna, going to fall down. Zero's basics do the dirty work. And the Gold Fury falls down as well, Toli. With that, 10,000 gold in the lead. There are the Europeans.
3rd free Gold Fury. They're able to bait out Eager in these very awkward engagements out of position. Zapman has to dive bomb into Team Dignitas because the other path was just way too much more dangerous. Couldn't find any sort of form of escape. Dignitas continuing the pressure, not letting go. Tier 2 mid falling, about 11,500 gold, 20 minutes in.
Is this really a region conversation? Is this really that North America as a whole, we have fun, tongue-in-cheek, say, NA greater than EU, EU wins all the lands, world champions obviously European. Is there really a difference inherently in the metas of the regions that make Europe a stronger region?
Not necessarily in picks and bans, but definitely during the play style, I would say. It just doesn't seem that the North American players heading into this land had the same confidence that the Europeans did.
It's certainly something seems different. I feel like in the past, we were able to look at the matches and like I said, we have fun, but I don't think anything was ever region-based. I don't think you ever really looked at a region in total and said that these guys are better than the guys across the pond. But this is the first time I think really that you look at North America and Eager was a fantastic squad and they look like kindergartners next to what Dignitas is doing.
Just not on the same page compared to Dignitas. They're even a newer team comparatively to how long that Eager has been playing together since the beginning of Season 3. Dignitas not even playing together for a full 4 months yet.
Wow. When you put it that way, certainly does not bode well for the North American fans at home. DJ Pernick is throwing the scratchies out. Doesn't even get his... Oh, he does get his buff. Will Variety let him pick it up is a different story. There it is. Jungler gonna go pick up that speed buff. Tosses one out, gonna miss Cuvo Fred. Fire Giant started and stopped and started and stopped, and Team Dignitas on the offensive. Let's listen to the Europeans as they look for the team fight.
Yeah, let's stop. Leave it. I'm gonna shot this. I'm getting. I roll. Chase him down.
We can't heal, right?
He's back.
Oh, okay.
Get fire. Go on portal. No fire.
Get portal.
Zeus is coming out. I'm gonna stun him off. Behind. Step on. That's it. Careful. Divis behind. He gets out, I think. I got it. Divis.
Good. Get him. Nice. Hold fire.
FG. Yeah, just FT now.
Yeah, just might have.
You have heals soon?
Oh, you started it, Fred.
I
don't have heals soon now.
I don't have the curve.
It's fine, just look for them.
They don't really have anything to contest.
They're not gonna go for it. I'm starting portal.
Okay. I can portal.
Well, Team Dignitas just kind of taking what's given to them. They didn't even want to fight. And all of a sudden, well, Davios is behind us. Like, I guess let's kill him. Well, DJ's jumping into... I guess we'll kill the Bastet. Okay.
Eager, they're down, what, 13,000 gold, and they're finding over 750 of it at this point when Fire Giant is the more valuable defensive measures where they need to just position themselves around that objective, allow it to become less than 25% health or so, and then look for the potential steal. And there's two important aspects that Eager has to potentially steal that one. You have the epic uppercut from Divios, which can disrupt the complete concentration and execution from Dignitas to get that, and you have the long distance through space and time that Best can use to steal that one.
Team Eager right now, this might be the worst set that they have played since their induction of a team. This is so surprising to me because what Team Eager are not playing strongly, sure, but Dignitas are also playing out of their minds, and Team Eager are a squad that usually rise to the occasion. And right now, they just can't figure out what to do whatsoever.
Normally, Eager has better hopes and aspirations in a lot of their matchups, but this one, it just doesn't seem that they came in doing their homework because games 1 and 2, they did what they wanted to do a little bit too much, right? They just didn't find the execution. In this third game, they just got completely outclassed.
Divios gonna get outclassed right here, down to about 20% HP. Nice Mez saves him a little bit. Zapman is gonna get collapsed on, chooses the aggressive pathing. Love the portal coming out from the Best, but Divios gets cut down by Cuvo Fred. The Best is next on the menu as well. Arkle finds number 7. The damage leading hunter, or the net worth leading hunter, excuse me. Kerninos on top of the farm, just sat there and lane the entire game, PvEing, taking out the towers, taking out the whole thing, and then taking out the team. But Arkle does wind up falling into the hands of the cat.
And it's not normal necessarily to see a hunter dive like this, but the way Arkle has been diving and looking for the plays, he's been able to get his team this kind of a lead in certain situations because of that PvE that you mentioned, but he's not willing to mix things up and then look for the 1v3 around his opponent's red buff, finding 2 out of those 3 kills. No fear in this hunter.
None whatsoever. Never really been known to have that fear either. It's just what Arkle does. Gold Fury here. Well, not any longer. Very quickly, Team Dignitas make work of the Gold Fury, and that puts them up almost 20 grand. Ouch.
26 minutes in. Eager, struggling. 0 and 2. This is their elimination game. They're the last hope coming out of North America. Where's the split push from DJ Pernicus? Now, granted, it's a lot more difficult now because the Kitties don't eliminate that backdoor protection, but you're still looking for that kind of play because you're Bastet. Why else pick this god into a nemesis?
Just, where's the anything? Where's the split push? Where's the anything? We just have not seen much from Team Eager, and to be fair, big credit to Team Dignitas. They've shut down Team Eager, and they've created a massive lead so that when Eager do try to get aggressive, it just doesn't pan out.
Zeros in the mid lane, just pushing down the wave while the rest of his teammates are on the right side. This could spell a lot of trouble, though. The mid mage out of Europe trying to survive, using that to separate as long as he can. Terra's blessing.
Here comes the rest of Team Dignitas, however. Variety dashes forward, finds the flip onto Zapman, forces the jump out. Meditation going to be used as well. Kivo Fred takes out Zapman, number 5 for the jungler. Trickstank earns his first of the game, taking out the best. Moving over to the mid lane, another beautiful flip from the UK. Harry Cummings, Variety on a tear, making it count. Him and his team, before they were Dignitas, they were Variety's new team, and the captain bringing his squad to the finals. Arkle gets the double kill, 21. That's blackjack. We'll see you on Sunday.
Congratulations, Team Dignitas, facing off against the Bay Alliance in a best of 5 Europe versus Europe. Team Eager, unfortunately, taking a huge dramatic spill there, not able to contend against this European powerhouse of Team Dignitas.
These 5 guys, plus the coach Biggie coming out from Australia, looking extremely just strong. Positive force coming out from Europe, just out of control. What a performance from Team Dignitas. Team Eager are no slouches. They are one of the stronger teams in the world, one of the strongest teams in North America, and Team Dignitas cleanly took them out in just 3 games of play.
I don't expect, though, Team Eager to let this hinder their performance moving forward after this split. I expect them to go back home after this, do their homework, still look for the necessary improvements. And this is what makes Eager such a strong team, that they're not going to let this one little thing distract them.
At the end of the day, Team Dignitas just looking clean and clear. There's a lot of stuff to break down. We've got Energy and Aggro standing by.
Pretend this is a white flag, guys. We're done. NA, we're sorry for all the trash talk. It was all a joke.
It's a bit too
We
late
didn't
now,
even have to do anything.
Yeah, you just sat back and were like,
man.
yes, Europe. I like what is happening. All of Europe just dominating North America. Eager never really had a shot in this set, at least with the way they played these 3 games. I mean, that draft was a little bit better on paper, but it still didn't pan out for Eager.
Yeah, I feel like if they drafted that, possibly in game 1, it could have been a different story. But
sure.
It was just, you could tell in the 3rd game, there was tilt. There was like a random Yanusult at the
Gold Fury.
They wasn't even going for it. Like, they wasn't even close. So you could tell like that was due to nerves. And then there was some life from them. Finally, some life. It's literally the only life I've seen from them in this whole set, and that was 6 minutes into that game where they managed to get 2 picks. But unfortunately for them, the Gold Fury was already down at that point anyway, so they couldn't counter it. I think it was anyway, I'm not too sure.
Well, speaking of 2 picks, Arco made 2 of his own by the red buff. This was absolutely the highlight play of this game. It was all about Arco. Like you said, Zapman, I think, was the one that had the biggest trouble staying focused in this game, at least based on the play. But this was the one where everyone was just like, okay, dude, not only do you steal the red and kill the best, but insta-killing DJ as well.
He was feeling it. If that was like any other time, he would not have dashed for that last kill, but he was, just look at this, he's just absolutely feeling it. Just every auto hits. That's it, that's Arco. I would say he's an underrated player in EU just because of like how good I know he is.
Absolutely. One of these guys that we're always talking about, ML and Funball and those type of dudes.
Yeah, them overrated people.
Yeah, those guys who don't...
washed up pros, you know, not like Arkel, the upcoming talent.
Been there, done that. Arkel's the new blood. Look at how much damage he put out this game. Nearly 27,000. This time around, Eager was actually DJ on top of the damage charts for them. The draft was just a little bit wonky. Yeah. I agree with you. I think that if they just decide to stick with what's proven to work, they might find a little bit more success.
It was also the start of the game, how the start went. He was getting left to do his backs, running to waves, sure, but then he was just like completely pressured the whole game.
Right.
The whole game was based on pressure, and I know Zapman is good enough to carry the same way that Arkle did.
Sure.
But he just wasn't given the tools.
The start
that
puts
was
him behind naturally, so he can't really do much from his position, I feel like. And it's something that they have to look at when they go home, and like they can't start like they do.
From how they're starting, they have to do something with what they're starting. So they're starting 2 mid and 2 solo, and what are they getting out of it? And then what is their dual lane getting out of it? Zapman gets booked behind, and then they're putting pressure on him, and he got soloed too, so you could just see how rough how rough it was. They had to change it just for the third set at least.
All the way through it was rough, and well as well. Roar taking that first blood on the Robin when body blocked in that blue buff. That whole game could go differently if Roar doesn't take that spill, because that's all about pressure in the support role with the Robin. Unfortunately, did not work out for the boys in blue. But the black and gold, Team Dignitas, it's working out for them. They're moving on to the finals, and Trix Tank is standing by with FDOT. Talked about it.
Fantastic stuff. And first of all, you got the guns out, sun's out, guns out, and the wins are out. Congratulations on your win over Team Eager. And, you know, a lot of times we play political, but I'm just going to ask you straight up. That looked easy, was it?
You're always scared of Eager. They do kind of cheesy stuff, but I just think that it was easy. Yeah. I don't know what it was. It's just it's not working out against the EU meta right now, and it just seems to be struggling.
So what is it? I kind of brought it up to Anatoly during the game. What is it that's so different about EU and NA this time around? Because we always used to speak about it jokingly, and I think that SMITE was just SMITE. This year seems different.
I don't know what it is. Like I just feel like we're ahead of NA right now. Like after this Worlds, it seems like EU just ahead. I don't know what it is, but like I think it's maybe because we're practicing more different. They're trying out new stuff, and in NA it's only Eager trying new stuff out. But it's just like it's very weird what they do. So I don't know what it is, but it just seems like EU's ahead.
You guys on Team Dignitas have looked very strong, and I think that your set against Eager is really, you know, a testament to the amount of work that you guys have put in. It's only 4 months that you guys have been together as a squad. Harry coming out and creating Variety's new team. Talk to me about how that experience has been, because you were on one team for 3+ years, and now, bam, you're on a brand new squad for 4 months, and you're crushing it.
Yeah, it was pretty hard going away from the old team. We've been together for a long time. We're really good personally. But yeah, it was just a change was needed. We didn't qualify for Worlds, which was like we wanted to win Worlds. So we just wanted to do something new, basically. And going in with a new team here, I feel like we have the roster that has the potential to win Worlds this year. But it's all about how we're going to execute it now.
And you guys certainly executed in that set. All 3 games, all 5 of you guys looked incredible. Obviously, we always give you a round of applause for your support roles, but I kind of made a separation on the squad. There's 4 players here. Yeah. I think Variety has earned his stripes. You and Cuvo have been playing forever, and then you look at Zeros, of course, but Arco seems the odd man out, less experienced.
About Arco, like Arco was like the risky pickup, because we saw him playing on St. Gwyn, and he was playing phenomenal. I remember when we were against him, when he actually solo fumble as well, and he's just a great player overall. And so we kind of thought that if he was on a good team, how good can he be? And well, we saw in these 2 games, he got 1 solo kill, 2 solo kills.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He had a 1 versus 2.
1 versus 3. Yeah, he's doing really well. He is great on LAN, especially. So we're really happy with him.
Yeah, the gamble absolutely paid off. And you know, I kind of said that. Look, it was 4 players plus the new guy. I think Arco kind of earned his stripes here in the semifinals. And going forward, I think a lot of people are going to see what we saw and what you guys saw in picking him up and creating this real roster. And part of that roster is also Biggie, the coach from Oceania. Talk to me about what his impact is for the team.
I mean, when we started forming, it was like me, Surhos, and Biggie kind of talking in the start, I feel like. And Biggie is a really smart guy, and Surhos kind of saw that. So Surhos wanted him to be our coach also because he wanted to win Worlds as well, Biggie, but he can't really play on a different what to say, like Europe, NA, whatever.
Sure.
But so he kind of went on our team, and he's been doing a lot for us, like analyzing stuff, just being our daddy, basically. It's he's doing a lot for us, and we're really happy with him.
And does he have to do much of, people always talk about maintaining the egos. We heard you having a lot of fun in those games. We also heard you specifically kind of trying to reel the guys back after diving.
I mean, at the last game, like, nobody listened to my calling. It was just like, I told Fred to reset Portal Demon one time. He's just like sitting on it and telling Harry and Akko to go back while they just fucking rush in. We kind of trolled in the last game, to be honest. We just got so many objectives in the start, and when the mid game came, we were so confident that we started trolling a little bit.
And so it was a blowout. What were you doing? Were you just playing your game as it came, or was there something that you did intentionally to give you guys such a big lead?
Not at all. Like I felt like we just played our game all 3 games, and Eager didn't really punish it. We played like we did against Soar, and they didn't analyze the games properly, and because we did the exact same as we did against Soar, so I just feel it's bad execution for Eager, to be honest.
Were you surprised that Eager kind of dropped the ball here? Did you expect harsher competition?
I expected more, to be honest, especially when we played against Soar, and we kind of showed them like what the EU meta is and how we play. So I was expecting a little bit more from them.
Either way, you guys certainly come up on top, dominating fashion. 3-0 puts you in the finals on Sunday. You'll be taking on Obey for the Spring Final Championship. How do you feel about that matchup?
We scrimped Obey a lot, and it's not looking good for us. That's the only thing I can say. But we're gonna try our best, and hopefully we'll get on top this time.
How many games?
I don't want to tell you. 99% loss. I don't know. It's gonna be good games for sure. I think we're better on land, so hopefully we can surprise them a little bit.
Well, the way you guys played today, if you carry that on tomorrow, I think you might be seeing a trophy in your hands. Fantastic play to you guys. Congratulations to the whole squad standing right off camera. Love to see how you guys support each other. Anything you want to say to the fans at home before we give it back to Aggro?
Just shout out to Dignitas and shout out to my subscribers for my Twitch channel. I love you guys, and shout out to the Dig fans overall. And yeah, just shout out to all the fans basically.
Excellent. Always got the fans in mind. Once again, congratulations to you and your team heading to finals tomorrow. We'll toss it back to Aggro and the Energy guys on the desk.
How can you not love Trix Tank, man? He's just like, yeah, it's not gonna go so well, but we're gonna have fun anyways and just look for it, right?
That's it.
awesome.
We've had a lot of scrims against them ourselves, and they can be that sort of team that does tilt really hard in scrims.
Sure.
But it's definitely a team that I think they'll win tomorrow. I think they could win 3-1.
Wow, I was gonna ask you that later on. Hold on to that.
I'm gonna ask you
that. You're gonna ask me. Whoa. All of a sudden, Raffer spends one day on the desk, and all of a sudden, he's in charge. We got to go to the brackets real quick and see exactly how we got to our final matchup tomorrow. It's gonna be Obey Alliance versus Team Dignitas. Obey really ran through two excellent European teams. You guys at the beginning of the quarterfinals, and then Rival. Now they've got another EU team to face off against in the finals, all EU for that best of 5. You can catch that tomorrow on all these same channels. All right, so you kind of jumped the gun a little bit. You like Dignitas in this matchup in particular?
I do, because I think they're like such a LAN team. They were so clean, just hearing the comms. Sure, they were against an NA team that weren't as strong, but I do feel like they have the edge. Obey were a bit shaky against us at the start. I think we should have had the first 2 games, but they shown like how good they are, like committing to a team fight mid game and late game, and they beat us. So they're definitely not a team that you can take advantage of.
Sure.
They will try so hard right to the end.
Of course. ML, your thoughts?
I think both are really good. I hope Dignitas wins, because we lost to Obey and I'm salty, but yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe it's gonna be 3-2 to Dignitas.
Well, if it goes all 5 games, we're gonna be in a good set either way. That's gonna about do it for us here for today's broadcast. But remember, we do have something going on for you guys at home as well. The Hocus Pocus chest, it's 25% off. Make sure you grab that while you get the chance. Scarlet Coven Isis, one of the best voice packs in the game. You can't resist spamming "you suck" to your entire team over and over and over again. This is your chance to get it. Thank you guys so much for watching here on this semifinal Saturday. For Raffer and Emilito here on the desk, for all of our casters and the production crew back there, and including Raymond Peckies. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.